Chapter 24. Bacon and Eggs. I slide across from her. "Can't sleep?" I ask. She raps her knuckles against her head. Lot rattling round. She nods to the clamour of pans back in the kitchens. "The cook's beside himself," she says. "Thinks I need a feast. Told him I just wanted bacon and eggs. Pretty sure he disregarded everything I said. He babbled something about pheasant. Has this earth-born accent, hard to understand." Moments later, a brown cook stumbles out from the kitchen carrying a tray of not only bacon and eggs, but pumpkin waffles, cured ham, cheeses, sausages, fruits, and a dozen other dishes. But no pheasant. His eyes turn the size of waffles when he sees me. Apologizing for something, he sets the tray down and disappears, only to reappear a minute later with even more food. "How much do you think we eat?" I ask him. He just stares at me. "Thank you," Mustang says. He mumbles something inaudible and backs away, bowing. "I think the Ash Lord was a bit different from us," I say. Mustang pushes the fruit toward me. "Thought you didn't like bacon," I say. She shrugs. "I had it every morning on Luna." She delicately butters her waffles. "Reminded me of you." She avoids my eyes. "Why can't you sleep?" "Not much good at it." "You never were, except when you have a hole in your stomach. You slept like a baby then." I laugh. "I think comas don't count." We talk about anything but the things we should. Innocent and quiet, like two moths dancing around the same flame. "Amazing how big the beds are, even on a starship," Mustang says. "Mine's monstrous. Too big, really." "Finally, someone else agrees. Half the time I sleep on the floor." "You too?" She shakes her head. "Sometimes I hear noises and sleep in the closet, thinking if someone's coming for me, they won't look there." "I've done that. Really does help." "Except when the closet is big enough to fit a family of obsidians. Then it's just as bad." She frowns suddenly. "I wonder if obsidians cuddle." "They don't." Her eyebrows rise. "Have you researched it?" I finish a handful of strawberries, shrugging as Mustang frowns at my manners. "Obsidians believe in 3 types of touch. The touch of spring, the touch of summer, the touch of winter. After the Dark Revolt, where the Obsidians rose in arms against the Iron Ancestors, the Board of Quality Control debated destroying the entire color. You know how they gave them religion, stole their technology, but what they wished to kill most of all was the incredible kinship the Obsidians then possessed. So they instructed the shaman of the tribes, bought and paid for liars, to warn against touch, saying it weakened the spirit. So now, the Obsidians touch one another in sex. They touch each other to prevent death, and they touch each other to kill. No cuddling." I notice her watching me with a small smirk. "But of course you knew all that." "I did." She smiles. "But sometimes it's nice to remember all that's going on inside you." "Oh." I look away as she tries to hold my gaze. "I forgot! You can blush!" She watches me for a moment. "You probably don't know this, but one of my dissertations on Luna concentrated on mistakes in the sociological manipulation theorems used by the Board of Quality Control." She cuts a sausage delicately. "I deemed them short-sighted. The chemical sexual sterilization of the pink genus, for instance, has led to a tragically high suicide rate within the gardens. tragically. Most would have said inefficient. The rigidity of laws maintaining the hierarchy are so strict they'll one day break. 50 years from now? 100? Who knows? There was this one case we studied where a gold woman fell in love with an obsidian. They had a black market carver alter their reproductive organs so his seed was compatible with her eggs. They were found out and both were executed, the carvers killed. But things like this have happened 100 times, 1,000. They're just scrubbed from the record books. It's terrible, I say. And beautiful. Beautiful? I ask, repulsed. No one knows of these people, she says. No one but a handful of golds with access. The human spirit tries to break free again and again, not in hate like the Dark Revolt, but for love. They don't mimic each other. They aren't inspired by others who come before them. Each is willing to take the leap, thinking they are the first. That's bravery. And that means it's a part of who we are as people. Bravery. Would she say that if she knew one of those people sat across from her? Does she live in the world of theories Harmony spoke of? Or could she really understand? So how long, I wonder, she continues, till a group like the Sons of Ares finds the records, broadcasts them? They did it with Persephone, the girl who sang. It's only a matter of time. She pauses, squinting at me as I react involuntarily to the mention of Io. What's wrong? I can't tell her what I'm thinking, so I lie. Dissertations, sociology. You and I specialize in very different things. I always wondered what your life was like on Luna. Mustang eyes me playfully. Oh? So you thought about me? Maybe. Day and night? What is Mustang wearing? What is she dreaming about? What boy is she She winces at that last part. Darrow, I want to explain something. You don't have to, I say, waving her off. With Cassius, Mustang, you don't owe me anything. You weren't mine. You aren't mine. You can do what you want, when you want, with whomever you want. I pause, even though he is a gory damn jackass. She snorts a laugh. The humor fades as fast as it came. There's pain in her eyes, in her half-opened mouth. Her idle knife and fork hover over her forgotten plate. She looks down and shakes her head. I wanted it to be different, she murmurs. You know that. Mustang. I rest my hand on her wrist. Despite her strength, it's frail in my hard hands. Frail as the other girl's was when I held her in the deep mines. I couldn't help that girl. And now I feel like I can't help this woman. Would that my hands were meant to build. I would know what to say, what to do. Maybe in another life, I would have been that man. In this one, my words, like my hands, are clumsy. All they can do is cut. All they can do is break. I think I know how you feel. Mustang jerks back from me. How I feel? I didn't mean... I pause, hearing a noise. We look over and the cook stands there awkwardly with another tray. He tiptoes forward, sets it down, and then leaves the room, backing away awkwardly. Darrow, shut up and listen. She peers fiercely up at me through the strands of hair that have fallen across her face. You want to know how I feel? I'll spit it out at you. All my life I've been taught to regard my family over all else. What happened with my brother at the Institute, when I handed him over to you, that set me against everything I was raised to do. But I thought that you— she takes a deep breath that wavers at the end— were a person who earned my loyalty. And I thought that it would be so much more important if I gave it to you in that moment than to Adrius, who has never lifted a finger on my behalf. I knew it was the right thing to do, but it was a repudiation of my father, of all he taught me. Do you even know what that means? He has broken families as easily as other men break sticks. He wields unimaginable power. But more than that, he is the man who taught me to ride horses, to read poems, and not just the military histories. The man who stood beside me, letting me raise myself up by my own strength when I fell. The man who couldn't look at me for 3 years after my mother died. That is the man I rejected for you. No, she corrects herself, not for you. For living differently. Living for more. More than pride. At the Institute, you and I decided to break the rules, to be decent in a place of horror. So we made an army of loyal friends instead of slaves. We chose to be better. Then you spat in the face of that by leaving to become one of my father's killers. She puts a finger in the air. No, don't speak. It's not your turn just because I pause. She takes her time in gathering her thoughts, pushing away her plate. Now, I'm sure you understand that I felt lost. 1, because I thought I'd found someone special in you. 2, because I felt you were abandoning the idea that gave us the ability to conquer Olympus. Consider that I was vulnerable, lonely, and that perhaps I fell into Cassius's bed because I was hurt and needed a salve to my pain. Can you imagine that? You may answer. I squirm on my cushion. I suppose. Good. Now shove that idea up your arse. Her lips make a hard line. I am not some frill-wearing tramp. I am a genius. I say this because it is a fact. I am smarter than any person you've ever met, except perhaps my twin. My heart does not make my brain a fool. I sought out a relationship with Cassius for the same reason I let the Sovereign think she was turning me against my father. To protect my family. She looks down at her food. I've always been able to manipulate people. Men, women, it makes no difference. Cassius was a walking wound, Darrow, raw and bloody, despite the fact it's been 2 years since you killed Julian. I saw it in him in a second, and I knew how I could make him love me. I gave him someone who would listen, someone who would fill the void. The sternness in her voice fades. She looks around as if she could escape the conversation she started. If she stopped, I would be happier for it. I made him think he could not live without me. I knew it was the only thing that could keep the rest of my house safe. I knew it was the best weapon I could wield in this game. Yet, I felt so cold, so horrible. Like I was the cruel witch snaring Odysseus, making him fall in love, keeping him from my own selfish aims. It seemed so logical. And when he put his arms around me, I felt like I was drowning, like I was lost, suffocating under the weight of all I'd done, suffocating knowing there was a life ahead of me with someone I did not love. Yet it was for family. It was for the people I love, even if they don't deserve it. Many have sacrificed more. I could sacrifice that. She shakes her head, the tears that built there mirroring those that well in my own eyes. They fall when she says, "Then you walked in at the gala and it was like the ground had broken open to swallow me. I felt like a fraud, a wicked girl who'd contrived a reason to do something stupid." She tries to wipe her eyes. "Can't you see why I did it? I didn't want you to die. I don't want you to die, not like my brother Claudius, not like Pax. I would have done anything to stop it." "I can stop it." "You're not invincible, Darrow. I know you think you are. But one day you'll find out you aren't as strong as you think you are, and I'll be alone." She goes silent, as all that is welled up inside her breaks loose. She does not sob, but the tears come. She's the type of woman to be embarrassed by them. It breaks me to see this. "You are not wicked," I say, as I take her hand in mine. "You are not cruel." She shakes her head, trying to pull away. I take her jaw between the fingers of my right hand and bend her head till her eyes find a home in mine. "And what you do for the people you love cannot be judged. Do you understand?" I deepen my voice. "Do you understand?" She nods. It should not be this way. The Gauls have everything, yet they demand sacrifices even from their own. This place is sick. This empire broken. It eats its kings, its queens, as hungrily as it does the paupers who mill its earth. But it cannot have this woman as it had the girl I buried. I will not let it devour her. I will not let it devour my family and Lycos. I will break it, even if it claims me in the end. I wipe the tears from her face with my thumb. She is different from her people, and when she tries to do as they do, it cracks her heart to the core. Looking at her, I know I was wrong. She's not a distraction. She does not compromise my mission. She is the point of it all. Yet I cannot kiss her. Not now, when I must break her heart to break this empire. It would not be fair. I've fallen in love with her, but she's fallen for my lies. "You can't trust him," she says quietly. "Who?" I ask, startled by her sudden words. "My twin." She whispers as though he sits in the corner of the room. "He's not a man like you. He's something else. When he looks at us, when he looks at people, he sees sacks of bone and meat. We don't really exist to him." I frown as she clutches my hand. "Darrow, listen to me. He is the monster they don't know how to write stories about. You cannot trust him." The way she says it makes me know she understands our pact. "I don't trust him," I say, "but I need him." "We can win this war without him," she says. "I thought you said I wasn't strong enough." "You're not," she says with a smile. "Not by yourself." She dons her lopsided grin. "You need me." If only it were so simple. I leave Mustang for my rooms soon after. The halls are quiet, and I feel a shade drifting through some metal realm. I don't know how to accept her help, or how I should handle her. Seeing her with Cassius wounded me more than I'll ever tell her. and part of me knows not all of it could have been a manipulation. He was never a monster, and if he ever becomes one, I know it'll be because of me. The door to my suite hisses open. A hand settles over my shoulder. I turn to see Ragnar's chest. I didn't even hear him. Someone breathes inside. Theodora, probably. She's my pink steward. You like her? Gold breath. I nod, not asking how he knows, and take my razor from my arm. It whispers into a sword as I step through. The lights are on, muted. I search the suite's rooms with Ragnar to find the jackal sitting in my lounge with a sherry. He chuckles at our weapons. I do admit, I am quite threatening. He's wearing a bathrobe and slippers. I excuse Ragnar. With his wounds, he should be resting. Reluctantly, he trudges out. Seems no one sleeps on this ship, I say, as I join the jackal on the couch. I imagine we have to restructure our arrangement a bit. Fond of understatements, aren't you? He sips the liquor and sighs. Thought I'd drown in that damn lagoon? I always thought my death would be something grand. Launched into the sun, beheaded by a political rival. Then when it came... He shudders, looking so very frail and boyish. It was just a careless coldness, like the rocks of the Institute falling all around me again, in that mine. He's right. There's no warmth in death. I cried like a child when I thought I was dying after Cassius stabbed me. Obviously, this changes our strategy, but I don't believe it must change our alliance. Nor do I agree. We'll need your spies more than ever. Pliny won't take my ascension lightly, and you're stuck here in your father's court. The Politico will try to remove us both. I make no mention of the sons of Ares. As I guessed, they were forgotten by all as soon as I tipped that wine into Cassius's lap. Pliny will have to go, but you and I should maintain social distance until then, so he doesn't know the threat against him is unified. Better for him to misunderstand our individual resources. And so the Telemanoses still talk with me, I say. True, they do want me dead, as they should. I don't begrudge them it. It's just damn inconvenient. He hands me a holocom from his pocket. They're synced. I'll be calling my ships to meet us, and I imagine you'll stay here with your new prize. Wouldn't do to have shuttles going back and forth. I want to ask him about Leto. Why he killed him. But why show a devil you know his strength? It just makes me a threat to him. And I've seen how he deals with threats. Better to play ignorant and make sure I'm always useful. War presents us with more opportunities, I say, depending on how far we want it to spread. I do believe I take your meaning. All others will try to suffocate the flames, to preserve what they have, especially Pliny and your sister. Well, then we must be cleverer. She doesn't get hurt. That part of our agreement is static. If ever she's wounded, I believe it'll be from you, not me. He might be right. But I'm on your level. Fan the flames. Spread the war. Win it. Take the spoils. I think I know just how to do it. What can your network tell me about the shipyards of Ganymede? Part 3. Conquer. When falls the iron rain, be brave, be brave. Lorn au Arcos. Chapter 25. Praetors. We are undone. That is what the Arch-Governor of Callisto has said. Arch-Governor Nero Au Augustus peers around the table to see if we understand the gravity of his words. The aquiline angles of his face catch the ship's war room lights, hollowing his cheeks and giving him the look of a falcon peering down its beak. And why should he not? The core rallies against us. Neptune is in far orbit. Vespasian's ships will be 6 months in coming to reinforce us. All this, while my own bannermen hide behind their shields in their cities on Mars, sending only their second and third born to aid us. He looks at the 2 far members of the table. Their feebleness cripples us. And now I sit here in council with my praetors, my men of arms. And what grand schemes do they devise? Run. That's what they say. We fled Luna a month ago, and we've not stopped running since, because the Sovereign was crafty, and our forces beat us to Mars. This is not how I thought it would go. But then again, none of this is my damn fault. Cautious bloody fools surround the Arch-Governor. Gold's too frightened to lose all the favour and power they've gained in the past to risk any of it now. Worse, they squeeze me out. Alliances form against me. You can see it in their eyes, in their shoulders. My gain is their loss, even those who followed my lead on Luna, even those I saved from certain death. They do the same to the Jackal, and they think it a victory he is not here in this room bickering with them. Their mistake. I sit 10 chairs down from my master at the massive cherry oak table in the war room of his flagship, the 6-kilometer dreadnought Invictus. The ceiling is 40 meters above us, the room overly grand and imposing. A carved relief of a lion glares out from the center of the table. Over 40 places are empty. Trusted advisors gone, having abandoned Augustus like rats from a sinking ship. Those with us are Pliny, Praetor Cavax, his son Daxo, and 100 of Augustus's most powerful praetors, legates, and bannermen. They do not glare at me, nothing so childish. These goals preside over 1 billion souls, so they simply ignore me and push doubt into Augustus about my ideas. Are we in agreement, then, with the Arch-Governor of Callisto? Are we undone? Augustus demands. Before any can answer, the grand doors hiss open, retracting into the marbled walls. Mustang strolls through, tossing an apple hand to hand. Apologies for my tardiness. She beams at her father, approaches him and gives him a too gracious kiss on his lion-head ring. I sent word over an hour ago, Augustus says. Oh? Mustang spares a look at Pliny. I must have missed it. I only knew you were here because I went looking for my brother to play a game of chess. She laughs at the joke. Only the Telemanuses get it. Sighing, she makes her way to the far end of the table, squeezing Daxo and Cavax on their shoulders as she passes. Cavax greets her with rumbling, warm words. She sits and kicks her military boots up. Did I miss anything? Of course I didn't. Dithering as always. Her father's cheek twitches. This is not a stable. He eyes her boots. Sighing, she brings her boots down and shines the apple on her black sleeve. She's one of a very few women in the room. Agrippina Au Julii should be here, but it was her betrayal that depleted Augustus's fleet of the numbers he needed to capture Mars quickly. And it was her betrayal that made Augustus put men on Victra to make sure her loyalty to him is true. It took nearly all of my clout with the man to keep her out of the brig. We've been chased from the core worlds here, far beyond the orbital path of Mars. Our asteroid mining operations are seized, Augustus's assets frozen, and his cities, those that did not surrender already to the Sovereign, are besieged. Not to mention there are bounties on our heads. The old men don't like that I have the second highest bounty behind Augustus. Before we were interrupted, Augustus continues, I believe someone was justifying their Snap. His voice falls away as Mustang takes a loud bite of her apple. She looks around at the annoyed faces. I stifle a laugh. My liege, Pliny leans forward. I'm afraid there is no alternative but to continue our tactical retreat. If things continue in this manner, we will lose, and you, my liege, will be tried for... Snap. He flinches before finishing, treason. He looks around the table to his bought and paid-for allies. There is but one path available to us. Continue to run with our fleet till Vespasian's reinforcements arrive from Neptune. Augustus murmurs, in 6 months. The Politico nods. Or surrender. Would that you had killed Octavia when you had the chance, boy, Cavax says. If I had, everyone here would be dead, I reply. Daxo nods. He meant no offense. Wistful thinking. Why didn't you kill Octavia? Pliny squints at me skeptically. I couldn't have. I was in a room with Aja Agrimus. Perhaps if you were there, you could have done better, but I'm a mortal man. The praetors who know their business laugh. Even Lorn our Arcos wouldn't have dared. Augustus mutters, and I once saw him kill Stained without a razor. Darrow did as he could. He turns his attention on me. Do you think we should run now as well? It makes you look weak. We are weak, Pliny replies, but this makes him look wise. Wise men read books about history, Pliny. Strong men write them. Stop quoting Lorn our Arcos, Pliny snaps. I thought you'd be open to all knowledge. Your many years of life no doubt make you an authority on innumerable things, Pliny says melodically. Do recycle more maxims from old warriors, so we may learn more of life and wisdom. This isn't about me, dear Pliny, so cut the ad hominems. I gesture to the Archgovernor. This is about our liege. This is about his fate. How theatrical of you to note, Darrow. Augustus rubs his eyes, tired of our bickering. The young can't help but be eager, Pliny continues, but we must remember there is no dishonor in prudence, my liege. 6 months' delay is a small price to pay for victory. He splays out his long-fingered hands. In fact, time is our friend. Octavia cannot afford to scour the solar system for us, not with the Senate so divided at home. Her grasping hand will be like iron. It will rake along the backs of the other archgovernors, and it will not be long before those who follow her begin to chafe at her orders. They will learn why we fight against her, namely that she is not our representative, but is instead an empress. This will give us time, which will give us power, which will give us the ability to sue for profitable peace. Praetor Cavax slams his fist on the table. Piss on this! A titan of a man, he's carved more from rock than flesh. His neck is so thick that I couldn't wrap even my hands around it. Unlike most Gauls, he has shaved his head and permitted his beard to grow. It is thick and dyed blood red. When the lights dim, it glows like a brand in the night. Only 3 fingers remain on his left hand. They say his son Daxo bit them off as a child. Though Daxo always smiles and, with his soft voice, suggests that it was his younger brother, Pax. The Telemanuses are the only preachers in the room not beholden, in one way or another, to Pliny. I like Cavax. It chafes my balls. This pixie talk chafes my balls, Cavax sneers. We should not be in this position. Give me leave, my liege, and I will take 1,000 of my guard to treat with the cowards who did not answer your summons. Apologies, my darling, he whispers to his favourite fox, Sophocles, a red-gold, sharp-eared thing that flinches at the loud sound of its master's voice. Sophocles eats little jelly beans from Cavax's massive palm. We wait for Cavax's attention to return to his words. You were saying, Cavax? Augustus prods with a quick smile he reserves for his favourites. Father, Daxo nudges the larger man. Cavax looks up, startled. Oh, and when their balls are ripped off and made to dangle from their own earlobes, others will remember you are ruler of Mars, and they will beg to aid you, Nero. Satisfied, he goes back to feeding Sophocles jelly beans. And they will know that we few lords were found loyal, Daxo quickly adds, waving to the gulls around the table who nod appreciatively. Daxo sucks on a stick of cinnamon. He smiles even more than Pax, though his are half as grand and twice as mischievous. The only frown I've yet seen on his face was when he saw the jackal at the gala. That particular grudge will not fade, nor should it. The jackal took their Pax. In reply, the Telemanuses demanded his head. In turn, Augustus banished the jackal from Mars. But now, war brings new complications, new necessities, and the jackal seems to have been forgiven in his father's eyes, if not those of the Telemanuses. I watch them carefully. They are not stupid, despite the guise they enjoy wearing. I only hope they remain ignorant of my alliance with Pax's killer. All should be reminded that fealty is not easily cast off. Daxo finishes, his voice astonishingly cordial. A visit from my father and my sisters would remind other bannermen of their duties to you in times of war. He tilts his head playfully, allowing us to admire the workmanship of the gold angels engraved into his scalp. It is in the Telemanus nature to leave an impression. Perhaps it would swell our ranks. My thunder lords, Augustus smiles, ever eager for violence? He traces a finger along the back of his long left hand. But no, that reminder must wait. Punishment can only be doled out in victory. It would look petty, the sad flailing of a drowned man, considering my fleet is scattered and my legions trapped behind the shields of my cities. He looks to Pliny and asks how the rest of our trade allies fare. I sneak a glance at Mustang. She notices and raises an eyebrow at me, wondering when we shall begin. All our politicos have been received, Pliny says slowly. Today Pliny wears a very serious coat of black lipstick. As you know, my politicos and I conferred after we fled from Luna, and we developed a rather advanced theoretical breakdown of potential alliance shifts. With computers? Cavax asks with a booming laugh. With computers, Pliny continues, irritated. Simulations were performed by my green analysts. Of the Galilean moons, Io, Callisto, Ganymede, and Europa, none will cast the lot in with us. neither in simulation nor actuality. Hardly surprising, a hawkish praetor mutters. We have the same results from the moons of Saturn. Pliny continues. Naturally, they fear the repercussions of choosing the wrong side. The Saturn governors are a lost cause for now. They see Rhea's corpse in their sky every day. In the Galilean sector, the presence of Lorn au Arcos on Europa is a problem. His isolationist political leanings have proven infectious to the arch-governors of Jupiter's moons, particularly since his private army is twice again as large as any of the arch-governors. Isolation? More like retirement. Augustus sighs. Perhaps he has the right of it. You would go mad, Father, Mustang says from the end of the table. No scheming, no plots or stratagems, just family and time to spend with Adrius and me. His smile is tight, unreadable. How well my daughter knows me. What worries me most, Pliny says, is that the Galileans, in their own words, doubt the validity of our cause. That's because we don't have a cause, I moan, remembering my role. At least not so far as anyone else cares. Explain, the arch-governor demands. He's getting to it, Father, Mustang says. Darrow plays for drama. I make a show of looking around the room. It's safe to say that the gentle ghouls in this room understand human nature, yes? Even if we did not, what motivates us? A cause? No. None of us have a cause. Freedom, liberty, justice? I roll my eyes. Hardly. What do we care that the sovereign acts like an empress? What do we care about the compact and the liberties it extends goals? Nothing. This is about power. It is always about power. We fight her because we attached ourselves to a star, the arch-governor, but the star falls, fades. Cavax half rises from his seat. Don't insult your lord as if he's what, a fool? He's not, so come off it. The Bellona take Mars. They will get the contracts, the government positions. We will be pushed to the fringe, dead or irrelevant. My voice plays with the audience. Power is the only thing of worth in this world. Consider Tactus au Rath, a loyal ally of mine for 3 years. But as soon as my star began to fall, he stole from me and departed at the back door, a thief in the night. How many empty seats are here that were filled before Luna? So many men and women who would have bled for Augustus. So many men and women who would have given their eyes for him when he sat on his dais in Aegea. Now, I dust off my hands. We are losing. To run is to wither and die. If we want to rise again, draw the Galileans to our cause, marshal the governors of Saturn to our banners, then we show them we are not powerless. Show them we drip with power. We are arbiters of life and death. We, not the Bellona, are the House of Mars. Pliny begins to say something, but Augustus motions him to be quiet. What would you propose? The Galilean families are soft for Luna for one reason: commerce. Ganymede has her shipyards. Callisto is little more than a factory of greys and obsidians for the Society's armies. Europa is an ocean world of banking and deep-sea mining and vacation homes. Io is the breadbasket to any world along Jupiter's orbital path. They depend too much on commerce with the core to run to our side. And even the basest child knows what happened when the Ash Lord descended upon Rhea. The praetors nod along. So we must impress them. We must terrify them so that they know our power can touch them at any time, and they cannot risk alienating us." "How?" Augustus asks. "They're all on the hook now. I set my razor on the table so they know what business I propose. We take their ships. We take their children. We take them as allies as the Spartans took their wives, by force in the night." Silence forms around me. Then comes the uproar. Pliny lets his praetors slash at the idea. His energy he spends whispering in Augustus's ear. I glance at Mustang, but she watches the others, gauging them. "Boasts!" The Arch-Governor quiets the room and readdresses me. "I've not heard a plan." "One plan, 2 parts." I touch a datapad, and the holo the Jackal's agents gave me expands over the table to show Ganymede. The moon shines bright with blues and greens from its oceans and forests, brilliant against the marbled white and orange of Jupiter's vaporous surface. Grey shipyards ring the moon. I zoom in so that they stretch across and above the table. I list the ships registered, highlighting one in particular. Ganymede has a moonbreaker. Whistles from around the table. "A moonbreaker?" someone whispers. "Is this information reliable?" Augustus asks. I nod. "Very." My fingers twitch, rotating the image of the docks. In the shadow of an orbital dock floats a ship like my Pax, but newer, larger, black as night, and 8 kilometers in length. The sovereign herself commissioned it as a present for her grandson. Cavax nearly drools at the sight of the monster of a ship. "What a loving woman!" "Assuming this is not contrived," Pliny inspects the holo, "how did you come upon this information?" Little birds whisper into my ears too. "Don't be coy. It is important. My sources are mine, just as yours are your own, Pliny." "So you want to steal the moonbreaker from Ganymede?" Pliny asks. "That's an act of war." I chuckle. "No, you misunderstand. I want to steal all of the ships." Chapter 26. Puppet Master. Pliny glances worriedly at Augustus. "Do this, and this war does not end till one side is ash." "It's already that way," Cavax begins. "This is different," Pliny crows. "It expands the scope." "My father is right," Daxo declares. "We are already in open rebellion." Pliny slaps his hand down. "This is different. This declares war on the society, not the Bellona, not the sovereign as a singular person. Ganymede has not harmed us. This will fracture everything." Augustus sits quietly, his cold eyes staring at the moonbreaker on the holo. Without looking at me, he asks, "You said there were 2 parts to this plan. What is the second?" I change the holo. The Academy replaces the shipyards. Ships ring its dull grey surface. Asteroids rotate in the backdrop. "The ships are ancient," a balding praetor named Licenus says before I can begin. "Useless in a fight. Is your plan to steal them too?" "No, Praetor Licenus. My plan is to steal the students." I add another visual. Mars's institute joins the Academy. Then another institute, Venus's. Then Earth's 2 institutes, then the Galilean Institutes and Saturns. Then more, till nearly a dozen images float in the air. I want to steal all of the students, not to fight, but to ransom. Gory hell! Mustang bursts out laughing. Are you insane, Darrow? Augustus frowns. Virginia, control yourself. I am under control, Father. Your attack dog isn't. You forget your place. And you forget how Claudius looked dead on the ground. Leto, too. Do you want that for the rest of us? She regrets the words as soon as they leave her lips. Shut your mouth, girl! Augustus shudders with wrath. His bony fingers clutch the edge of the table till it creaks. You've been unhinged since you let that Bellona boy between your legs, walking in here like a pixie pump, eating that apple like a child. Stop being a sideshow whore and live up to your name. Like your remaining son? She asks. He takes a long, calming breath. You will be quiet or you will leave. Mustang grinds her teeth together, but stays uncharacteristically silent. Pliny's lips curl in a rather pleased smile. Don't blame her, my goodman. If she's already tired of war, Pliny says, softly placing a knife in a wounded enemy. After so many nocturnal summits spent engaging in horizontal diplomacy with the Bellona, her stamina isn't what it used to be. Cavax lunges at Pliny. Daxo pulls him back just in time, but it's Mustang who is first to speak over the uproar. I can defend my own honor, my goodman. But from Pliny, such insults are to be expected. After all, I would be bitter too if my wife bent over backward to make sure so many of your young mercenaries learned how to properly sheathe their swords. Pliny stares angrily at her as she rises, continuing, I left Mars to pursue knowledge in the sovereign's court. I did not abandon my family, as so many of you have suggested, and I'm not sorry I left and missed conversations such as this. For you, goodmen seem good only at one thing, and that is bickering. Yet you quickly come to agreement upon me as an item of ridicule. Curious, is it because you see me as a threat to your power, or is it simply because I'm a woman? She peers at the few scattered women around the table. If that is the case, you forget yourselves. This society was founded by men and women based on merit. The dear Politico Pliny is right, however. I would have avoided this war. In fact, I tried. Why else do you think I allowed Cassius Albellona to court me? But war is here, and I will protect my family again from all threats, those from without and from within. Augustus lets slip the smallest, barest of smiles, a twin to the first. His love is the most conditional I've ever seen. How quickly he can call his daughter a whore, then smile as she reclaims what power she lost in the room. Suddenly, she matters. Then what do you think of my plan? I ask. I think it is dangerous. It spreads the war without ensuring our benefit. It is immoral and sets dangerous precedent. But then again, war is inherently immoral, so we must simply decide how far we want to go. You know Octavia better than I say. How far will she go? Mustang is quiet for a moment. If we have a victory and sue for peace either from a position of strength or weakness, she will accept the overture. You see? Pliny beams. Mustang isn't finished. She will suggest a neutral location, and on that day when we go to make peace, she will do everything in her power to kill all of us. Pliny looks back and forth between us, realizing how easily he's been played. So there's no going back? Win or die? I ask flatly. Indeed, Darrow, she says with a smile. Win or die? It seems you have been outmaneuvered, Pliny. We move forward with Darrow's plan. Augustus stands. Tomorrow, Praetor Licenus will take command of this vessel and its fleet and lead the Sovereign's fleet on a chase, while I take a small strike group of corvettes and frigates to the gas giants. With them, I will raid the shipyards of Ganymede. I will go with you, my liege, Cavax booms. His fox jumps off his lap at the noise to tremble under the table. No. Cavax's face falls. No? But Nero? The defenses there. Battle stations, destroyers, torch ships. They will shred any force of corvettes you bring. His large hands gesture imploringly. Let us do this for you. You forget who I am, my friend. Apologies, I did not mean... Augustus waves the apology away and turns to Mustang. Daughter, you will take what elements of the fleet you need to execute the second portion of Darrow's plan. Watching Pliny now is like watching a child try to hold on to a handful of sand. He doesn't understand the course things have taken. But he's not fool enough to make his play now. He will wait in the grass, like the snake he is. The Arch-Governor turns to me. Darrow, what did you say to me before you shed Cassius's blood? I said that you should be king of Mars. My friends. Augustus sets his thin hands down on the table, fingers rigid. Darrow has demonstrated powers none of you possess. He predicts what I want. I want to be king. Make me so. Dismissed. The room empties. I wait with Augustus. He wants a private word. Mustang brushes close to me as she passes, winking playfully. Nice speech, I mutter. Nice plan. She squeezes my hand, and then she is gone. In league again? Augustus observes. He gestures me to close the door. I sit near him. The hard lines of his face deepen as he stares into my eyes. From a distance, the lines are invisible. But this close, they are the things that make his face. Loss gives a man lines like this, reminding me, this is the man you do not anger, the man you do not owe. We can do away with righteous indignation before it finds a place on your tongue. He steeples his fingers, examining the manicured cuticles. The question is simple, and you will answer it. Are you a Democrat? I had not expected this. I try not to look around nervously. No, my liege. I am no Democrat. Not a reformer. Not someone who wants to alter our compact to create a more fair, more decent society. Man is organized properly now, I say, pausing, except for a few notable exceptions. Pliny. You each have your gifts, and you would do well not to question my judgment in keeping him close. Yes, my liege, but I am no more a Democrat than you are a loon. He does not smile, as I intended. Instead, he presses a button, and the speech I used to win over the Pax comes on the speakers. An HC holo shows the faces of different colors. Watch their expressions. He watches mine as he cycles through a series of video clips from different parts of the ship as the crew listens to the speech I gave before they rose against their gold commanders. Do you see that? That right there. The spark? Do you? I see it. That is hope. The man who killed my wife waits for my face to give me away. Good luck with that. Hope. Are you saying I made a mistake? I ask. He recalls old words. Hateful to me as the gates of Hades is that man who hides one thing in his heart and speaks another. My heart has always been laid bare. So you say. His lips part slightly, hissing the words. But as terrorists spread lies over the net, as bombings rack our cities, as the low colors rumble with displeasure, as we begin a war despite the termites in our foundation, you say this. Any chaos is shut your mouth. Do you know what would happen if the other governors thought us reformers? If the other houses looked at mine as a bastion of equality and democracy? He points to a glass. Our potential allies. He brushes the glass off the table, letting it shatter. Points to another. Our lives. It falls and shatters too. It is bad enough my daughter had the ear of the reformer bloc on Luna. You cannot seem political. Stay a warrior. Stay simple. Do you understand? What if the low colors rally to us? I want to ask. But he would have his obsidians kill me where I stand. I understand. Good. Augustus looks at his hands, twisting the ring there. Hesitancy creeps over him. Can I trust you? In what way? A scornful laugh bursts from his mouth. Most would say yes without thinking. Most men are liars. Can I trust you with power, autonomous from my own? He scratches his jaw idly. That is when many leave their lords. It is when hunger fills their eyes. The Romans learned this time and again. It is why they did not let generals cross the Rubicon with their armies without the permission of the Senate. Men with armies soon begin to realize how strong they are, and they always know that their particular strength is not forever. It must be used with haste, before their army leaves them. But hasty decisions can ruin empires. My son, for instance, must never be allowed such power. He has his businesses. That is a slow power. Cleverly done on his part, if unfit for my name. Slow power can grind away any stagnant enemy, but fast power, one that can travel where you go, do what you wish it to as effectively as a hammer hitting a nail. That is the power that lops off heads and steals crowns. Can I trust you with it? You must. I am the only man who can go to Lorne. Surprise flashes in his eyes. He is unused to having his machinations guessed. He buries the surprise quickly, unwilling to give credit where credit is due. You knew already. You wish me to approach Lorne, ask for his help, because he taught me the razor. And because he loves you. I blinked dumbly. I'm not sure that's the word. He had 4 sons. 3 died in front of him. The last, Lysander's father, in an accident, as you know. I believe you remind him of them, though you're in fact more capable and less moral, which is to your advantage. But as much as he loves you, Lorne hates me. He hates Octavia more, my liege. Still, it won't be easy to convince him to join us. Then I won't give him a choice. Chapter 27. Jelly Beans. The Telemanuses wait for me in the hall. Kavax takes me into a hug that cracks my back. Daxo nods his head. I'm left feeling dazed between the two of them. It is the first time I've spoken to either without violence afoot. Truth be told, I've avoided them for shame of what I let happen to Pax. "My boy only ever lost to you," Kavax says. "Little Pax. If he was to fall to a knee, it is no shame to have fallen in friendship. I only wish he could have taken Olympus with you. That would have been a sight." I would have liked to have seen him take Proctor Jupiter's armor. Daxo grins. I was Jupiter House myself. Primus till I lost to Carnus Abelona. Then I believe we have a mutual enemy. Besides the scheming little bastard that killed my baby brother? Daxo asks softly. We have many shared enemies, Andromedus. Kavax scoops up his fox. It licks his neck and peers fiercely at me before it nuzzles into his thick red beard. It has a white chest, black legs, and dark russet fur covering the rest of its body. Thicker and hardier than a normal fox, and weighing nearly 35 kilograms, it really is more wolf-like in size. Foxes are beautiful creatures, Kavax says, stroking the beast. Daxo nods. Mischievous, omnivorous, resistant to poaching, monogamous, very special and able to expand their hunting grounds even in the territory of wolves. He looks up at me darkly, but because of a damn quirk of nature, foxes fare poorly against jackals. We asked Augustus to banish Adrius. For a time he was, yet now he returns to the fleet. A crime, I say. They nod. Daxo sets a hand on my shoulder. The girls, my sisters and mother I mean, wanted you to know that we do not hold you accountable for Pax's death. We loved that little boy, and we know you only ever mean him honors. We know you named your ship for him, and will not forget it. Once friends, always friends. That is our family's way. Kavax nods to every word his remaining son says. He tosses his fox a handful of jelly beans. So, if you need us, Daxo suggests, nodding to the war room, you need merely ask, and the House Telemanus will lend itself to your cause. You mean that? I ask. It would have made my Pax happy. Older Kavax rumbles. I clasp his hand and try my luck. You'll forgive me my manners, but I need you now. Great eyebrows arch as the two behemoths share a look of surprise. Investigate, Sophocles, investigate, Kavax says excitedly. The large fox at his legs slips forward warily to investigate me, sniffing my knees, peering at my shoes and hands. It weaves through my legs in its search. Then it pounces on me, putting forepaws on my hips and digging its snout into my pocket. Sophocles resurfaces with 2 jelly beans, chewing contentedly. Magic! Kavax booms, clapping me on the shoulder. Sophocles has discovered a propitious sign of approval by magic. What a good omen. Daxo, my son, summon your sisters and mother. The Reaper calls. House Telemanus must answer. The girls are visiting Neptune, father. They'll be a few months. Well, then we must answer. Couldn't agree with you more, father. I'll have instructions within the hour, I say. Great anticipation. Kavax thumps away. We await them with great anticipation. He roars compliments at passing oranges, terrifying them with his wide grinning approval. Daxo and I watch on. Does he really believe in magic? I ask. He says gnomes steal earwax from him at night. Mother thinks he's been hit too many times on the head. Daxo backs away, following his father. But he can't hide his clever smile as he pops a jelly bean into his mouth. And I see where the ones in my pocket came from. I say he just lives in a more entertaining world than we do. Call on us soon, Reaper. Father is eager. After meeting over Hollow with the Jackal to bring him up to speed on my plan, and adjusting it according to a few of his recommendations, I have Orion set a course for Europa. It will take 2 weeks. Roke joins me on the bridge, watching the skeleton crew of Blues. He doesn't speak, yet it's the first time he's sought me out since we left Luna. It's a weight hanging over my head. I'm sorry, I begin. I don't want to talk about Quinn, he says quietly. I know you wanted this war, engineered it instead of trusting me to buy your contract and protect you. What I don't know is why you drugged me. I wanted to protect you, because I knew I would need you after the gala, and I couldn't risk your safety. What about what I need? He asks. You don't have the right to make choices for me because you're afraid it might interrupt your plans. Friends don't do that. You're right. It was wrong of me. I nod slowly, meaning it. Wrong to stick a needle in my neck. Beyond wrong. But no, the intent was good, even if the idea and execution were as stupid as they come. If I have to get on my knees, there's an image. I know he's joking, but his face does not laugh or smile as he turns and walks away. Chapter 28. The Storm Sons. You come to me at the head of a storm, my friend says, grey beard blowing sideways in the wind as he looks at the waves far beneath. Did you know there are boys here on this ocean world who take skiffs into gales worse than this? Lads from the dregs of the greys, reds, even browns. Their bravery is a mad, crazed sort. He points out from the balcony with a heavy finger to the roiling black water, where waves crest 10 meters high. They call them Storm Sons. The gravity here is maddening. Everything floats. At 0.136 of Earth's gravity, every step I take must be measured, controlled, else I'll burst upward 15 feet and have to wait to flutter back down. A fight here would be like a ballet underwater. I wear grav boots just to move comfortably. The old man watches the ocean world move around his island. He is, as he always told me to be, a stone amid the waves, wet, yet unimpressed by all that swirls about him. Salt water spray drips from his beard. Burnished gold eyes blink against the storm's bitter wind. When you are in the salt, you feel like every gale is the world ender. Every wave the greatest that has been. These boys ride the gales in rapture at their own glory. But every now and then, a true storm rises. It shatters their masts and rips the hair from their heads. They do not last long till the sea swallows them whole. But their mothers have wept their deaths long before, as I wept for yours the first day we met. He stares at me intensely, mouth pinched behind his thick beard. I never told you, but I was not raised in a palace or in a city like many of the peerless you know. My father thought there to be 2 evils in the world, technology, and culture. He was a hard man, a killer like the rest of them, but his hardness was not found in what he could do, but in what he wouldn't do, in his restraint, in the pleasures he denied himself and his sons. He lived to 163 without the help of cell rejuvenation. Somehow he lived through 8 iron reigns, but still he never valued life because he took it too often. He was not a man to be happy. I watched the former Rage Knight, Lorn au Arcos, lean over the balcony of his castle. It is a limestone fortress set amid a sea 90 kilometers deep. Modern lines shape the place. It is not medieval, but a meld of past and present, glass and steel making hard angles with the stone island. So like the man I respect above all other goals of his generation. Like him, this castle is a harsh place when the storms come. But when the storms fade, sunshine will bathe this place, shining through her glass walls, glinting off her steel supports. Children will run its 10-kilometer length, through its gardens, along its walls, down to the harbour. Wind will tickle their hair, and all that Lorn will hear from his library is the crying of gulls, the crash of the sea, and the laughter of his grandchildren and their mothers, whom he guards in place of his dead sons. The only one missing is little Lysander. If all Gauls were like him, Reds would still toil beneath the earth, but he would have them know their purpose. It doesn't make him good, but it makes him true. He's thick and broad and shorter than I. He lets his empty whiskey tumbler go and permits the wind to swoop it sideways. It falls, and the sea swallows it whole. They say you can hear the dead storm sons whooping in the wind, he mutters. I say it's the crying of their mothers. Storms of court have a way of drawing people back in, I say. He laughs a derisive laugh, one that scorns the idea that I would know anything about the storms of court, anything about the winds that blow. I came to him in secret, flying with a single ship, my 5-kilometer destroyer, Pax. I told my master he would not help us, but I held on to the hope he would want to help me. Yet now that I see Lorn au Arcos again in the knotted flesh, I'm reminded of the nature of the man, and I worry. He knows my captains and lieutenants are listening through the comm unit in my ear. I paid him respects and showed it to him, so that he would not assume our conversation to be a private one. After more than a century of living, my body does not yet betray me. One would think him to be in his mid-60s at first glance. Only his scars truly age him. The one on his neck, like a smile, was given to him 4 decades ago by a Stained in the Moon King's rebellion, when the governors of Jupiter's moons thought to make their own kingdoms after Octavia deposed her father as sovereign. The one that claims part of his nose came from the Ash Lord when they duelled as youths. You've heard the expression, the duty of the son is the glory of the father. I have said it myself. He grunts. I have lived it. I have lost many for my own glory. I have set my ship into the storm on purpose, each time with women and children in tow. He lets the waves speak for a moment. They crash on the rocks and then pull backward, slurping as they go, drawing things to the sea they call Discordia. It is not right to live so long, I think. My great-granddaughter was born last night. I still have the smell of blood on my fingers. He holds them out, like tree roots crooked and calloused from the holding of weapons. They tremble slightly. These took her from the darkness to the light, from warmth to the cold, and cut the cord themselves. It would be a fine world if that was the last flesh they cut. He relaxes his hands and sets them on the cold stone. I wonder what Mustang would say to this man. Seeing them face to face would be like watching fire trying to catch on stone. She balked at my plan in public, but then again, that was all our design. Plans within plans within plans. To think about what hands feel, Lorne mutters. These have felt the lifeblood of my sons as their hearts pumped it out of their bodies. They felt the cold of a razor's hilt as they stole the dreams of youth. They've worn the love of a girl and a woman, and then felt those heartbeats fade to silence. All for my glory. All because I chose to ride the sea. All because I do not die easily, as most. He frowns. Hands, I think, were not meant to feel so much. Mine have felt more than I'd wish, I say. I feel the snap go through them that I felt at Eo's hanging. The texture of her hair. I remember the warmth of Pax's blood. The chill of Leah's pale face in the cold morning after Antonia butchered her. The grainy red smear of Humanthus blossoms. Mustang's bare hip as we lay by the fire. You're young still. When you're white-haired, you'll have felt even more. Some men don't grow old. No Helldiver does. No, some don't. He pokes Augustus's lion's badge on my dark uniform. And lions do not live so long as griffins. We can fly away from things, you see. He brandishes his own family ring and flaps his arms foolishly, drawing a smile from me. He wears it along with his House Mars ring. You were a Pegasus once, were you not? It was the symbol, is the symbol of Andromeda's, my false gold family. But the symbol reminds me of Io. She pointed out the Andromeda galaxy to me before she died. It means so much and so little, all at once. There's honor in staying what you were, he says. Sometimes we have to change. Not all of us are born rich, as you. Let us go find Icarus in the forest. He mentioned him often on Mars, but I've never seen Lorne's favorite pet. Carolina conspired with Vincent to make him a new toy. I think you'll appreciate it. Where are your children? I'd love to see them again. East Wing, till you leave. I'm that dangerous. He does not answer. I follow my friend in off the balcony, just as one of Europa's clouds spits blue lightning across the dark sky. Her oceans buck and heave as great swells of water slither and seep along the white walls, as if the world of oceans conspired to swallow the man-made island. Despite all this, the castle and the raging storm still seem so small when I see how Jupiter consumes the night sky behind the clouds, a textured gas giant staring down at us like the head of some great marble god. As we walk through the stone villa, Lorne happily greets every servant we pass. He sees people, not colours. Most have been with him for years. I should have studied with him, but then I would have ended up here, a better man, but unable to change anything so many months' journey from the core. Children's toys litter the halls. His family is here, dozens of loved ones he brought together after he left public life. Most live scattered in the southern archipelagos, in the warmer waters near the equator. Hurricanes forced them north this month to take refuge with Grandfather Lorne. Seems the storm followed them. He pushes open a grand glass gate, leading me into the centre of his citadel. Here he keeps himself a forest, one several acres large and open to the air. The walls stretch around the forest, closing it off from the vicious waves. Lorne's standards whip high in the air, a roaring purple griffin on a field of snow white. Rain falls on the trees, hissing into their needles until he activates a pulse bubble. Then the rain sizzles on its roof and folds up in thick clouds of vapor. He walks ahead of me, and I linger, taking small black spikes, no longer than my fingernails, from a hidden pouch in my sleeve. I scatter them through the moss just outside the door. You came to me in a stolen vessel of war, asking for my ships and my men. Why? Lorne asks, looking back curiously. I speed up my gait and drop a few more spikes when he turns again. I'm waiting for him to mention Lysander. Because half of Mars is still held by forces loyal to the Bellona and the Sovereign. To free Mars from them, we need your ships and your men. Once we have them, the Moon Lords and the Arch-Governors of the Rim will come to our aid against the core. So you need me to aid you in your treason. Is it treason for a dog to bite its master's hand when the master tries to kill it? I ask. Terrible metaphor. He stops, peers around the forest, searching. Ah. We set off again. The point is, I need your help. He spits on the mossy ground and motions me to follow him up a hillside. My boots crack a water-sodden log. Why should I care about you? Because you trained me. I also trained Aja Grimace. For some reason, I think you like me more than her. And why is that? I have a sense of humor. He laughs. Aja can be funny. Surely you're joking. You meet a man, you know him. You meet a woman, she knows you. He laughs to himself about some memory. Might be easier thinking her some terror in the night, but she's flesh and blood. She has friends, she has family, and she thinks you a threat to them. Yet she's the one who killed my friend. Yes, I heard. You had the child. Clever tactic. He squints back at the razor curled around my arm. Does everyone wear their razor like a fool now? It's the fashion. It's meant to be looped on the hip. You'll cut your arm off by accident. He sighs. Your generation. So arrogant. Changing things for no reason. I wonder, arrogant boy, did you think that if you rode in here with your stolen ship that I, a man of a century, would follow you to battle? That I would put in danger all my servants, all my family, all I love, for you? Someone who rejected me when I asked him to join my house? I ignore his bitterness. You left the Society for a reason, Lorne. Can you remember why? To avoid loud fools. I think you left because you thought the Society sick, because it was not worth sacrificing for anymore. Stop barking at me, puppy. So I'm right. No, you're not right. He wheels angrily. I left the Society not because it is sick, but because it is dead. The Society was created to instill order. Men were made to sacrifice so that humanity endured. They were given colors, lives limited and ordered so that we could destroy the timeless cycle of our race, prosperity to greed to war. Gold was meant to shepherd the other colors, not devour them. Now we are trapped again in that cycle, the very thing we endeavored to avoid. So the society, the beautiful sum of all human enterprise, it's been dead and rotting for hundreds of years, and those who fight over it are but vultures and maggots. So, it wasn't Brutus's death. I speak of his youngest son, who was married to Octavio Lune's deceased daughter. That was an accident. A convenient accident, I say. There are rumors that Octavio's daughter was organizing a coup against her mother. I don't entertain rumors, he says darkly. If you help me, I can give you your grandson back. Lysander has been raised so long ago with poison in his ear that now it's in his blood. He is not my kin. You're not that cold. Lorne, I've met the boy. He's more like you than her. He isn't wicked. Fight for him. Lorne stares quietly at the rain falling against the pulse shield. You fight a tyrant to replace her with a tyrant, he says wearily. This is the same game I have seen 100 times. Do you even know who you serve? I have a feeling you're about to tell me. I'll not stop being your teacher just because you stop listening. Sit. I don't want Icarus to be bothered by this damn story. He sits on a large stone and instructs me to take a place opposite him. I do. He hunches forward and plays with the thick House Mars ring on his finger. House Augustus was always strong. I'm sure you know that. Even when Mars was little more than a mine for helium-3. They bribed or killed their way into owning most of the governmental contracts, and as their pockets swelled, so did their influence. They became, along with several other families, including the Bellona and my own, the Lords of Mars. There was one family of greater power, however, named Silas. They controlled the archgovernorship and were favored by the Senate and the sitting sovereign. When your master, then simply called Nero, was 7, his father found himself in dispute with Julius Aubellona, Cassius's grandfather. Nero's father attempted to have the Browns who served the Bellona poison the entire family at supper. The plan failed. A house war began. Nero's father summoned his bannermen and led them against the Bellona and the arch-governor Silas, who had declared his forces for Julius Aubellona. The sitting sovereign did not intervene, and instead allowed the two families to go to war. Eventually, Nero's father found himself besieged in Aegea when his fleet was destroyed and captured around Phobos. Silas put House Augustus to death, sparing only young Nero from punishment. He was allowed to live so that an aged family that had partaken in the conquering did not disappear from history. It is said that the arch-governor Silas gave young Nero grapes to quench his thirst, because there was no water, as the city burned around them. After that, he raised him in his own court. 20 years later, Nero, who had always been considered an honorable and honest man, much unlike his wicked father, asked for Iona Aubellona's hand in marriage. She was the youngest and favorite daughter of old Julius. He stares up at water droplets falling from the needles of overhanging evergreens. I knew her well. My sons were her playmates. I knew Nero, too. I liked him, even if he was a little cold as a child. With hopes of mending the lingering wounds of past generations and making Mars strong and unified, Arch-Governor Silas agreed. Bellona married Augustus. It was a beautiful wedding. I attended, representing the sovereign as the Rage Knight, and I had a wonderful time of it. I'd never seen Iona so happy as she was in that stern young man's arms. But that night, when the Bellona family returned to their estate with the rest of their family, a package arrived. Inside, old Julius found his daughter's head. Grapes stuffed in Iona's mouth, along with 2 wedding rings. He summoned his daughters and sons, including Cassius's father, and flew to the citadel to ask for justice from Arch-Governor Silas, as he had 20 years prior, when the Augustus's first rose up. But instead of his old friend, he found young Nero on the Arch-Governor's throne, backed by Praetorians and 2 Olympic knights. I was among them, having been told that Silas was a threat to the society by my sovereign. I did as I was commanded. The house of Silas was wiped out and stricken from record. I found out later, Nero contrived an agreement with the daughter of the sitting sovereign. You know her as Octavia Aulun. Younger then, she convinced her father to give Nero the throne of Mars and his revenge. In return, she earned Nero's support when she led the faction that overthrew and killed her father 5 years later. That is the man you started a war for. I didn't know this. I say quietly. History is written by the victors. Lorne looks at me, and the lines on his face seem to deepen. I don't want to go to war, Darrow. In my time, I have seen a moon burn because one man would not bow. I have led 1 million warriors shot from warships to invade a planet. You cannot begin to understand the horror of it. You think only of how beautiful it will be, but they are men, they are women, they have families, and they die by the thousands. And you will be helpless to protect even the best of your friends. Ah! He points uphill. There's Icarus. Rain drips from the pines as we push through the lower tree boughs to find Icarus, Lorne's pet griffin, sleeping in a great bed of moss on a high promontory inside the small forest. Icarus's paws curl into his body. His wings curve around him as he sleeps, iridescent and glittering with droplets of water. His great eagle's head is nearly larger than I, one of his eyes half the size of my skull. The carvers made him well. He looks peaceful when he sleeps, Lorne says. He's bigger than any I've seen, I say, unable to conceal the awe in my voice. You've not been to the pole of Mars or Earth, then? No. Where did you buy him? Martian carvers made him for my family. Damn that fashionable Zanzibar twit. Icarus is of the same genus as the beasts in the high Eries in Mars's North Pole. The ones they use to terrify obsidians into believing magic is real. He strokes the sleeping giant. Are you still in love with the Arch-Governor's daughter? He glances back at me hopefully. Is that why you do this? I heard about her and the Bellona. It isn't about what happened between her and Cassius. No? He sighs. I could have understood that, at least. You were sloppy in that, you should know. The Irenicus folly would have done him in 3 moves. I wasn't sloppy. I was making a show. Sloppy. Violet's a showman. Did I train you to be a showman? I move past him to pet Icarus. So you do care about me? He does not answer me for a spell, and it's then that I know the moment I've dreaded most is nearly upon us. In another life, you would have been one of my sons, Darrow. I would have found you earlier, before whatever happened that filled you with this rage. I would not have raised you to be a great man. There is no peace for great men. I would have had you be a decent one. I would have given you the quiet strength to grow old with the woman you love. Now all I can give you is a chance. Icarus! He booms. His griffin stirs by his side, its amber eye showing me my reflection. The sound shudders as the creature moves, uprooting a tree as easily as I'd pull a hair. I move back from the beast, unsure of Lorne's intentions. What's going on? I ask Lorne. Look to your ship. He points upward in the night. Through a break in the clouds, we can see my long ship glittering in orbit. She's no longer alone. 10 torch ships come for her now, slipping around the cover of Europa's equator to capture the Pax. A Praetorian death squad waits for you inside my home, Darrow. Aja Augrimus leads them. They will take you, chain you, and bring you before the Sovereign. You betrayed me? I ask. No. They arrived days ago. They threatened. What could I do? Kellanau Bellona leads their fleet. It will destroy or capture your ship. I can't stop that. But I do not want you to die. So Icarus will take you to an island where I have hidden a ship for you. Use it to escape. Will they hurt your family if I escape? They may try, he growls. That is the consequence of your decision and mine. He stands with his back to the sea. I want to fade in peace. So please, leave and never return, Darrow. He gestures to Icarus, and I see a thin saddle upon the beast. The new toy of which he spoke. But I do not need to flee. I shake my head for what is about to happen. I'm sorry, my friend, but I cannot allow that. Allow? He asks, turning. You will join us in this war. My razor uncoils, whether you like it or not. I speak into my comm, telling the Howlers to prepare to rise and the Titans to bring the ships around. The blood drains from his face, and he looks at the beast emblazoned upon my tunic. A lion after all. Chapter 29. Old Man's Wrath. I prepared the trap before I even left the fleet. All secrets find themselves whispered into Pliny's ears, and he would wish for nothing more than my timely demise, particularly after I provoked him in the Arch-Governor's meeting. So he did his work. He schemed and plotted, and found himself an ally against the big, bad Darrow Au Andromedus in the Sovereign herself. A fact that I will be happy to share with Augustus as soon as possible. The Sovereign's ships hid themselves among the ruins of a derelict space station that was once used as a base of terraforming operations. Kellanau Bellona was smart, but predictable. My larger secondary force, a detachment of Telemanus ships, which I hid behind another smaller moon's mass, will ambush the Bellona force in 60 seconds, slingshotting around the other side of the moon by using its gravity to gain velocity. With Roke in command, I'll have 10 Bellona ships to add to my personal armada by day's end. You knew. Lorne accuses me quietly, his thick hand gripping my uniform at the neck and shaking me. You knew. And he knows what this means for him. It is not simply my victory, it is his defeat. One way or another, he must ally himself. and I've made it easy for him to pick a side. If you're a fox, play the hare. Isn't that what you taught me? But it will look like you knew I set a trap for her, that you slipped news of her trap to me. I touch his shoulder as he releases me. I am sorry, friend, truly, but you are part of this war. His jaw works, but he says nothing. The Sovereign will send her Praetorians again to Europa once I have left, I say. Only this time they'll come for you and yours. Their black and purple ships will shell you from orbit, till your islands and your cities on the archipelagos and mainland, and the rising mountains in the south, are made of glass and swallowed by the seas. The waters will weep over your shattered towers, and of your house there will be nothing but crypts in the deep. Unless we win. His eyes seek in me something to give him time, but instead he sees only what made him take me under his wing from the start. Himself. Most men would give anything to see that, but here and now he wishes to see anything else. I put my family at risk to help you escape. I took you in, taught you, and you betray me like the others, like Aja. You look for pity. You let me come here, Lorn. You would have consigned my friends above to torture and death even as you gave me a path to escape. But my friends will not be prisoners. I point upward to the fiery gashes in the night sky as my secondary force rockets around Europa. Hate me, but fight at my side, I tell Arcos. Only then will your family survive. I put a hand out for my former teacher. He pulls out his razor. I should kill you. Can I come and shoot the geezer? Severo asks over the comm. Hold, I tell him. You forget. Lorn pulls his own datapad from his pocket. I could have my fleet destroy yours, boy. Not before mine takes the Sovereign's. But she would know then where House Arcos stands. She would know that you tricked me, that my house is not part of this. Then do it, I tell Lorn. Launch your ships if you think my cause evil. Put me down if you think me a monster. I step forward, close to him. But you know the heart that beats inside. Choose me, or choose that darkness. I nod down the hill of the forest garden to where we entered the place. 12 obsidian Praetorians file through the same glass door we used. Huge men and women in black and purple armor, skull helms. Only one stained. This one thinner than the others, like a winter asp standing on its tail. His armor is white and splashed with colors like blood. They are less than 50 meters away. With them, shorter than the rest, but more glorious, is the Protean Knight in her golden gear. Her razor shimmers with the colors of a nebula, and her armor writhes like the waves that batter the white walls of Lorn's island. Aja peers up to the night sky, where she sees my ambush unfolding. She lets her helmet recoil into her armor. And then the traitors were two, she calls. House Arcos has embraced treason as well. Lorn, you stand with the lions. The House Arcos stands apart, Lorn calls back. Apart? Quinn's killer frowns and tilts her head so I can see the dueling scars on the right of her neck. Her cat eyes scan the woods for signs of a trap. There is no such thing. I was as deceived as you, Aja, Lorn calls. Darrow knew you were here. I don't know how, but I am not your enemy. I want only to be left alone. That was never a choice, Aja calls. You know this better than anyone. You are with us or you're against us, Lorn. Aja, no. I have no part in this, none. The strong always have a part, I mutter. I will not have my hand forced. He cuts me with a wrathful stare. I have no quarrel with either of you. I am a man of peace now. Then why is your blade out? Ajah smiles. Do what you know. Come down and speak, teacher. We should not shout. Isn't that what you said when I used to raise my voice in anger? She eyes the griffin that now growls beside us. It's larger than 4 horses. I wonder what those talons would do against their armor. Her ships are lost. I whisper to Lorne. What would Octavia have her do? Kill us. For spite. I lower my voice. Then you have no choice. So it would seem. Ajah watches me kneel to the ground and gather dirt in my hand. She has studied me. She knows what this must mean. And she must wonder what plan I have. Why I've come alone. If I really set an ambush in the sky, wouldn't I set one below? I'm about to shout something to her when another figure steps through the gate to join Ajah. He's rangy, darker skin than mine, a smirk on his bored, patrician face. Tactus. All in Praetorian armor. He slinks forward, a shadow of purple and black, eyeing the sky apprehensively before beaming me a lopsided smile. Speaking of traitors, I shout. Hello, Tactus. Pretty armor. Reaper, my goodman, Tactus bellows, and throws up the crooks. Where's Severo? He leans in to tell Ajah something. Ajah straightens and looks around again at the trees. Her men condense in defensive formation. Tactus warns them of my tricks. They know something is awry. Their Aegis shields activate, glittering over arms. Lorne closes his eyes and lifts his left hand into the air, feeling the whipping of the storm's wind. Leave Ajah to me. You'll have better luck against the Stained. No, they're all mine. Severo, rise. The Howlers emerge from the sea beyond the castle. Water drips from them as they fly silently over the 100-meter-high walls, armor glistening like black beetle shells. A golden line has been painted on each breastplate. The gold winks as lightning flashes. They land silently around us. My Storm Sons, I say to Lorne. 20 new recruits have come from the families of the Howlers and the Telemanus ranks. Severo held triads. I hear it was a bloody bit of fun. Snakes, alcohol, and mushrooms were involved. That's all they let me know. Goblin, why are you always hiding? Tactus calls. His voice is all jest, but he looks to the sky anxiously again. Least it's better than a horse's belly this time. Severo pulls out his skinning knife, the one he used to take scalps with Harpy years ago. It's a curved customer. He taps it on his groin and points to Tactus. His eyes flick to Ajah. You killed a Howler, Ajah, he says. Wrong play. As I expected, the appearance of the Howlers reassures Ajah and Tactus. This makes sense to them. I had soldiers hidden. Now I do not. A battle to the death. Honor, pride, one force against another. The Obsidian Praetorians begin to keen their terrible throat song. All those men want is the glorious end, to join their relatives in the laughing halls of Valhalla with their blades in hand. They step forward on Ajah's command. The deadliest men and women in the solar system are stained among them. And I take a page from Evie's book. Ensuring Ajah is clear, I detonate the landmine spikes I dropped on the ground as Lorne and I strolled into this forest. Only Tactus is quick enough. He grabs Ajah from behind and jerks her back hard, so hard in the low grav that both of them tumble in through the door just as the first explosion rips the salt air. The explosions are tiered. First comes a concussion that disables pulse shields and scatters the Praetorians into the air. Then comes a grav pit, which pulls them back toward the source of the explosion like a vacuum collecting flies. And then comes the third, pure kinetics, to destroy armor and bone and flesh, blowing the warriors outward into the air, scattering their pieces in the low gravity like breath scatters the seeds of a dandelion. Limbs float gently down. Blood beads and spatters the ground. The explosion breaks the bubble roof overhead, and rain again drifts down on the garden to extinguish the fires and thin the blood that leaks into the 24 bomb craters. Only 3 Praetorians survive. They're in poor shape. "Do not let her escape!" Roke's voice sears my ears. He watches my holofeed from the ships above. My howlers have not yet moved. Lorne's furious with me, saying something about honor. "What?" I sneer. "You think I fight fair?" "Jarrow!" Several hisses as I wait. "Jarrow!" "Hold! She's getting away!" Roke's voice frightens me. It drips with spite I didn't know he had. "Jarrow!" I growl at him to pay attention to his part of the battle. "Jarrow!" Severo begs. "Long enough." Lorne watches, perhaps beginning to understand. I snap my fingers. "Hunt!" The howlers surge forward like loosed wolves to finish what the bomb started. They dispatched the remaining Praetorians. Severo shouts Tactus's name amid the howling as they tear into the castle searching for him and Aja. "Jarrow, what are you playing at?" Roke asks me over the comm. I let the hollow of his face appear in the corner of my helmet's HUD display. His jaw muscles flicker. "If Quinn's killer escapes..." "Lock that up," I tell Roke, as I see reports of one of our torch ships taking massive damage. He's distracted. "Men are dying up there. Focus on your own job." I shut off the link. Harpy's image appears on my display. "Seahorse is under." "Good. And Tactus?" "No sign." "Copy." I close the connection. "Aja spooked into the sea, but no sign of Tactus," Severo says to me several minutes later as the howlers scour the inside of the castle, going room to room. "He's hiding. Unless he teleported." He spits at that bit of science fiction. "Ask the geezer where they are." A dark worry slithers into my brain. I turn to Lorne. What would Lune have them do if they could not kill you and me? If she thought someone expendable, what would she order them to do? He stands there for a moment in the rain. Then his face goes pale. "The children." Arcos pushes past me, running through the bomb's carnage to the shattered glass door. "They're going to kill my grandchildren," he shouts back. "Where are the children?" I ask Severo. "What children? We found none." Cursing, I chase Arcos. "I hid them," he says over his shoulder to me as he sprints down the castle's hall. He's fast for an old man, but the gravity slows us till we start using our hands on the walls and ceiling, using grav boots to take the long halls. We launch around corner after corner, and when he touches the head of a stone griffin and a steel wall falls away to reveal a hidden passage, I smell blood. 2 corpses lie on the other side of the passage, one grey, one obsidian. I push past Arcos and fly ahead, pulling myself down a series of stairs via handholds in the ceiling till I find myself before 2 doors. I open one. Just the storeroom. I open another and let my razor slither into my hand. "Tactus," I say slowly. His back is to me. 3 obsidian bodies lie around him, their blood making a pool about his shoes. His razor coils in his hand, hardening as he stands with his head lowered in a room of children and women. Blood slithers down the mercurial blade. When I came, Arcos hid the children from me here. Some gold, some silver, some pink and brown. Tactus could kill half of them with a lazy swing of his razor before we reached them. Tactus, remember your brothers, I say to him, looking at the children. My brothers are shits. He laughs coarsely, voice sounding strange. Said I should get out of your shadow. Mother calls me the mighty servant. Did you know that? Children sob in the corner. One buries her face in her mother's lap. The women are not armed. These are not warriors like Victra and Mustang. A brown nursemaid covers a gold child's eyes. I hear Arcos in the tunnel behind me. Lune's orders are wrong, I say to Tactus. She asked me if I could fill your place, Reaper, Tactus says quietly. Said she didn't think I could. Said I was so long in your shadow that she didn't know if I would ever be more than an echo of you. I told her I could do anything you could do. Tactus, she's evil. Is she? He spits blood on the ground, still not facing me. They say the same thing about you. They wonder who you think you are to do what you do, to challenge the men and women you challenge. They wonder what right you have. We all have a right to challenge. That's the point. The point? Was there a point? He asks. I was never told. You took me for granted, never telling me anything. Just as I'm doing with Rogue. Always whispering with others, dismissing me like I'm a fool. You're just like her. Your mother. He says nothing. Arcos edges in beside me. I put a hand out to stop him. Would you kill them if Augustus told you to? Tactus asks me, turning slightly. No, I say. I'd rather die. I didn't think so. She was right. I am the mighty servant. I open my hands to him. I don't know what I'm to do now, Tactus. That's a first. He laughs bitterly, voice slurring slightly. Hardly. I didn't know what to do when I whipped you, I say. At the Institute. I didn't want to lose you from my army because of your talents. But I couldn't not punish you. Talents, talents, talents. Then that's the difference between us. Tactus's voice thickens further. Because if it had been my army, I would have killed your arrogant ass. He turns more, and I see the hints of the ruin the bombs made of his face. You know what happens if you kill any of them. He nods to me, then to the Rage Knight, as if saying it'll either be one or the other that does him. I'm not sorry I took Lysander, you know. I don't think you're ever sorry for much. Not sorry. He chuckles and dips a toe in the blood surrounding him. But I think I shouldn't have done it. I was testing you at the Institute, but I wanted to see what you'd do. If you were worth following. Was I? You know that answer. Am I still? He nods. Always. Saying it so pathetically, that it feels like my heart has been pulled into my throat. He's a traitor, a liar, a cheat. Yet I see a friend. I want to fix him and make him whole. What am I doing? I have to put him down. But I've done that before with Titus. That cycle erodes us. Death begets death, begets death, and evermore. What if I let you live? I ask suddenly, drawing a confused, frantic glance from Tactus. Of course he doesn't understand forgiveness. What if I let you come back? What? What if I forgave you? You're lying. He turns more, and I see the full measure of what the bomb did to him. His nose is crooked, broken. The rest looks like a cherry stripped of its skin. My friend. I'm not lying. I did not put my faith in Tactus once, and I lost him. Now I will. I'll take the same leap I ask him to take. I step forward. I know there's good in you. I saw your face when those children were killed at the gala. You're not a monster. Come back to me. You would be one of my lieutenants again, Tactus. I would give you a legion to lead when we take Mars. You'll carry one of my standards. But you can't wear that ugly armor. It is uncomfortable, he wheezes with a slight smile. But Sevra, Roque, Victor, they miss you. I lie. Drop your razor and come back to my army. I promise you will be safe. The razor dips in his hand. One of the children spares a smile at his younger siblings, a hopeful smile. Just leave the children alone, and all is forgiven. I mean it. Deep in my heart, I mean it. We all make mistakes, he says. We all make mistakes. Just come back. I won't hurt you. I drop my own razor. Neither will Arcos. I stare at Arcos till he nods his weathered head in complicity. I want to come home, Tactus murmurs quietly, pain in his voice. I want to come home. Then come home. Tactus's razor clatters to the floor, and he falls to a knee in front of me. He's rasping from pain. Relief floods the room. The children start crying again from the torturous shift from death to life. The caretakers hug their charges, tears making lines on their faces. I go forward to Tactus and motion him upward to clasp my arm. He wraps me in a frantic hug and sobs into me, body shaking, bloody features painting my armor. I'm sorry, he says 12 times. He's weeping hard into my shoulder, clasping tight. His face is such a ruin. And I hug him. Exhaustion fills me. His sadness is like a weight that nearly drives me to tears. Yet I'm buoyed by the strange feelings of having him back, standing with me, gripping me. It's a humbling thing, knowing someone cannot live without you, knowing that though they've betrayed you, they wish for nothing but absolution. And as he clenches my back, I wrap my arms around his armor and try not to cry myself. Even the cruel feel pain. Even the cruel can change. I hope this changes him. He could do so much. If only he would learn. In so many ways, he is the embodiment of his race. And so if Taktus can change, gold can change. They must be broken, but then they must be given a chance. I think that's what Io would have wanted in the end. When, at last, his sobs are done and we part, he stands at my side, loyal as a puppy, looking to me subtly for signs of affection. His hands tremble from the pain of his wounds, yet he watches in silence with Arcos and me as the children, high and low alike, file upward out of the hidden bunker with their caretakers. Pebble comes down to giddily tell us Roke is wrapping up the space engagement. Seeing Taktus's wounds, she pales. I tell her to fetch a yellow. Soon, Lorne, Taktus and I are left alone in the basement. Lorne looks over to us. Now that the children are gone, consequences. His hands flash faster than a hummingbird's wings. An iron dagger appears, lurches forward 4 times into Taktus's armpit, where the armor is the weakest. I rush to stop Lorne, but it's already done. He twists like he's wringing a towel, severing the artery, an old man killing a young one. Taktus's ruined face wrenches with pain, and he gasps as though he knew justice would finally find him in the end. Lorne leaves, and I hold my friend as he dies, his eyes fading to some distant place, where perhaps he'll find that peace Roke always wished for him. Chapter 30. Gathering Storm. How long till we reach the rendezvous? I ask Orion on the command deck. Except for our attendants, we are alone in front of the viewports of the Pax, watching my ships cross through space. The newest additions to our fledgling armada are painted white and carry Lorne's angry-faced purple griffin. With them fly the black and blue and silver warships captured from Kellan Aubellona above Europa. Oranges and reds crawl over the exteriors of the metal monsters, mending the holes made by Leechcraft and preparing them for the siege of Mars. 3 days till Hildas Station. The other ships will have beaten us there, Dominus. Cavax and Daxo approach from behind. I turn to them and gesture out the repaired windows to the 10 ships of Kellan Aubellona. Thank you for the presents, I say. Your plan, your spoils, Cavax declares. With us taking a percentage, naturally, Daxo adds, smooth as ever, raising his swirling golden eyebrows. 50% finder's fee. I glance at him with amusement. Well, 30%, because Pax liked you. 10%, Cavax booms. I cock my head. You're a poor negotiator, Praetor. He shrugs amiably and points in joy to jellybeans on the ground. He tosses Sophocles down, encouraging him to vanquish them all. 20. Daxo splays his hands, movements always seeming to belong to a thinner, more bookish man. That is fair, no? We lost 160 house greys and 3 obsidians. Then 30% to compensate you. For friends. 3 ships! What a haggle! Cavax proclaims. What a haggle! Sometimes a man needs a good haggle. He claps me on the back, making the joints crack again. If only we had caught Aja, that'd be a spoil to divide. She fled into the sea, unfortunately. I gesture to Ragnar, who stands at the edge of the bridge. Heard he did well. Pale and tall, He continues looking at me from behind his beard and runic tattoos, appearing as devoid of emotions as Kavax and Daxo are full of them. The leader of his boarding party was killed. So were the lieutenants. Lots of heads smashed. They ran into some of Kellen's friends, Kavax says dourly, as he rummages through his pockets for his impatient fox, who claws at his leg for more jelly beans. I don't have any more, my little prince. He smiles up at me hopefully. Do you have any jelly beans? No. Sorry. Ragnar there took command. Did himself well, Daxo says. Took command? I ask. Kavax explains. There was a kill squad of Peerless. Half a dozen Bologna blade dancers, real noble boys, carved up all our golds and most of the obsidians. The Stained there collected the surviving greys and a few obsidians and managed to get the ship. Any of these blade dancers survive? No. Ragnar looks at the ground again as if expecting a reprimand. Well done, my goodman, I say instead. Both Kavax and Daxo squint at the familiarity. Worth it to see Ragnar surprise me with a smile, a broad, yellow-toothed grin. Do you think he could do more? I ask. Daxo hesitates. What do you mean? Could he lead Absenta Gold? Daxo and Kavax share a worried glance. What would be the benefit in that? Daxo asks. I could send him places I could not send golds. There is no such place. Kavax crosses his arms. I go too far. I smile to placate him. Of course. Just a theory. The mind wanders from time to time. I clap Kavax on the shoulder and they depart together for their own ship. You overstepped, Orion says. I beg your pardon. You have ears. I look down, searching the pale blue tattoos on her dark skin as if the math there holds the key to understanding her mind. You're observant for a blue. Because I know how the world works outside my digital sync. Comes from working the docks, Dominus. When you're at the bottom, you have to notice everything. Which docks? I ask. Phobos. Father was a docker, born outside the sects. Died when I was small. A young girl has to be on her toes if she wants to grow big in the hive dock cities. It's the only way to beat the monsters. It's not the only way, I say. No? She asks, surprised. You can always become a monster too. Orion turns from the viewport to look up at me. Fierce intelligence burns behind her arctic eyes. And there's the beauty of space. A billion paths to choose. I'm spared from replying when the Comblue calls from the pit. Dominus, we've an assault shuttle inbound. It's Virginia au Augustus. Chapter 31. Coup. Father's captured, she says to me as she storms down the ramp from her smoking ship. She's flanked by several obsidian bodyguards in battle-scarred armor. A dozen Greys exit the shuttle behind them, Sun Hua from Luna at their head. They're all lurcher mercenaries, plain and dangerous, the Jackal's hunters. Severo eyes them warily. Around us, hundreds of ripwings and a dozen storks sit parked in the bay, large enough a place to swallow all of Lycos's common and her townships. Oranges clamor about the craft, preparing maintenance checks before the eventual invasion of Mars. I greet Mustang with my own coterie. Lorne, Severo, the Howlers, Victra, and Ragnar. Roke did not respond to my summons. I want to rush forward to embrace Mustang, but she's in a rage, spittle flying out of her mouth, dark circles ringing angry eyes. Exhaustion pulls at her face. Pliny has begun a coup. He arrested my brother. My aunt is dead and her children murdered, along with 6 of our praetors. More than 20 of my father's bannermen have sworn new oaths of fealty, and we've lost control of the fleet. I ask Mustang if she's injured. Injured? She sneers the word, as if that could matter. They killed my men. We came upon the Academy in stealth, and as soon as I launched my Leechcraft toward the space station and the training ships, a Bellona fleet emerged from behind an asteroid and destroyed every one of my Leechcraft. 10,000 men. Dead. They didn't have to do it. They had enough guns on us that we could do nothing but surrender. It was merciless. Sounds like Karnas, I guess. She nods. And Pliny. They didn't lead the Bellona on a goose chase. They led them straight into my operation. Why didn't Pliny just kill you? Severo asks. A man like Pliny craves legitimacy, Lorne says from my side, nodding in greeting to Mustang. If she thinks his presence here strange, she doesn't let on. It's his nature. He came to you beforehand, didn't he? Mustang shares a disgusted look with my mentor. The pixie had me put under guard in my quarters as he took my captured fleet to Hildas. During the journey, he came to me and showed me the holo footage of my father's failed raid on Ganymede. She shudders in anger. And he said that though my house had fallen to ruin, he would not see my bloodline ended. The sovereign and he had come to an arrangement. If he could provide her with peace, then she would provide him with position, legitimacy, and a prize of his choosing. So he batted his pretty lashes at me as my father's ships burned on the Hollow, and said he would divorce his wife and allow me the honor of taking his hand in marriage. I say nothing. The howlers rumble discontentedly. And your response? Victra asks. Mustang ignores her. He said he always had his eye on me. She reaches into a pocket, pulls something out, and drops it onto the floor. So I took one of his. Severo cackles with Harpy. Lorne makes a sound of disapproval, like he has any ground to stand on in matters of cruelty. It is good to see you again, Rage Knight, Mustang says. I'm sorry you were drawn into this, but we need you now more than ever. I'm beginning to see that. Where's your brother? I ask Mustang, looking up from the eye. Captured. There's more that should be said. She glances at the oranges and the greys in the hangar. In private. Of course. We'll continue in the war room. I begin. In due time, Darrow. Grandfatherly concern spreads across Lorne's face as he turns to Mustang. My lady, you've been through a trial. Perhaps you should find rest and we could... The howlers and I back away from Lorne. Rest! Mustang's voice rises. Why would I need rest? My mistake, Lorne says politely. Theodora, I call. She slips forward. Coffee, stims, and food in the war room. Enough for 10. I remember the 2 Telemanuses. Make it 20. She laughs accidentally. Yes, Dominus. Theodora steps aside to call her staff. Mustang jerks her head at the ship. Just going to let it sit there? Chief, I call to the orange in charge of the hangar deck. Grease stains his beard. He saunters up, wiping burly hands on his orange greasers. Put that ship at the airlock. It can be salvaged, the orange says. I look to Mustang. Did you escape, or did they let you escape? I don't know. My brother was the one who saved me. His own ship was caught helping mine escape. The Jackal is full of surprises. What if there's a bomb in it? Severo asks, staring at the ship uncomfortably. It won't be a bomb, I say. Pliny wants me still, and he wants Darrow for the Sovereign. But more so, he wants your fleet, Darrow. When it didn't show up at Hildos, he must have realized that you'd been warned, or that you were waiting for a code confirmation that he didn't know. And he figured if anyone would know where I was, it'd be you. So tracking me is how he will find this fleet, Mustang says. Lorne looks back and forth at us. When did you two discuss this? Just now, Mustang says, confused at the question. Severo claps Lorne on the shoulder. Don't worry, you're not senile, they're just odd. Lorne stares at Severo's dirty hand. The fingerless glove is covered with mashed potatoes and bran gravy. Severo's broad smile fades, and he sheepishly withdraws his hand. I turn back to the orange. Put it out the airlock, fast like. He seems hesitant, keeps rolling onto the balls of his feet. Unless you've a better idea. He scratches his head, looking worriedly with all the gold faces staring at him. The deckhands watch the exchange furtively. Out with it, Severo barks. Sure. Well, I could put it out the lock, Dominus. Or, I could find the scanners and the radiated material, if they went that route. We got some clever nuts and bolts here. Could find 'em out, and I could put 'em all in a long-range scout, no problem. Might do nice to let Pliny's hounds go barking in the wrong direction, yeah? What is your name and world? I ask. Dominus... He blinks heavily. Scyther's my name. Luna. 3 girls. Wife works in the Center for Automotive Development. So we have... I cut him off. Do this right, and we'll bring them to Mars and put them up on the Citadel staff, Scyther. You have 10 minutes. Yes, sir. He wheels to his men excitedly. I lead Mustang and my coterie to the lifts. Pliny said he killed you. She whispers as we walk. Aja and a Bellona fleet waited for us, like we thought they would. I grin sideways at her, then pull up my datapad. Orion, take command of the fleet. I want us far from this sector before we have more company. Severo, summon the Telemanosus. I want them in the... Severo? I look around for him. He's loitering around Pliny's eyeball some 20 meters back. We turn to look at him, and he shuffles his feet awkwardly. Can I... He gestures to it. What? Mustang asks. Can I have it? Mustang squints at him. All yours. He scoops up the eyeball and jams it into his pocket, grinning merrily. He runs to catch up. Collecting the set, hopefully. Chapter 32. Die Young. Mustang insisted on seeing Tactus before the meeting. Theodora guides us. We find Roke sitting by his body in the ship's medbay. The way he sits with his hands clasped together, you'd think Tactus might still have a chance at life. Perhaps in some other world, where men like Lorne don't exist. He's been here since Europa, Theodora says quietly. You didn't tell me he was down here, I say. He asked me not to. You're my servant, Theodora. And he's your friend, Dominus. Mustang nudges me. Stop being an ass. Can't you see she's as exhausted as he is? I look at Theodora. Mustang's right. You should get some sleep, Theodora. A prime idea, I think, Dominus. Always lovely to see you, Domina, Theodora says to Mustang, before shooting me a cross look. Master has been rather moody in your absence. Mustang watches Theodora glide out. You were lucky with her. She gently touches Roke's shoulder. His eyes flutter open. Virginia. They grew close in the year we all spent in the Citadel together. Neither could ever get me to join them at the opera. It's not that I wasn't interested in the music. Lorne simply demanded time. She squeezes his hand. How are you? Better than Tactus. He glances at me. I wager he'd say more if I weren't here. He sees Mustang's state of disarray, brow creasing in worry. What went wrong? Once we tell him, he gently runs a hand through his wavy hair. Well, that is bad. I never thought Pliny would ever be so thoroughly bold. We're meeting in 10 to discuss plans, I say. Roke ignores me. I'm sorry about your father and brother, Virginia. They're still alive, I hope. She looks to Tactus, and her face quiets. I'm sorry about Tactus. He went as he lived, Roke says. Only wish he could have lived longer. You think he would have changed? Mustang asks. He was always our friend, Roke says. It was our responsibility to help him try, even if it was like hugging a flame. He looks at me momentarily. You know I didn't want him to die, I say. I wanted him to come back with us. Just as you wanted to catch Aja, Roke says, snorting at my expression. I told you why I did that. Naturally. She kills our friend. She kills Quinn. But we let her walk away for the grander scheme. Everything costs something, Dara. Perhaps you'll soon tire of making your friends pay. That's not fair, Mustang says quickly. You know it's not. What I know is we're running out of friends, Roke replies. Not all of us are as tough as the Reaper. Not all of us want to be warriors. Of course, Roke thinks this life is a choice of mine. His own childhood was one of leisure and reading, spent going back and forth between his family estate in New Thebes and the highlands of Mars. His parents didn't believe in enhanced learning uploads, so they hired Violets and Whites to teach him pedagogically, walking and talking in peaceful pastures and beside still lakes. Tactus didn't sell the violin, Roke says after a moment. The one Darrow gave him? Yes, the Stradivarian. He sold it, then felt so guilty he didn't let the sale finalize with the auction house, made them cancel the order. He was practicing in private, shaking off some of the rust. Said he wanted to surprise you with a sonata, Darrow. The heaviness in me deepens. Tactus was always my friend. He just got lost in trying to be the man his family wanted him to be, when all along his friends loved the man he already was. Mustang puts a hand on my lower back, knowing what I'm thinking. Roke leans down now to kiss Tactus once on the cheek and to give him a benediction. Better to go into that other world in the full glory of some passion than to fade and wither with age. Live fast, die young, my wayward friend. Roke walks away, leaving Mustang and me alone with Tactus. You have to fix that, she says of Roke. Fix it before you've lost him." "I know," I say. "Soon as I fix 100 other things." We sit in the war room in full council, around a grand wooden table. Coffee cups and trays of food litter it. Mustang sits at my side, boots up on the table as ever, while she explains what went wrong with her father's mission. Kavax leans forward precariously in his seat, terrified at the idea of Augustus suffering defeat. He wrings his hands nervously, so distressed that Daxo takes Sophocles from his lap and hands him to an uncomfortable Victra. Mustang's voice fills the room, and the hollow Pliny gave her comes to life above the table. A brigade of corvettes rockets silently through space toward the famed shipyards of Ganymede that ring the industrial moon of mottled green, blue, and swirling white. He dispatched a lurcher squad of Greys concealed in the belly of 2 tankers. They disabled 3 of the defensive platform's nuclear reactors. Then my father came in hard with his Ripwings and corvettes, as is his way, burning engines and dropping munitions before curling back around. It was a treasure trove, some 17 destroyers and 4 dreadnoughts in dry dock, most near or at completion. Supposing the ships to be manned by skeleton crews, he boarded them simultaneously. He even commanded the Leechcraft that boarded the Moonbreaker with his 2 Stained. But the ships were not manned by skeleton crews. There were no crews at all. Instead, they were loaded with Praetorians, Grey Lurcher squads, and Olympic Knights. "And he surrendered?" Kavax asks in panic. Mustang laughs. "My father? He nearly cut his way free. He killed the Hearth Knight, then he ran into some of our old friends." The hollow shows Augustus flowing through 12 Greys like a man wading through stalks of high, dry grass. His razor sings and shrieks, sparking against the walls, sliding through men and armor till he meets another man in armor, the shade of flame. The Hearth Knight. There's a flurry of tight lunges, and then red mist. A head thumps to the ground. Then 2 men appear, one in a sun-crested helm, the other, Fitchner, in his wolf-head helm. Together the men kill the Stained and put Augustus bleeding on the ground. Lorne looks over at me. "Lady, Mustang, who was the man in the sun-crested armor?" She's silent. "That's the armor of the Morning Knight," I answer. "Cassius. They must have mended his arm, or given him a new one." Mustang continues. "Julii ships were also there." She looks at Victra. "They finished my father's forces off." Severo glares at Victra, taking Sophocles from her as though she couldn't even be trusted with the fox. "Do you feel awkward? You should." "We've been over this," Victra says, sounding quite bored with the accusations. "My mother was threatened by the Sovereign. She's not political. She cares about money and little else." "So she doesn't care about loyalty?" Mustang asks. "Interesting." "Pfah! Agrippina's a wicked bitch," Kavax grumbles. "Always has been." "Careful, large one," Victra warns. "She's still my mother." Kavax crosses his burly arms. "Apologies. That she is your mother." "And how do we know you're not in collusion with them, Victra?" Daxo asks softly. "Perhaps you spy. Perhaps you wait. How do you trust her loyalty, Darrow? She could easily have sent word." Mustang looks at me. I was wondering that myself. "Why do I trust you, Daxo? Or you, Kavax?" I ask. Either of you would be in prime shape. Earn pardons, earn more territories and monies if you delivered my head to the sovereign. And your heart to Cassius's mother, Sevro reminds me. Thank you, Sevro. Here to help. He grabs a drumstick off the table's spread and feeds it to Sophocles. Considering, he takes a bite himself, saying something quietly to the fox. I trust Victra for the same reason I trust any of you. Friendship, I say, managing to look away from Sevro. Friendship? Ha! Mustang sets her coffee cup down loudly. I'll be blunt. I don't trust a Julii farther than I could throw one. That's because you're intimidated by me, little girl. Mustang sits up straighter. Little? I have a decade on you, darling. One day you'll look back at yourself and laugh. Was I really so foolish, so simple? Additionally, you're not very tall, so I'll call you little. I don't catfight, Mustang says coldly. I don't trust you because I don't know you. All I know is your mother's reputation is not apolitical. She's a schemer, a briber. My father knew it, I know it, you know it. Yes, to a degree, my mother is a schemer, and so am I, and so are you. But if there's one thing I am not, it is a liar. I've never told a lie, and I never will. Unlike some people. The arch of eyebrows makes it quite clear what she means. Bad apples spawn bad seeds, Darrow, Daxo warns. Put your feelings aside on this one. She was raised by a dangerous woman. There's no need to mistreat her, but we can't have her in this council. I would encourage you to place her in quarters till this is over. Yes. Kavax raps the table with his knotted knuckles. Agreed. Bad seeds. I can't believe you lured me into this mess, Darrow, Lorne mutters. He looks out of place here. Too old, too grey to be party to squabbling. Can't even trust your own counsel. Crumpy? Low blood sugar, perhaps? Sevro tosses him the half-gnawed drumstick. Lorne lets it flop against the table, unimpressed by the display. We would hear your wisdom, Arcos, Kavax says respectfully. I would listen to your counselors, Darrow. Lorne pops his knotted fingers. I've got scars older than them, but they aren't completely naive. Better safe than sorry. Confine Victra to her quarters. You don't even know me, Arcos, Victra protests, finally pulled out of her chair. You see the warrior in her now, flaring just beneath the cultured calm. This is an affront to me. I was fighting with Darrow when you were still cowering in your floating castle, pretending it's AD 1200. Time does not prove one's loyalty. Lorne scoffs and runs a finger along a scar on his forearm. Scars do. You took those fighting for the Sovereign. You were her sword. How much blood did you draw for her? How many men did you watch burn at the side of the Ash Lord? Do not speak of Rhea to me, girl. Victra's teeth glimmer in a cruel smile. So there is a rage knight beneath the wrinkles and moth-bitten rags. Lorne surveys her, seeing the wrathfulness of youth in her, and he looks to me, as if to wonder just what sort of man brings golds like Tactus and Victra to his side. Does he even know me? His eyes ask. No, he's realizing. Of course not. Honor in the first, honor in the last. Those are my family words. Whereas you, young lady, well, the name Julii does not exactly lift one to nobler purpose, does it? You're just traders. My name has nothing to do with who I am. Snakes beget snakes, Lorne replies, not even looking at her now. Your mother was a snake. She begat you, ergo you are a snake. And what do snakes do, my dear? They slither. They wait, cold-blooded, cruel in the grass, and then they bite. We could ransom her, Severus says. Threaten to kill her, unless Agrippina joins us, or at least stops pissing all over our plans. You're a sinister little shit, aren't you? Victor asks. I'm gold, bitch! What do you expect? Warm milk and cookies just because I'm pocket-sized? Roke clears his throat, drawing eyes. It seems we are being unfair. Hypocritical, even, he observes. All here know my family is full of politicians. Some of you might even think I come from noble blood and noble seed. But we, Fabii, are a dishonest breed. Mother's a senator who lines her pockets with agricultural funds and low-colour medical subsidies so she can live in more homes than her mother did. My paternal grandfather poisoned his own nephew over a violet starlet a quarter his age, who ended up stabbing him and blinding herself when she discovered he killed the nephew, her lover. But that's nothing next to my great-great-uncle, who fed servants to lampreys because he read Emperor Tiberius pioneered the strange passion. Yet here I am, spawn of all that sin, and I wager no one here questions my loyalty. Why, then, do we doubt Victress? She has remained steadfast to Darrow since the academy. None of you were there. None of you know anything about it, so I insist you shut your mouths. Even when our mother demanded she abandon Darrow and Augustus, she stayed. Even when the Praetorians came to kill us on Luna, she stayed. Now she is here, when we are little more than a ragtag coalition of bandits, and you question her. You disgust me. It makes me sad to be among you bickerers. So if another man or woman questions her loyalty, I will lose faith in this fellowship, and I will leave. Victor's smile for him is like a sunrise, creeping, slow, then blindingly bright. It disappears slower than I thought it might have. The warmth in her surprises Roke as well, and his fair cheeks are quick to flush. I am not my mother, Victor announces, or my sister. My ships are mine. My men are mine. Her wide-set eyes are cool, almost sleepy, but they flash as she leans forward now. Trust me, and you will find reward. But all that matters is what Darrow thinks. All eyes turn to me in my silence. In truth, I was not thinking about Victor, but about Tactus, and wondering how easily he could tell that I kept him at arm's length. When I showed him love at first, and he rejected the violin, I grew embarrassed and hurt. So I pulled back. Better if I'd been true to how I felt and stayed the course. His walls would have broken. He never would have left. He could still be here. I'll not make the same mistake again, least of all to Victor. I reached out to her in the hall, and I will do so in this company. Chance made us golds, I say. We could have been born any other color. Chance put us in our families, but we choose our friends. Victor chose me, I chose her, like I chose all of you. And if we cannot trust our friends, I look to Roke plaintively, seeking absolution in his eyes. Then what's the point in breathing? I look back to Victra. Her eyes say 1,000 things, and the jackal's words come back to me as he lay burned on his bed from the bomb. Victra loves me. Could it really be so simple? She does all these things not for the Julii way of gain and profit, but for that simple human emotion. I wonder, could I ever love her? No. No, in another world, Mustang would never be a warrior, would never be cruel. In any world, Victra would always be this. Always a warrior. Like Io, really. Always too wild and full of fire to find peace in anything else. Mustang notices something pass between Victra and me. "Then it's settled," Mustang says. "Back to the matter at hand. Pliny waits now with the main fleet. There he has brought all of my father's bannermen to compose a document of formal surrender to the sovereign and a restructuring of Mars. The deal, as far as I understand it, will make him the head of his own house. He, along with the Julii and the Bellona, will be the powers on Mars. Once the peace is agreed upon, it will be sealed with the execution of my father in the courtyard of our citadel in Aegea." Mustang looks around the table, letting gravity build behind her words. "If we do not rescue my father, this war is done. The Moon Lords will not come to our aid. In fact, they will send ships against us. Vespasian's forces from Neptune will turn around. We will be alone against the entire society. And we will die." "Good. That makes things simple," I say. "We take back our fleet, then we take back Mars. Any ideas?" Chapter 33. A Dance. I sleep with a dream of the past. My hand curled in the tendrils of her hair. About us, the veil lay quiet in slumber. Even the children did not yet stir. The birds rested on knotted limbs in the pinewood nearby, and I heard nothing but her breath and the crackling of the old fire. The bed smelled of her. No scent of flowers or perfume, just the earthy musk of her skin, of the oils in her hair around my hands, of her hot breath as it warmed my cheek. Her hair was of our planet. It was wild like mine, dirty like mine, red like mine. A bird outside croons loudly, incessantly, louder, louder. And I wake and hear someone at my door. Kicking aside sweaty sheets, I sit up on the edge of the mattress. Visual. A hollow appears of Mustang in the hall. I rise up instinctively to let her in, but when I reach the door, I pause. We have our plan. There's nothing left to discuss at this hour, nothing from which any good would come. I watch her on the hollow, shifting foot to foot, something in her hands. If I let her in, it'll just cost us both in the end. I've already hurt Rogue, already killed Quinn and Tactus and Pax. Bringing her close now would be selfish. The very best. She survives this war and she learns the truth about me. I back away from the door. Darrow, stop being an arse and let me in. My hand chooses for me. Her hair is wet and loose, her uniform replaced by a black kimono. How fragile she seems next to Ragnar, who lurks in the hall. Told you, she says to Ragnar. To me, she says, knew you'd be awake. Ragnar here was being stubborn, said you needed to sleep, and he wouldn't take the food I brought him. Do you need something? I ask, more coldly than I intended. Her feet make a show of shuffling nervously. I'm afraid of the dark. She pushes past me. Ragnar watches this, eyes giving nothing away. I told you to go to bed, Ragnar. He does not move. Ragnar, if I'm not safe here, I'm not safe anywhere. Go to bed. I sleep with my eyes open, Dominus. Really? Yes. Well, do it in your bunk, Stained. That's an order. I say, hating the master's words as soon as they come from my mouth. Reluctantly, he nods his head and slips silently down the hall. I watch him go as the door hisses closed. I turn to find Mustang inspecting my suite. It's more wood and stone than metal. The walls carved and worked with woodland scenes. Strange the efforts these people go to in order to make themselves feel part of history and not a piece of the future. Severo must be pissed he's not the only one lurking behind you anymore. Severo's grown up a bit since you last saw him. He even sleeps in beds. She laughs at that. Well, Ragnar was so adamant I go away that I thought you might have company. You know I don't use pinks. It's big, she says of the suite. 6 rooms for little old you. Aren't you going to offer me something to drink? Would you... No, thank you. She tells the room's controls to play music. Mozart. But you really don't like music, do you? Not this sort. It's... stuffy. Stuffy? Mozart was a rebel, a brigand of monolithic genius, a breaker of all that was stuffy. I shrug. Maybe, but then the stuffy people got a hold of him. You're such a hayseed sometimes. I thought that Theodora would have managed to feed you some culture. So what do you like then? She runs her hands along a carving of an elk leading its herd. Not that electronic madness the Howlers thump their heads to, I hope. Makes sense that the Greens came up with that. It's like listening to a robot having a seizure. Have much experience with robots? I ask, as she moves around the Victory armor in a room off to the side of the entry hall. The Sovereign gave it to the Ash Lord when he burned Rhea. Mustang's fingers play over the frost-hued metal. Father's Oranges and Greens had a few robots in their engineering labs. Ancient, rusted things that Father had refurbished and put in the museums. She laughs to herself. He used to take me back there when I wore dresses and my mother was still alive. Absolutely detested the things. I remember Mother laughing about his paranoia, especially when Adrius tried restarting one of the combat models from Eurasia. Father was convinced that robots would have overthrown man and now rule the solar system if Earth's empires had never been destroyed. I snort out a laugh. What? She asks. I snicker quietly. I'm trying to imagine the great Arch-Governor Augustus having nightmares of robots. A louder bout of laughter seizes me. Does he suppose they'd want more oil, more vacation time? Mustang watches me, amused. Are you all right? I'm fine. My laughter fades. I hold my stomach. I'm fine. I can't stop grinning. Is he afraid of aliens, too? I never asked him. She taps the armor. But they're out there, you know. I stare at her. That's not in the archives. Oh, no. I mean, we've never found any. But the Drake-Roddenberry equation suggests the mathematic probability is n equals r star times fp times ne times fl times fi times fc times l, where r star is the average rate of star formation in our galaxy, where fp is the fraction of those stars that have planets. You're not even listening anymore. What do you suppose they would think of us? I asked. Of man. I suppose they would think we're beautiful, strange, and inexplicably horrible to one another. She points down a hall. Is that the training room? She flips off her slippers and walks away down a marble hall, casting a look back at me over her shoulder. I follow. Lights come mutedly to life as we pass. She slips ahead faster than I care to follow. I find her moments later in the center of the circular training room. The white mat is soft under my feet. Carvings line the wooden walls. "The house of Grimace is an old one," she says, pointing to a frieze of a man in armor. "You can see the Ash Lord's first ancestor there, Seneca Aur Grimace, the first Gold to touch land in the Iron Reign that took the American eastern seaboard, after one of Cassius's ancestors, forget his name, broke through the Atlantic fleet. Then there is Vitalia Aur Grimace, the Great Witch, right there." She turns to me. "Do you even know the history of the things you try to break?" "It was Scipio Aur Bellona who defeated the Atlantic fleet." "Was it?" she asks. "I've studied the history," I say, "just as well as you." "But you stand apart from it, don't you?" She paces around me. "You always have. Like you're an outsider looking in. It was growing up away from all this on your parents' asteroid mine that did the trick, wasn't it? That's why you can ask a question like, what would aliens think of us?" "You're just as much an outsider as I am. I've read your dissertations." "You have?" She's surprised. "Believe it or not, I can read, too." I shake my head. It's like everyone forgets I only missed one question on the Institute's Slang Smarts test. "Ew! You missed a question?" She wrinkles her nose as she picks a practice razor from a bench. "I suppose that's why you weren't in Minerva." How did Pax manage to get picked by House Minerva, by the way? I've always wondered. He wasn't exactly a scholar. "How did Roke end up in Mars?" She replies with a shrug. "Each of us have hidden depths. Now, Pax wasn't as bright as Daxo is, but wisdom is found in the heart, not the head. Pax taught me that." She smiles distantly. "The one grace my father gave me after my mother died was letting me visit the Telemanus estate. He kept Adrius and me apart to make assassination of his heirs more difficult. I was lucky to be near them, though if I hadn't been, maybe Pax wouldn't have been quite so loyal. Maybe he wouldn't have asked to be in Minerva. Maybe he'd be alive." "Sorry." Shaking away the sadness, she looks back to me with a tight smile. "What did you think of my dissertations?" "Which one?" "Surprise me." "The insects of specialization." Snap! A practice razor slaps into my arm, stinging the flesh. I yelp in surprise. "What the hell?" Mustang stands there looking innocent, swishing the practice blade back and forth. "I was making sure you were paying attention." "Paying attention? I was answering your question." She shrugs. "All right. Perhaps I just wanted to hit you." She lashes at me again. I dodge. "Why?" "No particular reason." She swings. I dodge. "But they say even a fool learns something once it hits him." "Don't quote." She slashes. I twist aside. "Homer, to me?" "Why is that dissertation your favorite?" She asks coolly, swinging at me again. The practice razor has no edge, but it is as hard as a wooden cane. I leave my feet, twisting sideways out of the way like a Lycos tumbler. "Because—" I dodge another. "When you're on your heels, you're a liar. On your toes, you spit truth." She swings again. "Now spit." She hits my kneecap. I roll away, trying to reach the other practice razors, but she keeps me from them with a flurry of swings. "Spit!" "I liked it." I jump backward. Because you said specialization makes us limited, simple insects. A fact from which gold is not immune. She stops attacking and stares accusatorially, and I realize I've fallen into a trap. If you agree with that, then why do you insist on making yourself only a warrior? It's what I am. It's what you are? She laughs. You who trust Victra, a Julii, you who trusted Tactus, who let an orange give strategic recommendations, you who give command of your ship to a docker and keep an entourage of bronzes. She waves a finger at me. Don't be a hypocrite now, Darrow our Andromedus. If you're going to tell everyone else they can choose their destiny, then you damn well better do the same. She's too smart to lie to. That's why I'm so ill at ease around her when she asks me questions, when she probes things I can't explain. There's no explainable motivation to so many of my actions, if I am really an Andromedus who grew up in my gold parents' asteroid mining colony. My history is hollow to her. My drive confusing. If I was born of gold. This must all look like ambition, like bloodlust. And without Io, it would be. That look, Mustang says, taking a step back from me. Where do you go when you look at me like that? The color slips from her face, retreating into her as her smile slackens. Is it Victra? Victra? I almost laugh. No. Then her. The girl you lost. I say nothing. She's never pried. She's never asked about Io, not when we shared time together after the Institute, when I was a rising lancer. Not when we rode horses at our family's estate, or walked through the gardens, or dove in the coral reefs. I thought she must have forgotten I whispered the name of another girl as I lay with her in the Institute's snows. How stupid of me. How could she forget? How could it not linger there inside her, forcing her to wonder as she lay with her head on my chest, listening to my heart beat, if it didn't belong to another girl. A dead girl. Silence isn't the answer right now, Darrow. After a moment, she leaves me alone in the room. Sands from her feet fade. The Mozart disappears. I chase after her, reaching her before she finds the door to the hall. I grab her wrist. She flings me off. Stop it! I reel back, startled. Why do you do this? She asks. Why do you pull me back if you're just going to push me away? Her fists ball like she wants to strike me. It's not fair. Do you understand that? I'm not like you. I can't just shut off like you do. I don't shut off. You shut me off after that speech about Victra, about the importance of friends. She snaps her fingers in front of my face. You can still cut me away like that. You care and then you don't. Maybe that's why he likes you so much. He? My father. He doesn't like me. How could he not? You are him. I back away from her and find rest on the edge of the bed. I'm not like your father. I know, she says, releasing some of her anger. That's not fair to you, but you will become him if you follow this path alone. She puts her hand on the door controls. So ask me to stay. How can I let her? If she gives me her heart, I'll break it. My lie is too great to build a love upon. When she discovers what I am, she will reject me. Even if she could survive that, I would not. I look at my hands as if the answer is there. Darrow, ask me to stay. When I look up, she is gone. Chapter 34. Blood Brothers. Lorne's scouts capture the camel vessel as it brings foodstuffs to Pliny's fleet gathered around Hilda's station, a star-shaped hub of trade and communications on the fringes of the asteroid belt between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. For 15 hours, I hide with Roke, Victra, Severo, the Howlers, the Telemanuses, Lorne, Mustang, and Ragnar, among boxes and crates of vacuum-sealed protofiber meals. Ragnar crushed the first box he sat on, sending meals scattering everywhere, before he left the humid cargo bay for the Sub-Zero freezer unit. Severo cuts open a half-dozen of the meals and nibbles throughout the journey, sharing with the Telemanuses and his Howlers, while Roke sits speaking with Victra in the corner. Mustang leans against Daxo, sharing stories with Kavax about Pax. She avoids my gaze. I tried apologizing before we boarded the ship, but she cut me off fast-like. Nothing to apologize about. We're adults. Let's not sulk and bicker like children. There's things to be done. The words grow colder as I roll them over and over again through my mind. Lorne nudges me with his boot. Try to be less obvious, boy. You're staring. It's complicated. Love and war. Same coin, different sides. I'm too wrinkled for either. Maybe war will breathe some life into your old bones. Well, I tried love last month. He leans closer. Didn't work like it used to. Too honest, Lorne. I can't help but laugh. He grunts and adjusts himself on the boxes, groaning audibly as something pops in his back. So that's the reason for all this. Helping poor old man Lorne get his fix of war. His anger is not yet dissipated, nor do I expect it to. Let me return the favor to you. The key today will be tact. The praetors, legates, and bannermen you attempt to woo are not fools, and they do not suffer fools. Pliny has given them valid argument. He's aligned their interest with his. You must counter with the same. Pliny is a leech, I say. A liar as much as you're an honest man. And that makes him dangerous. Liars make the best promises. Lorne plays with his griffin ring, no doubt thinking of the beast and of the grandchildren on his ships in the fleet. He brought his whole household off Europa, 3 million men and women of all colors. I could not leave them, he told me when I noted the size of his fleet as we left that water moon. Octavia would come and burn the home while we're away. So they left their floating cities and set to the stars. The civilians will separate from my fleet soon, hiding in the infinite black space between the planets. His 3 surviving daughters-in-law will guide them. And Pliny has the power of the sovereign behind him, Lorne continues. It will be difficult to dissuade them. Speaking of the sovereign, I noticed that you have something of hers. The Pax? No, smaller, though not much smaller. The Stained that was here. Ragnar, if that's its name, Lorne says. His name, I say. He was meant to be a gift for the Julii for betraying Augustus. Saw it in the Citadel's arena once. Scary as some of the creatures that hide in Europa's seas. He might be an obsidian, but he's still a man. Biologically, maybe. But he's bred for one thing. Don't forget that. You treat your own servants kindly. I expect you to treat mine the same. I treat people kindly. Pinks, browns, reds are people. Your Ragnar is a weapon. He chose me. Tools don't choose. Have it your way, but know the consequences. Lorne shrugs and mutters something further under his breath. Say what you want to say. You will fall to ruin because you believe that exceptions to the rule make new rules. That an evil man can shed the trappings of wickedness just because you want him to. Men do not change. That is why I killed the Wrath Boy. Learn the lesson now so you don't have to learn it with a knife in your back later. The colors exist for a reason. Reputations exist for a reason. For the first time, he seems small and old to me. It's not his wrinkles. It's what he says. He is a relic. Thoughts like his belong to the age I'm trying to destroy. He can't help what he believes. He's not seen what I've seen. He's not come from where I've been. He had no Io to push him, no dancer to guide him, no Mustang to give him hope. He grew up in a society where love and trust are as scarce as grass in the Helian waste. But he's always wanted both. He's like a man planting seeds, watching them grow into trees, only for his neighbors to cut them down. It'll be different this time. And if all goes well, I will give him back a grandson. You taught me once, Lorne. I'm a better man for it. But now it's my turn to teach you. Men can change. Sometimes they have to fall, sometimes they have to leap. I pat his knee and gain my feet. Before you die, you'll realize it was a mistake to kill Tactus, because you never gave him the chance to believe he was a good man. I find Ragnar lying on the ground in the freezer unit, at home in the bitter chill. His shirt is off, so I see the frightening angles of his tattooed body. Runes everywhere. Protection over his back, malice over hands, mother over his throat, father over his feet, sister behind his ears, the mysterious skull marks of stained upon his face. Ragnar, I say, sitting. Not much for company, are you? He shakes his head. The white ponytail curls on the floor. Eyes like stains of pitch stare at me, measuring. Second eyes, tattoos on the backs of his eyelids, are strange. Pupils like those of a dragon or a snake, so that when he blinks, his animal soul sees into the world around. I sit watching him, wondering how to say what I want to say. Obsidians are the most alien of the colors. By offering me stains, you are bound to me. What does that mean to you? It means I obey. Unconditionally? He does not answer. If I asked you to kill your sister or your brother, are you asking me this? It is hypothetical. He does not understand the notion when I explain it. Why plan? He asks. You plan, you decide. I do, or I do not. There is no plan. He considers his next words carefully. Mortals who plan die 1,000 times. We who obey die but once. What is it that you want? I ask. He doesn't stir. I'm speaking to you, Stained. Want. He chuckles. What is want? The derision in his voice comes from a deeper place than our godless realm. He's alien here because we grow his kind in worlds of ice and monsters and ancient gods. We get what we pay for. You name it, so you think I know it. Want. Don't play games with me, and I won't play games with you, Ragnar. I wait a moment longer. Must I repeat myself? Gold plans, gold wants. He rumbles slowly. Time between each sentence. Wanting is your heartbeat. We of the All-Mother do not want. We obey. On your knees? And he says nothing in reply, so I continue. You once wore shackles, Ragnar. Now the shackles don't weigh you down. So, what do you want? He doesn't respond. Is it petulance? Surely you want something. You struck off the shackles of others, and seek to bind me with the shackles like your own, your wants, your dreams. I do not want. He says it again. I do not dream. I am stained, destined by All-Mother Death to deliver her promise. His face shows me nothing, but I feel petulance in the man. Did you not know? I examine him warily. You make yourself look dumber than you really are. Good. He sits up swiftly, before I even have time to move back. Bloody damn, he's fast. He takes out a knife and very quickly cuts his palm. When I offered stains, I bound myself to you, forever, till nothing. I know this is their way, and I know what horrors he went through to gain the title of Stained. He is not a man of half oaths or half measures. To be an obsidian is to know misery. To be a Stained is to be misery. And it is to angle themselves one way in life, to serve their golden gods, like myself, if they are so lucky. We take their strong, we leave their weak. We send Violet with tech to make lightning shows on hillsides. We sow famine, then descend with food. We send plagues, then bless them with yellows to heal their sick and cure their blind. We have carvers seed monsters in their oceans, and griffins and dragons in their mountains. And when we are displeased, we destroy their cities with bombardments from orbit. We make ourselves their gods. And then we bring them into our world to serve our greedy aims. We want, they obey. How could Ragnar ever be what I need him to be? What if I wanted you to be free? He flinches back, eyes expressing a deep fear. Freedom drowns. Then learn to swim. I set a hand on his massive shoulder, muscles like rocks beneath his skin. One brother to the other. We are not brothers, Sunborn, he says, his voice wavering. You are master. Do you not understand? I obey, you command. I tell him he chose me for his master. I did not take him, as he thinks. And it was he, not I, who commanded the assault team that took Kellan Albalona's ship. He did that. There was no gold to guide him, no gold to make him a leader, but that alone is not enough. What would Io say to him? What would Dancer say? Our color is the same, I tell him. He doesn't understand, so I cut my finger. Red blood comes out, and I smear this on the black sigils that mark his color on his hands. Then I take his blood and smear it over the gold on the back of my hands. brothers. All water, all flesh, all made from and bound for the dirt. I do not understand, he says fearfully, actually scooting back and away from me, till I have cornered him like a little child. We are not the same. You are from the sun. I am not. I was born 6 inches from the dirt. Ragnar Valaris, I release you from my service, whether you like it or not. I will not let you be bound. I will not let you be led. You stay in this icebox till you're man enough to decide what you want. You shoot yourself in the head, you freeze yourself to death, go ahead. But whatever you do, it'll be because you chose to do it. Perhaps you'll choose to follow me. Perhaps you'll choose to kill me. Whatever it is you decide, you must decide for yourself. He stares at me, eyes wide with terror. Why? He rumbles. Why do you shame me? In all the worlds, no man would reject a stained. I choose to offer myself and you spit on me. What have I done? When you offer yourself, you offer your brothers and sisters and people into slavery as well. You do not know. Ragnar seethes. We live to serve. If we do not, gold will end us. We will be no more. I have seen fire rain from the sky. Centuries ago, in the Dark Revolt, the Golds killed more than 9/10 of his colour, exterminated them like culling a population of predators. That is the only history they know, the one we give them. Fear. The history of men is kept from you, Ragnar. The Golds teach you that you have always been slaves, that obsidians exist to serve, to kill. But there was a time before gold, where man was free. Every man? He asks. Every man. Every woman. You were not born to serve gold. No, he rumbles. You tempt me. You bait me. I have seen this before. I have seen false words meant to trick. The true words are known to me, to us. Our mothers teach them. Fear and serve the men of gold, or they will come with iron from the sky. Gold will treat you with fire of the sunborn, for they are not bound by love, not bound by fear, not bound to earth, but to sky and sun. Fear and serve the men of gold. I do not serve them. Because you are one of them. What have I told you I was not? He stares at me. No answer. No movement. Nothing. Just confusion. And so I tell him. I tell him in that freezer what Dancer told me in the penthouse. We have been deceived. I had a wife, I tell him. They took her from me. They hanged her. They made me pull her feet so that her neck would break and she would not suffer. I killed myself after that, burying her, letting them win, letting them hang me. I drowned in grief. I tell him how the suns came from me. And Ares gave me a second chance. The same chance you now have to rise. For 700 years we have been enslaved, Ragnar. Your people, my people. We have languished in darkness. But there will come a day when we walk in the light. It will not come from their mercy. It will not come by fate. It will come when brave hearts rise and choose to break the chains, to live for more. You must choose for yourself. Will you choose the hard path? Will you choose to be my friend? Will you rise with me? Or will you go as all who have gone before, never knowing what might have been? I leave after that. I do not swear him to silence. I do not demand an answer. Dancer demanded none from me. I had to make the choice. If I had not, if I had been forced into service, then I would have given up 1,000 times. Slaves do not have the bravery of free men. That is why golds lie to low reds and make them think they are brave. That is why they lie to obsidians and make them think it is an honor to serve gods. Easier than the truth. Yet it takes only one truth to bring a kingdom of lies crashing down. Ragnar must join me, because red alone will not be enough. Chapter 35. Tea time. Our disguise in the camel ship holds as we approached the fleet around Hildos station, aiming for what was once Augustus's flagship, now Pliny's, Invictus. Rip wings fly silently past us, requesting clearance codes. Our pilot sends the codes, and we are escorted to join a procession of supply ships that funnel into the Invictus's hangar, like caravan traders lining up outside the grand gates of some desert citadel. Guns track us as we taxi. We land with a thud. The pilot pops open the aft bay doors, and I mine-hop from the ship down to the hangar's floor. Instead of greeting brown haulers like she might have expected, the orange docker looks up from her datapad to see a war party in full armoured panoply, armed to the teeth. Without hesitation, she sits down, wanting no part of this. Severo laughs and pats her on the head. Wiser than gold. A circus of ships fills the bay. Lights glow down from the high ceiling. Oranges and reds scuttle about. Welding torches sizzle against hulls. Men and women shout at one another. My fellows follow me, walking through the hangar toward the lifts where we can access the rest of the ship. As we walk, silence spreads like wildfire. Welding torches cease to sizzle. Men no longer call out. They simply stare. I stalk forward in the front with Lorne. Mustang and Cavaxar Telemanus flank us. Roke follows with Severo and Daxo. Victra comes next with the Howlers. And then behind them all, like some sort of pale giant shepherd, comes Ragnar. He chose to join us from the freezer. We exchange a look, and in one nod I know I have a new general for the rebellion. I swell with confidence. Not a soul protests our movement, though by our attire they know we do not come for peaceful talks. My armor is black, carved with roaring lions. A thin pulse shield flickers over it. On my left arm, my aegis activates, its opaque blue surface drinking in the light. My white razor slithers on my arm. Our boots make the sound of hail on the metal decks. I dispatch Pebble to have our green squads crash the ship's communication system. A copper sees us and makes a deal of playing with his datapad. Ragnar slips up to him, touches his shoulder hard enough to push the man to his knees. No! We enter the lift and the guts of the ship without a shot being fired. We take the lift to the deck one above the command level. The lift doors open, bringing us face to face with a squad of grey Marines. Captain, you're to accompany Virginia Au Augustus to the engineering bay, I say to the grey. His eyes appreciate the gravity of the situation. After barely a hesitation, he salutes. His confused men fall in behind Mustang and the Telemanuses as they head off at a trot. The ship alarm begins to wail. The Howlers go to the engines and life support systems as my own force continues 3 decks up, heading not for the command deck, where Pliny will be hosting his new allies, but for the brig. Roke, Victra, Lorne, Severo, and Ragnar slip in through the doors, subduing the guards before I even enter. The prisoners, some 40 peerless Augustus loyalists, are imprisoned in small duraglass cells. Severo walks past each, freeing the men and women inside with a data key as he goes. "Thank the Reaper," he says to each, repeating it 4 times to a towering old peerless woman till she finally realizes she's not getting out till she plays his little game. They each roll their eyes and say thank you. "What a good, abnormally tall and decrepit peerless you are. Excellent," Severo says, and lets the woman out. "Lorne, I found a possible bedmate." He pauses before he comes before the jackal's glass cage. "What do I spy with my little eye?" Severo happily crows. "Wait! I have 2 again!" "Let me out." The jackal replies flatly. "I'm not playing your game, Goblin." "Thank the Reaper, and the name's Severo, you know that." The jackal rolls his eyes. "Thank you, Reaper." "Bow like a good servant." "No." "Just let him out," Lorne grumbles. "He has to play my game," Severo says. "Shithead isn't getting out till he plays nice. I'll give him a riddle instead. What do I have in my pocket?" I grow tired of the game, so behind his back I point to my eye. "An eyeball," the jackal says. "Gory, dammit, who told you?" Roke takes the key from Severo's hand and scans it over the cell's console. The jackal joins us. "Grow up, Severo," Roke mutters. "The hell is your problem?" Severo asks. "We need to take our time anyway. Can't let me have a little bit of fun." We take our time so Pliny can fear our actions. He must suspect the loyalty of most of the crew, but no doubt he has a contingent of bought and paid-for soldiers on board. Mercenaries, most likely. He'll hide behind them like a shield. "Where's your father?" I asked the jackal. "I don't know," he says. "I don't believe he's on the ship. My sister make it to you safely?" "She found us." "Good," he says, turning quickly to acknowledge Lorne. "A pleasure, Arcos. My father forbade me from reading your exploits as a child. Still, I managed. Tales of old Stoneside kept me up late into the night." "As did your performance at the Institute," Lorne replies, with a small smile for me. "I was afraid to close my eyes after seeing your campaign." The jackal chuckles. "Seems your mission was a success on Europa, Darrow. They sprang the trap as we hoped, and Aja escaped. Then let's go fix this problem and get on with our war." Roke looks back and forth between us, perhaps noting the familiarity with which we speak. Yet another thing I never told him. The gulf grows. We meet Mustang in the low-color gallery during lunch hours. Hundreds of orange deckhands and electricians mingle with the red factory workers and brown janitors. The buzz of conversation and the clatter of plastic trays on metal tables falters as soon as Ragnar enters the galley. Dead silence, except for an overexcited brown janitor who screams at the top of his lungs. His comrades quickly cover his mouth. Ragnar walks to the center of the room and moves one of the tables without waiting for the low colors to get up. Pulling it free of its metal bolts, he drags it screeching across the metal floor, low colors still sitting on the attached benches. They stay motionless, eyes huge and terrified and utterly confused at the sight of my cadre of 50 golds. The Telemanuses follow Ragnar, carrying between father and son a circular metal device 1 meter thick, 2 meters in diameter. The purpose of their trip to the engineering bay. Their arms are covered by armor, but the veins of their necks bulge under its weight. Mustang guides them, looking at her datapad. "Here," she says. They drop it where she points. The Greys follow, carrying a huge battery unit, which they set on top of a nearby table. "Alice, make some noise," I say into my comm. "Pardon me, excuse me, sorry," Pebbles says, waving her pudgy little hands. She takes a cable from the battery unit and attaches it to the disk. There's a crackle as the ship's speakers activate. "Pliny," a voice calls sweetly. I look around for Severo and see him at a terminal with two of the Greens. "Severo!" Mustang and I snap. He holds up a finger for us to wait. "He's on the comm," one of the Greens jabbers out sincerely. "Just a sec." "Dear Pliny," Severo sings over the comm. "If your heart beats like a drum and your legs a little wet, it's 'cause the Reaper's come to collect a little debt." He sings this 3 times until Ragnar throws a table into the console. Sparks shower out. Severo looks up slowly at the table hanging over his head. It missed by inches. He wheels around. "What the gory piss and shit is your damage, you overreacting mountain troll?" "Rhyming." Ragnar makes an uncomfortable groaning sound. "You found him," Mustang mutters as we share a look. "Which one?" I ask, as Severo curses the Stained out in every compound manner he knows, adding the crux for good measure. "You squawk like a chicken," Ragnar says in reply. "He can't insult me," Severo says aghast. He looks at me. "Control him!" I wash my hands of it. "If I may suggest continuing," Lorne says. "Right. Serious faces, everyone." Helmets slide from armor to cover our skulls. I see thermal readings, power levels in the digital display. "Prime it," I tell Mustang. She activates the Leechcraft thermal drill. It's meant to burrow through the outer hull of a ship and create a breach large enough for a boarding party to pour through. So carving through the floor of a ship is nothing. And we're only 1 deck above the command rooms. I jump atop the drill. Momentum is everything to a helldiver, to military endeavors, to life. Keep moving and dare someone to get in your path. "You know what I said earlier?" Lorne asks me. "About tact?" I ask. He grins evilly behind his beard. "Slag tact. Terrify them." I look at Mustang. "Burn." She presses a button. The drill glows red. Heat radiates up into me, spreads along the floor. Low colors flow away, abandoning their food, fleeing the room as the floor sags and melts like sand pouring down an hourglass. The drill falls through the dripping deck into the command room beneath, with me riding on its back. A helldiver again, if only for a moment. It slams into the middle of Augustus's great wooden table, sheaving through and impacting like a meteor into the marble floor, still melting. I cut the power cord with my razor and rise amid the smoke and steam and leaping flames as the table catches fire. 100 ghouls of the society stare up at me. Praetors, legates, justiciars and knights of powerful houses stand with their razors drawn. All once loyal to Augustus, all now under Pliny's thumb. Going with the wind, as they say. And there he is, at the head of the long table, his face fast paling. Beautiful, clever Pliny. One eye left, the other sporting a temporary bionic replacement. At his right sits one of the sovereign's furies, the Politico Moira. Compared with Aja, she's a puffy pastry of a woman. But her sweet smile is half again as sinister as her sister's razor. Beside her is an Olympic knight, the Storm Knight from the Japanese Isles of Earth. "My goodman!" I bellow through the voice amplifier in my helmet. I have come for Pliny. I jump down from the drill, helmet rippling back into my armor so they can see my face. I walk toward him. My friends follow through the hole. Arcos first, then Mustang and Severo. You said he was dead! Someone to my left snarls, razor half pulled. Lorn Arcos, murmurs another. His name rips through the place as Severo and Rogue secure the doors leading into the room. And Kavax al Telemanos! Kavax booms wildly as he lands. Guess Pax had to learn it somewhere. The Reaper is not dead, Mustang says, hopping down from the drill. Nor am I. Nor is my brother. And we have come to reclaim what belongs to our father. These peerless don't know what to do. Liars, Pliny cries. You betrayed the Arch-Governor. Seized the traitors. Lorn makes a simple proclamation. If anyone comes within 2 meters of Darrow, I kill everyone in this room. They don't seem eager to call his bluff. The men I walk between jump backward. Lorn's reputation carves a hole for me, straight to Pliny. I don't break pace. Pliny, I say, we must speak. Kill him! Pliny screams. Kill the Reaper! A young man lurches forward and dies as his neighbor stabs him in the back. The neighbor looks fearfully to Lorn. 2.3 meters, Lorn says. Close. Kill him! Pliny shouts futilely. He's just a boy! I speak quietly, but all can hear. Pliny our Velocitor, you are a traitor to Arch-Governor Nero Augustus. You have conspired to destroy his house, to forcibly marry his daughter, to kill his son, and betray him to the sovereign who has set herself against him. Your master raised you up, and you tried to tear him down. You have betrayed his trust, all for personal gain. Worst of all, you have failed. Stop him! Pliny screams now, wildly gesticulating at me. Moira! Moira whispers to the Storm Knight, and both step to the side. You're supposed to be dead, Pliny mutters. Arja said she would kill you on Europa. And who do you know that can kill me? I say, that ridiculous gold rage building in my voice so that it might impress all these hungry souls. The Jackal failed, Antonia Aus Severus Julii failed, Proctor's Apollo and Jupiter failed, Cassius au Bellona failed, Carnus failed, Cagni failed, Asia au Grimus and her Praetorians failed. The hangman failed. The mines and pit vipers failed. And now you fail. That's when I slip forward, faster than a striking pit viper, and slap him across the face. He pitches sideways out of his seat like a leaf battered by the wind, careening into a gold who stood to the side. She spits on him and moves for me. You are but a worm who thought himself a serpent just because you slither. But your power was not real, Pliny. It was all a dream. Time now to wake. Pliny scrambles to his feet, pushing himself away from me. His carefully combed hair is a mess, and redness swells on his right cheek. I spin him around and slap him again, harder. He's startled, doesn't know what to do. He was not taken from his bed during his first day at the Institute and beaten by Obsidians. He did not ride upon the snow-crusted beaches at the head of an armored column. He did not starve. So now all he can do is scramble and cry. I seize him with my hands, raise him high into the air. But I hurt him no more. I will not demean the moment with cruelty like Carnus or Titus would. My condescension is my weapon. I set Pliny back in the arch-governor's chair. I buff his dragonfly pin, straighten his hair like a kindly mother, pat him on his tear-stained cheek, and extend my hand, which bears my House Mars ring. He kisses it without me asking. Goodbye, Pliny. I leave you to your friends. I walk away, the eyes of all these peerless following me, abandoning Pliny. I hear a slurping sound and do not turn because I know what razors sound like when they kill. They didn't even wait. Pliny is forgotten. These peerless thump their chests in salute to me. The monsters. They go with the wind, chasing power. But they don't realize power doesn't shift. Power is resolute. It is the mountain, not the wind. To shift so easily is to lose trust. And trust is what has kept me alive. Trust in my friends, and their trust in me. The sovereign knows this. It is why she keeps her furies close. They would die for her, as my friends would die for me. Because, in the end, what does all the power in all the worlds matter if your closest friends can betray you? The sovereign's father learned that when his daughter took his head. Pliny learned at the price of his life. I forgot it, distanced myself from my friends, and nearly lost everything because of it when Tactus felt as overshadowed and alienated with me as he did with his brothers. It is why I started fresh with Victra, why I told Ragnar the truth, why I must make amends with Lorn and Roke. Trust is why Red will have a chance. We are a people bound by song and dance and families and kinship. These people are allies only because they think they must be. I look at them now, and I know they are so stern and so rigid that they will break and shatter against one another, not because of me, but because of what they are. I float on my graph boots, pausing to say, "Tell all who will hear, the Reaper sails to Mars, and he calls for an iron rain." Chapter 36. Lord of War. Power is the crown that eats the head, the Jackal said to me as we planned the invasion. He spoke in reference to Octavio, but the truth reaches further than that. These Gauls have had power for so long. Look how they act. Look what they want. They jump at the chance for war. They come from near, from far, ships racing to join my armada as they learn that I have called for an iron rain, the first in 20 years. I used the Jackal to spread the news, along with footage of Pliny's fall. Many of them are second sons and daughters who will not inherit their parents' estates, warmongers, duelists, and glory-hungry, and each bring their attendants of greys and obsidians. The worlds of the society wait with bated breath to see what happens today. If we lose, the sovereign rules on. If we win, complete civil war. No world can stand apart. Legions marshal within my ship as my armada gathers around the dock moon of Phobos. I carry my razor curved as a sling blade. Crooked and cruel, it is my scepter. My iron House Mars ring tightens as I flex my hand and stare through the viewports. The Pegasus bounces against my chest. I cannot see my enemy, Bellona and much of the Sovereign's local fleets, but they lie between me and my planet. The Sovereign's ancient Ash Lord comes fast from the core to aid with his Scepter Armada, but he is still a week away. He cannot help the Bellona today. My blues watch me, and my generals, of Victra au Juliae's personal fleet, who abandoned her mother's forces, of House Arcos, of House Telemanos, and the bannermen of Augustus. Mars is green and blue and pocked with shielded cities. White caps mark her poles. Blue oceans stretch along her equator. Fields of grass, along with thick forests, coat her surface. Clouds swirl about her, a curtain shift to hide her sparkling shielded cities. And there are guns. Great stations in the deserts, around the cities, where ship-killing railguns point to the sky. My thoughts dip below the surface of the planet. I wonder what my mother is doing now. Is she making breakfast? Do they know what comes? Will they even feel it when we do? My fingers don't tremble even on the brink of battle. My breath is even. I was born to a family of helldivers. I was born to a bloodline of dust and toil, born to serve the goals. I was born to this velocity. Yet, I am terrified. Mickey carved me to be a god of war, but why do I feel like such a boy standing in silly armor? Why do I want to be 5 years old again, before my father died, sharing the bed with Kieran, listening to him talk in his sleep? I turn to the sea of gold faces. This race. What a beautiful monster. They carry all of humanity's strengths except one: empathy. They can change, I know that. Perhaps not now, perhaps not in 4 generations. But it begins today. The end of their golden age. Shatter the Bellona, weaken gold. Drive the civil war to Luna itself and destroy the sovereign. Then Ares will rise. I don't want to be here. I want to be home, with her, with my child who never was. But can't be. I feel the tide inside me go out, bearing old wounds. This is for you, I tell her. For the world you should have lived in. And so I return to my part, feeding these wolves. In the fading days of autumn, I say, voice loud and bold, the Reds who mine the bedrock of Mars wear masks of happy ghouls to celebrate the dead claimed by the red soil, to honor their memories and subdue their spirits. We Oriat took those masks and made them our own. We gave them the faces of legend and myth to remind ourselves that there is no evil, no good, no gods, no demons. There is only man. There is only this world. Death comes for us all. But how will we shout into the wind? How will we be remembered? I pull off one of my gloves and cut my palm very shallowly. I clench my fist till the blood coats my skin and then press my hand to my face. Make your blood proud long after death claims you. There's the stump of feet, just one. Luna is the new Earth. It rules us and makes us bow and scrape. Our sacrifice means its gain. Again, the weak hold back the strong. After today, when we take the 1,000 cities of Mars, our ranks will swell. The Galilean lords will swear for us. The governors of Saturn will bow to us. Neptune will come with her ships, and we will cut off the leech that is Octavia Aulun. And make a tyrant king. It makes so much sense to them. I don't know how. A tyrant for a tyrant? How do they find inspiration from this? Men always have. Another stomp. Every moment today will be captured by the holocams we've given you. like it was at the Institute, and when I took the Pax. The Jackal's idea. Each moment will be remembered. If you win glory, it will be spread among the HCs of every world. If you shame yourself or your family, it will not fade with your death. I looked to Ragnar, as though he were my headsman. Lorne rolls his eyes at the dramatic flair. We will remember. Stomp. The cities are to be taken. The golds who will not bend, killed. The low colours protected. We will not collapse the mines. We will not rape her cities and despoil her verdant grounds. We are to capture the bounty of Mars. We do not want to take her corpse. She is home to many of you, so harm only the pest that destroys her from within. And when the glory of the day is over, when you wipe the blood from your sword and give the cloth to your sons and daughters, so they will remember you were party to one of the greatest battles since the fall of Earth, remember, you have made your own destiny. It was not given to you by the sovereign. It was not given to you by a governor. You took it, like our ancestors took the worlds. We are the second conquerors. Now there's the roar. I hate how my body shivers at the idea of glory. There's something deep in man that hungers for this. But I think it weakness, not strength, to abandon decency for that strange, darker spirit. I look at the Jackal to the side of the bridge. He has little importance on this day. He has done his work bringing all these men and women here. He has muddled communications and sown false information, leading much of the Sovereign's aid to the Bellona, scattered, chasing false rumours of elements of my fleet sneaking off to attack Luna. A ploy, only. My forces are all here. Quite the puppet master you play, the Jackal whispers to me as we wait for the whites to enter the bridge behind the waiting golds. Severo scoots closer to me, as if to remind the Jackal of his place. You made most of the strings. I never thanked you. I say quietly back to him. His plain face wrinkles with distaste. Must we become sentimental? You helped Mustang escape. That's why Pliny caught you. He never mentioned it, never boasted or used it as leverage. It was the simple act of a brother helping a sister. I shrug. And you tried your damnedest to save Quinn. Maybe you're a better man than you know. He laughs that barking laugh of his. Doubtful. But tomorrow a traitor will be king, and an empress shall be a traitor. So maybe wicked men can be virtuous. I look out of the viewport. Are your satellites ready? For the virus? He nods. My greens will shut down all communications as soon as you give the word. For 15 minutes it will be quiet as death for everyone. Their global and regional defense units won't have surveillance or sensors. Time enough to shatter most of the static positions. He looks at his feet, as though suddenly self-conscious. Save my father, if you can. Severo shifts, annoyed at our whispering. I will. I'd rather Augustus rot forever in a hole in the ground, but I need him once Mars is taken. Despite what I can do, I'm not a governor or a king. I need his legitimacy, as Theodora reminded me last night. Without it, I'm just an arm with a razor. And you're sure about Aegea? He asks. About the prize? Otherwise it's reckless. 100%, I reply. Good. Good. Prime luck then, Reaper. He moves away. Replacing me already? Severo snorts, watching him go. He's got one hand, you've got one eye. I have a type. The ceremonies continue. 200 golds bend their knees as the whites walk through their ranks. I try to think it a stupid, solemn thing. All these men and women, with their pompous silence and their attention to tradition. But this is the history of mankind in the making, and there is a nobility to the moment. Armor glints against the artificial light. Ethereal whites wander through the ranks, virgin maidens, barefoot in snow-white cloaks, with daggers of iron and laurels of gold. Child whites carry the triangular golden standards, a scepter, a sword, and a scroll crowned with a laurel. I feel hands on my shoulders. I feel their weight. They say this is the way the old conquerors went to battle, with virgins of white wounding them with iron. They touch our brows with the laurel and cut our left palms with the iron as they whisper softly in our ears, "My son, my daughter, now that you bleed, you shall know no fear, no defeat, only victory. Your cowardice seeps from you, your rage burns bright. Rise, warrior of gold, and take with you your color's might." Then each warrior smears the handprint of blood across his face and across the top of his demon-faced helm. One by one we stand in silence. Each gold represents 10 legions. This is the storm that will fall on Mars in a torrent of metal. Millions of golds, greys, and obsidians. We do not fight a planet. We fight men and women. Cut off their heads and see their armies crumble. Lorn reminds us all. The assembly of warriors stands, faces now smeared with blood, and together we recite the names of our chief enemies. Carnus au Bellona, Aja au Grimus, Imperator Tiberius au Bellona, Scipia au Falth, Octavia au Lune, Agrippina au Julii, and Cassius au Bellona. These are wanted lives. In the halls of my enemy, they will recite my name and the names of my friends. He who kills the Reaper will have bounty and renown. Individual hunters and kill groups will scan our comm signals, searching for me. And in packs they will descend, some for single battle. Others for the sly kill of a sniper's bullet. Some will not even participate in the battle for Mars. They are grey mercenaries, freed obsidian bounty hunters, knights of Venus and Mercury, here only for my head, using their family assets, family soldiers, to help them privately stalk me and make their own glory. The Jackal intercepted a communique that 3 of the Olympic Knights are here. They all will have watched me, studied my recordings, my victories, my defeats. And they will know my nature, the nature of my howlers. But I will not know them. Let them come make their introductions. I'm more interested in meeting Cassius. At least, that's what I told Lorn. But he knows that's not true. A deep shame burns in me for how I yelled like a monster at his family. I beat him fairly, but I didn't have to like it as much as I did. Sometimes I wonder if he were raised a red and I a gold, if he wouldn't have ended up a better man than I am now, and I a worse man than he ever could be. For some reason I think I could have been capable of great evil. Maybe that's the guilt. Maybe that's the fear of a life where I never knew Io. I don't know. Or maybe it's the fear of knowing how easily I fall to pride. My warriors disperse back to their own family vessels. I watch out the viewport as 100 shuttles streak away to the great armada we've assembled. Though they know we're here now, our enemies did not expect us to come to Mars so quickly. I turn my attention to my remaining commanders. Orion will lead the packs, and Roke will lead the fleet in conjunction with Victra. I approve of their plan. The rest of my inner circle lingers, except for Mustang, who goes ahead to the hangars. I reach up slightly to thump both the Telemanuses on their shoulders. Pax would have looked brilliant this day. Sophocles curls around Cavax's ankles. My brother always looked brilliant, Daxo says warmly. Silly shouting, trying to be like my father, but brilliant nonetheless. We'll kill Tiberius Albulona, don't you worry. Do I look worried? Both Titans nod their giant heads. Cavax has gone into his battle quiet. He cannot speak except to mumble, so Daxo continues to speak for him. Take care of yourself, Reaper. He shares a look back at the Jackal. We know it's a marriage of necessity, but don't trust him. You know I don't. Do not trust him, Daxo repeats. I trust only friends. We say our goodbyes. Orion's brow is wrinkled in thought. I ask her if anything is the matter as she leans over the scanner display. She's assessing the enemy position in the sink. They noticed us come into orbit an hour ago. We were vulnerable while filtering in, but they remained in defensive formation over Aegea. It is odd, Roke agrees. They cede much of the planet without a fight. Perhaps it'd be better to orient your drop to the south. I want Aegea, I say coldly. We'll be shooting you into the thick, brother. The capital can wait. Seize the other cities and we can take it without assault. Why such a wild rush? If we take the capital, the other cities fall. And many men die. It is war, Roke. Trust me on this one. It's your war. Roke salutes. After catching a glare from Victra, he pulls me close. Fare thee well, Primus. He kisses both my cheeks, surprising me. It's been a long road, I say carefully. And we've miles to go before we sleep. My brother. I clasp the back of his neck and bring his forehead to mine. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I shake my head. For Quinn, for Leah, for the Gala, for 1,000 slights I've laid upon you. You've been my dearest friend. Pulling back, I avoid his eyes. I should have said it earlier, but I was afraid. In what world should you be afraid of me? He asks. I shake my head. Forgive me for everything. We'll make amends later. He claps my shoulder. Prime luck. I leave him. Lorne and I draw up just outside the bridge, where our paths diverge into different halls. He's shaved for war, and he wears his old Rage Knight armor. He looks brilliant, but smells terrible. These old knights are like the Howlers, superstitious and unwilling to wash their gear for fear of washing away whatever luck kept them alive thus far. I've received communiques from many old friends, Lorne says. They side with Bologna. All old men and women? The old have weathered many seasons of the young. There's a twinkle in his eye. But they ask me about you. They ask if the boy warlord is really 4 meters tall. Is he really followed by a wolf pack? Is he a world breaker? And what do you say? I said you are 5 meters tall, you're followed by a midget and a giant, and you eat glass with your eggs. We share a laugh. I don't like that you brought me here. I don't believe you're being the man you want to be. If you survive this, and I don't, be better than the man who tricked his friend." A dull ache grows behind my eyes. It's a plea he makes. Not for me to feel guilty, but because he truly cares. I should be better. I want to be. I am being better in the end. But with the means to reach that end, am I just like all the other lost souls? Am I just another Harmony? Another Titus? "I promise," I say, meaning it even as I intend to hurt him again and again. "Good. Good." He pops his leathery neck. "So, after Aegea, you take the northern hemisphere, I'll take the southern, and we meet back here for whiskey. Deal, my goodman?" I nod. But he still does not separate. He stares at me for a moment and glances down, unable to meet my gaze. Emotion thickens his voice. "Each time I return to my wife, I told her that her boys died well." He fidgets with his ring. "There's no such thing." "Achilles died well." "No. Achilles let his pride and rage consume him, and in the end, an arrow shot by a pixie took him in the foot. There's much to live for besides this. Hopefully you'll grow old enough to realize that Achilles was a gory damn fool, and we're all fools all the more for not realizing he wasn't Homer's hero. He was a warning. I feel like men once knew that." His fingers tap his razor. "It's a cycle. Death begets death begets death. It's been my life. I don't think I should have killed the boy. Your friend." "Why do you say that?" "Because I see the way the rest of them look at you. I think they'd do anything for you because you believe in them." I move suddenly, leaning down to kiss him on his weathered cheek, the way Reds kiss fathers and uncles. "Tactus wouldn't have blamed you. And neither do I. You've another grandson to raise. Maybe you can teach him the peace you couldn't teach me. So do us a favor. Don't die, old man." "Ha!" The grizzled lord laughs, falsely at first, then more forcefully as he turns on a heel. "Ha! They've yet to make a man who can kill old Stonesides." His old knights, craggy men and women, flank him. Not one younger than 70, but I recognize all their faces from the histories of the Moon Rebellion and other great wars. Their friends and former comrades wait for us on Mars. I leave for the hangars, saying a quick farewell to Victra. She calls me back. I feel Rogue watching us. She looks about to say something. The red sun of her black armor weeps blood. Black war paint streaks diagonally across her face. Eyes burning out of it, yet they are vulnerable. Gentle as they search mine for a reflection of what she feels. After today, the name Julii will mean more than money, I say. Her plan will turn the tide of the space battle. I don't care about that. Her fingers touch my breastplate, and I see her lips sliding sharply into that wicked smile of hers. If you die, I want your last thought to be how great a mistake it was to spend all those nights alone in your stateroom at the academy. She flicks my armor, making a pinging noise. What a beautiful mess we could have made of each other. Theodora waits for me in the hall, giving me a look. Oh, shut up. She would have eaten you up and spit you out, Dominus. Why aren't you in the staterooms where it's safe? It's not safe anywhere. Theodora motions me to bend my head. She puts a small red flower clip, the sort a young girl would wear, into my hair. All knights need their tokens, she says, tearing up. Don't be too much a hero. You're too clever to die in a stupid battle. She leaves, squeezing Ragnar's forearm as she passes. I didn't know they were familiar. Ragnar follows along, hanging back like a hesitant shadow as Severo and I speak on the way to the hangars. So it is done, I ask Severo. He shrugs. I sent it. You spoke to him? A HoloNet drop cache, he says. I send a message. They get it. Hopefully. You mean you don't know if they got it? How should I know? I said I sent it, followed protocol. I curse quietly. He whistles that damn tune he sang Pliny. I swat at him. We turn a corner and pass 6 dozen Grey's Special Ops troopers heading for the tubes at a jog. 6 Obsidians follow behind them, opening their palms to Ragnar and me as signs of respect. You see what they're wearing? Sling blades on their armor. Severo smirks over at me. It spreads. Have you thought about what happens if your father is down there? I ask. No, he says, losing a smile. No, I haven't. Chapter 37. War. The forward hangar bay is massive. A giant cave in the belly of my ship, crawling with men and women of all colours. 600 meters in length. Along its left side are hundreds of spit tubes. Each row is accessed by a network of giant causeways where men in star shells can walk. Thousands stand ready to disperse, grouped according to legion. The alarm for battle stations warbles throughout the ship. Orion's voice rasps over the intercom. Beyond the hull, Roke, now the youngest Imperator in 100 years, will be breaking our armada into fleets to engage the Bellona over Mars. Squadrons of Ripwings and Wasps pour forth, blues flying to their deaths, gold squad leaders in their midst, all to carve a hole large enough for the Leechcraft to swarm onto the enemy hulls. Some Praetors hoard their soldiers to fight off enemy waves that make it aboard their ships. Others launch full attacks. It's a gamble either way. Can't think of it. Victra, Roke and Orion have that responsibility. I have my own. I pause, looking out at the hangar. What if Ares isn't real? I ask Severo quietly. What the hell are you talking about? Severo asks. What if it's just a gold trick? Someone pulling strings to make society go the way they need it to go? What if it's all a lie? Severo looks at me for a long moment. Then he hops up on a banister and howls at the top of his lungs down at the hangar bay. The bay howls back. It comes from greys. It comes from obsidians, from oranges. It comes from reds working on tubes. And it comes from the golds who requested transfer to my ship. That's no lie. And that's when I see the standards of the legions fall, replaced with something new. Gone are the pyramids of the society. Gone are the laurel and the scepter and the sword and the scroll. Gone is Augustus's lion. Instead, the high golden standards that the legions carry to battle are peaked with wolves and sling blades. These legions are mine. I feel something buzzing in those around me, a sort of physical fanaticism. It did not buzz in the Golds quite like this. The Golds love me because of the victory and glory I bring. These other colours love me for something far different, something far more potent. Any other conquering gold would have vented the ship, but I did not. Because they chose me instead of the Golds who once were their masters. I gave them that choice. Severo grips my arm. Do you understand that you must fight differently today? I get it, Severo. I try to shake off his hand. You don't. He pulls me to look at him and shoos Ragnar back. Every move you make today will be recorded and broadcast to every part of the solar system. This battle is to make the fleet yours. His voice drops to a harsh whisper. The Sons will spread it. Jackal will spread it. House Augustus will spread it. Act like a god, get followed like a god. Register? Win or lose, this is still Augustus's fleet, I say. Not if he's dead. I assigned Severo to infiltrate the citadel in Nagia, where the Arch-Governor is being held captive. But I did not tell him to kill Augustus. You're not going to kill him, I say with authority. I forbid it. It is necessary. You don't need his legitimacy. Haven't you figured us out yet? Here you get what you take, no matter the right of it. He spits on the ground. You are 20 years old. If you win Mars, Darrow, you become a living god. So when you reveal what you really are, you transcend color. Do I register? Severo has grown wiser since we first met. No doubt about that. But I fear he thinks too much of me. Apollo thought he was a god. Augustus thinks he is. A god is not what I should be. A god is something to serve, something to worship. I've never wanted that. Io never wanted that. Severo will have to learn. This is about freedom. Yet it seems like everyone just wants to follow. Mustang oversees the troop operations today. She floats through the air with Milia, the horse-faced gold we adopted at the Institute. Nearer me saunters an ambling, pitiless gold with a familiar face. I laugh and point him out to Severo, who curses poignantly. Proctor Jupiter? I call to the man. Darling, could that really be you? Who else would it be, you uppity brat? Jupiter comes before me. He's tall, careless in the eyes, hair bound tight, half a foot taller than I. He's a sinful, hedonistic beast of a man with an arrogant streak a kilometre long, and it's clear that he and Ragnar are two misunderstandings away from opening each other up. He eyes the razor wrapped around my forearm, and I see his is worn in the same new fashion. I heard you're the one responsible for the new style. He holds up his arm. I do approve. Bold as a naked prick in an ant nest. Limping still? Severo asks. Shut up, goblin. Jupiter sneers. Taddy dearest had a little duel with Proctor Jupiter here to win the Rage Knight post. Severo smiles. Old man sliced him up the same place I did. Right in the ass. That slippery slag Fitchner is tricky. Jupiter nods grudgingly. Very, very tricky. I have been helping the lady. Jupiter rumbles on, gesturing to Mustang. How so? I ask. Most of the Augustus cities are on communication interdict. Can't get a word out or in. I'm the emissary to those still loyal. Sneak in, sneak out. Been doing it for weeks now and sending word to remote drop caches and the other loyal cities. A whole war's been going on here with her agents and her brothers while you were out stitching together a fleet. It's been nasty, my goodman. So what can you tell me? I ask. Well, Daddy Bellona commands the house fleet against your friends. Cassius and Carnus have been allocated to ground operations inside Aegea. I am going to help you find them and kill them. Jupiter raises his large eyebrows, as though telling us how tedious he finds the chore. "That is the point. Kill the Bologna family members, and all their allies will suddenly wonder why they're fighting, isn't it?" He winks at Severo. "Next best thing to pounding that loon-born sovereign's head in. You sure all Bologna are in Aegea?" Jupiter nods grudgingly. "Last we saw. That was a couple days ago, though, after they brought Augustus down in chains." He airily holds up a finger. "And there was a peculiar series of heavy shuttles that landed last night." I wave a hand, ignoring mention of the shuttles. He squints at me, but I tell him to shut up and get behind me as I meet Mustang and her entourage. "Everything is prepared," she says. "We're awaiting launch orders." She wrinkles her nose as if smelling something foul. "Severo, do watch Jupiter. He tends to shit where he eats." Jupiter yawns. "Pleasure working with you, too." "Melia, lovely to see you washed," I say. "Reaper?" She nods and smiles, an ugly thing on her face. "Still playing with scythes? Warms the heart." "You've a heart?" Severo chuckles. She examines his height. "A full-sized one." She pauses. "I saw Pollux just yesterday on the other side, however. Been sneaking in and out with Jupiter here. You've arranged us all a little reunion. I heard about Tactus. He was a bastard." True enough. I glance at my datapad. We'll be at the launch coordinates in 5. My team disperses. Mustang lingers, face thoughtful. "What's what?" I ask. "Worrying about me already?" "A little," she confides, coming close enough for me to smell the scent of her. "But it's my father. What if they kill him before we even make landfall?" "They won't kill him. They'll need him as a bargaining chip. Or if they've lost, they'll spare him and hope we do the same for all the Bologna family members. You don't kill men as important as him." I reach for her hand to comfort her, but she pulls it away, turning from me. "We have a planet to invade." I watch her go, shouting orders to her men. Chapter 38. The Iron Rain. All I see is metal. I'm one of 1,000 in the honeycomb of spit tubes. Beyond the metal tube, a battle rages. I feel nothing. Not the shudder of the Pax, not the missiles as they range through space to bring silent death. Just the throbbing of my heart. Mickey told me it was the strongest he'd seen in a red, courtesy of the pit viper poison that traced my veins when I was young. It makes my hands shake now as it gallops in my chest. Fear rides in me. Fear of so many things. Fear of letting down my friends, of losing my friends, of telling my friends the truth about what I am. Fear of being unequal to the task before me. Fear caused by doubt, in myself, in my plans for the rebellion. Fear of death. Fear of being lost in the darkness of space beyond the hull. Fear of failing Io, my people, myself. But chiefly, fear of hot metal. Chatter comes over the comms. Perfunctory. The plan is in motion, and I'm nothing but a cog now. The battle is too large for me to take part in all of it. I wanted to lead the Pax from her bridge so I could watch the enemy ships fall to my fleet. But Orion and Roke are better than I am in space. I wanted to be in the Leechcraft, carrying the boarding parties through the breach into enemy hulls. I wanted to storm bridges, repel invaders from my own ship, bounce from destroyer to dreadnought, making them mine. But I will not capture Imperator Bologna. The Titans will do that. In the end, my enemies dictate where I go. I chase, the grand prize. A prize that has been my target since after I left Luna. My true Pegasus pendant is cool against my chest. Eo's hair lies within. Focus on that. On the way her hair moved, drifting on deep mine winds. Focus there. Thinking of her, I am beset with guilt. I like this life. No matter my reluctance to play the gold, no matter the sorrowful excuses I make, part of me is like them. Perhaps I was born to be of two colours. Slag that. Man wasn't born to be any colour. Our rulers decided to relegate us to colours, and they were wrong. Audentes fortuna juvat, darlings, Severo says over a private comm line. I burst out, laughing at the Latin. More fortune favours the bold, crap. Why not just say carpe diem? Because it's tradition to say, do you boys always flirt like this before battle? It is adorable, Victra adds. You should have seen them at the Institute. Love at first howl, Mustang laughs. I saw the clips. What a lovely couple. I hear the smile in Mustang's voice. They even wore matching garments. Stylish, weren't they, Roke? And smelly. I certainly took no notice. Why not? Severo scared the piss out of me. I wasn't looking at what he was wearing. Roke replies, drawing laughs. I thought he'd been bitten by a squirrel and contracted rabies somehow. Roke? Severo calls sweetly. Severo? Hello? Hello? Next time I see you, I'm going to bite you. I must go. Roke's light laughter fades. We're engaging the main enemy element. What are you going to do? Bore them to death with a light poetry reading? Severo again. You're a pricklick, Roke declares playfully. May the Furies guide your swords, and the fates bring you home. Till then, my love is with you all. The profession of love startles the Golds. Roke's comm clicks off, and we can hear him on the main frequency, giving orders to attack an enemy destroyer. What a pixie, Severo mutters, but even a child could catch the tremor in his voice. He's afraid. Hic sunt leones, I say to my friends. Be brave and I'll see you on the other side. Hic sunt leones, they echo, not for Augustus, but because we wish we were brave as lions. One by one, we say our goodbyes. Before I can stop myself, I hail Mustang's private frequency. It takes her 20 seconds to answer. What is it? Hesitation haunts her voice. Stay alive, I say. A pause. Emotion. Annoyance. You too. She closes the comm link. Soon the gears begin to whir and click as I'm loaded into the firing mechanism of the tube. I've acted this whole time like I know what's coming, like I know what the Iron Rain is, but it looms before me like some dark, slavering beast, a mystery, though I've seen its face. I've seen the virtual reality experientials and HC clips. I know what it is the way a child knows flying from watching a bird. Deployment coordinates reached. Roke's voice fills the ears of every Gold in the fleet. Let fall the rain. The whine of the magnetic charge in the tube fills me. I slide forward into the chamber, bracing myself, looking down so I don't snap my neck. Then it fires, and I am claimed by velocity and battle as my stomach fills my throat with bile. I rip through the magnetic stream, out of the ship's tube, into swarming chaos. Fire and lightning rule space. Behemoths of metal belch missiles back and forth, silently pounding one another with all the weapons of man. The silence of it, so eerie, so strange. Great veils of flak explode around the ships, cloaking them in fury, almost like raw cotton tossed into the wind. Ripwings and wasps buzz at one another, pissing streams of gunfire. They nip and slice at carapaces of metal, fighting in a dense giant cloud. In little packs, they slip from their chaotic fights, spiraling silently toward clusters of Leechcraft as the destroyers and carriers launch their troop transports across space in undulating waves. It's a game of boarding parties. Over, under, and through the curtains of flak the Leeches go, seeking a hull to clamber onto so they can pump their deadly cargo into the belly of crucial ships like flies dropping larvae into open wounds. All flown by blues, raised to do only this one thing. Bellona craft passed those of Augustus, waves overlapping, breaking on one another. All in silence. Missiles leap toward the Leeches, racking hulls with detonations. No flames, save where ships are punctured. Leaking oxygen flames like harpooned whales of old Earth would gout blood. Railgun discharges streak through space, tearing through multiple Leeches and smaller fighters at the same time, rending holes in the ranks. Ships rupture forth men and women as both sides target engines, hoping to cripple and capture instead of destroy. Amid the blue and silver enemy fleet, the massive War Child shatters corvettes and torch ships like a cyclops wading through sheep, clubs swinging pendulous and slow. I hold my breath as Victra's destroyer, shielded by two others, slips towards the War Child. She's strafed by railguns, and men of war garland her with missile fire. The Bellona must warrant she's too close to capture because they open another salvo into her softened belly. Yet amid the fire she suffers, the corvette births out a desperate burst of 40 Leechcraft, nearly 10 times her normal complement. We carved her hollow to fit in the additional troop carriers. That is the war party of the Telemanosus. Victra's ship cuts away from the War Child, recklessly plunging into the Bellona formation where her mother's flotilla of ships bearing the bleeding sun support the Bellona Eagles. Victra springs, her second surprise. Her mother switches sides, betraying the Bellona as Victra promised the Jackal and me. Her mother's ships unload more than 200 Leeches amid the core of the Bellona fleet. It is chaos. My Titans land on the hull of the enemy flagship, and soon the War Child is festooned with Leeches. Good luck, Titans. Bellona-friendly Leechcraft redirect toward the War Child to lend aid to the battle that'll clutter her halls with smoke and blood. Ripwings zip past, shooting the landed Leeches, trying to skin them off before they dump their men into the War Child's body. It is an elegant dance of action and reaction and reaction and reaction. I carry on my trajectory, unable to alter it. To my left and right streak thousands of golds and obsidians in armoured starshells, greys in hive pods of 12 each. A rain of men and metal. Amid our current fly large storks, packed with more obsidians and greys. Once we make landfall and secure the beachheads, the massed legions will slip out of the dreadnoughts and carriers on landing craft and pour out behind us. Despite what the Bellona and their allies think, they cannot stop us from landing men. The orbit around the planet is too large. That is why holding the cities is of such importance. They are island fortresses. The only realistic way of seizing them is making landfall and slipping under the 200-meter gap between their disc-shaped shields and the ground. That requires men on the surface, millions of men in coordinated assault. We will establish 100 beachheads, and then our battle will begin in earnest. In the chaos, missiles streak from our star shells. Friendly capital ships deploy screens of flak behind us, and wasps cover our flanks. Enemy wasps manage to swoop in from the sides, strafing us. Dozens in the rain die around me, their armor folding back like burning paper. I hate this. I want to scream. Some do, and we have to cut off their comms. There's nothing I can do. Pray I don't die. Pray my friends don't die. But pray to what? The Golds have no god. We Reds have an old man in the Vale, but he does not help us in this life. He merely waits to shepherd and guard us in the next. My heart rattles in my chest, hyperventilating, tearing out of my own skin. I feel like a boy. I want the comfort of home, mother's soup, the touch of her stern hand, the love that blossomed in me whenever I managed to make her smile. Anything to feel the joy of realizing Io loved me. I long for the cold, quiet nights before love, when it was only lust and hunger, where we would kiss in secret, hearts fluttering, like two little birds realizing they might build a nest together after all. That was what life was supposed to be. Family, first loves, not falling through atmosphere where killers care for nothing more than to fill your body with hot metal before moving on to kill your friends. My mind flees, even as my body acts. The planet grows and grows, till it is a swollen colossus that consumes my vision. I do not know who is dead, who is alive. My display is too busy. We hit the atmosphere, and sound roars back. Halos of colour cocoon my trembling form. To my left and right, the falling soldiers look like raging lightning bugs, jerked out of some carver's fantasy. I admire one to my left. The bronze sun is behind him, and he falls, silhouetting him, immortalizing him in that singular moment. One I know I shall never forget. So that he looks like a Miltonian angel falling with wrath and glory. His exoskeleton sheds its friction armor, as Lucifer might have shed the fetters of heaven, feathers of flame peeling off, fluttering behind. Then a missile slashes the sky, and high-grade explosives christen him mortal once again. The moment we clear the atmosphere, surface gunfire screams up at us, carving holes through our falling swarm. Like a beehive struck, we activate our grav boots and fracture into 1,000 different squadrons, each trying to follow its own coordinates. Enemy Ripwings followed us into the atmosphere, but here we're more maneuverable, and we kill the big fighters with ease. I swoop in on one from behind, with the howlers hot on my tail, and slash it with my razor. I fly off as it spirals down through the clouds, into the ocean below. Anti-aircraft fire screams up at us through the clouds and kills the goal to my right. A howler, though I don't know which till I look at my datapad. Daria the Harpy is dead. Just like that. No sacrifice to save another. No howl of rage at the end. No noble gesture. No emotion. The loyal girl who wore belts of scalps at the Institute, who held Rotback and Screwface in thrall to her strange devices, is gone. A stab of panic goes through me, and I dive through the clouds with the rest of my Legion's vanguard. We streak low over the ocean, where 2 waterships spit up fire. Severo sends 2 missiles, slithering through the air. They detonate, turning into a dozen micro-missiles, which become another dozen each. They detonate like corn kernels over fire. War is chaos. It always has been, but technology makes it worse. It changes the fear. At the Institute, I feared men. I feared what Titus and the Jackal could do to me. You see death coming there, and can at least struggle against it. Here, you don't have such luxury. Modern war is fearing the air, the shadows, fearing the silence. Death will come, and I won't even see it. I slam down on a snow-covered mountain. Clouds of vapor rise as I melt a hole in the white from the heat of my red-hot suit. The rest of my squad lands around me, finding safe harbor on the ground. Roaring down, meteor men from metal monsters. Thump, thump, thump. And the fog of war rises. "Landfall!" I snarl. Severo falls to a knee, pops open his helmet and pukes into the snow. Others join him. Ugly Screwface gasps in sadness. Rotback grips his shoulder. Clown stands guard over them, his red-painted mohawk sideways on his head. Harpy doesn't exist anymore. I didn't know it would be like this. I thought I knew horror. I didn't. More men died in the last minute than I've ever even known. Lorne's fear of war quakes through me. This is war. Chaos. Chance. Death. Severo nods to me, wiping puke from his mouth. Jupiter helps him stand. Strangely, Severo lets him. I look for Mustang's signature on my helmet's datapad. She's alive, with the main element of my force, but we've been separated. I'm with 12 golds and 40 obsidians, specially trained in high-tech military equipment. "Exos off!" I bark at the obsidians. "Omega, guard the perimeter." We shed our clunky exothermal armor to reveal the more agile star shells beneath. I order helmets up. Metal demon and animal faces replace those of friends. But there's beauty in this moment. In the half-seconds where golds and obsidians nod to one another to pass on comfort before going about their tasks, finding solace in the cocoon of duty, in companionship, like I did in the mines. I gather Severo to me along with the Howlers. Ragnar, separated from his legion, stands in my shadow. We landed on the day side of the planet. It looks like a meteor shower as the second wave of star shells pierces the atmosphere, leaving trails of black smoke across the fire-scarred blue sky. Hundreds of ground cannons still shoot at the swarm that spreads from horizon to horizon. But slowly those gun streams thin as the guns are targeted from space or eliminated by squads like us on the ground. My squad is 300 kilometers from where we need to be. How did that happen? I call Mustang over the comms. She's 50 kilometers closer to the designated drop zone on some other mountain. Her force is nearer 400 men. "Looks like we're the idiots," Severo says. We go down the mountainside. We do not fly. Instead, we skip. In the academy, they taught us to think of it like skipping a rock over the surface of the water. We could fly in our grav boots, but flying makes you a target to missiles and anti-aircraft, not to mention enemy hunting parties. So we jump 50 meters into the air, then use our grav boots to jerk us back toward the ground. Missile fire comes from a nearby peak. Severo and his squad deal with it, skipping over 1,000-meter ravines, skimming up the side of a steep rock facade as Ragnar and I press forward. A dull thump echoes over the mountain range as they rid us of the missile turret. The Howlers link up with us at the end of the mountain range. We perch on the side of a cliff where low clouds gather. To the left, about 20 kilometers off, rise the towers of distant whitewashed Thessalonica, perched on the craggy coastline of the clear thermic sea. Tactus' home. I feel a pang of sadness. We press north. I watch the towers fade till they're nothing but glinting metal against the coast of that weirdly calm water. Explosions rumble in the distance. I feel the weight of a hand fall on my armoured shoulder. Just like after we took Olympus. Severo grins, looking down from a new mountain's peak at the land that lies open before us. Except everyone has grav boots here. I check our coordinates in my helmet's HUD. The invasion continues above us. Enemy gunships, rarer now, flit across the sky. One targets us. It roars through a cloud and chews up the ground with chain guns. We take cover in a ravine. Snow kicks up around us. Then a missile slithers out and collapses the rock onto my legs in the explosion, pinning me down. Pebble and Clown stand over my body, shielding me. "Ragnar!" I shout. "Kill it!" I don't see what he does, but the sound is tremendous as the gunship smokes and spins from the air, teetering toward the ground, and then disappears in a cloud of shrapnel. "Your legs?" Severo asks frantically. They pull the rocks off me. Gears groan and electrical components whir. "Still work." We descend the snowy mountain range into rugged Martian plains. A mass of heavy infantry like us moves to our left. Their transponders label them ours. But far off, to the right, about 30 kilometers out, where the ground swells into subtropical highlands, a Bellona column skips forward, maybe 300 in separate parties. "Cracked one of our comm sigs," a green communications director in space relays over a new signal. "They're hunting you, Icarus." My secondary call sign. "Here's when we learn who is winning the heavens," I say. Severo directs a tracking laser on the enemy squad, just as they set one on us. Theirs bobs on the ground in front of us like a frantic fly. We scatter, Severo and I flying away together, and then a rain of fire descends on our enemy from 2 trajectories. At the same moment, Severo IDs a drone deploying cluster missiles at us. He tags it, and a railgun from nearby Thessalonica fires a projectile that leaves a streak of blue fire across the horizon. The drone disappears in a blossom of red. This is the multi-madness of high-tech war. We make our way to Mustang's coordinates, sensors and eyes peeled for the death that hides in the mountains. It secretes itself in woods of towering god trees and in the waters of infant seas. A great lake stretches far to our left, while a dormant volcano, so gradual in its incline that it seems little more than a snow-capped hill, broods to our right. I soar higher along the spine of the mountain range we traverse to gain vantage over the surroundings. Periodic topographical data flickers onto my datapad as drones broadcast data are shot from the sky, then replaced. It is quiet inside my suit. I cannot hear the wind that whistles around me at this great height. A storm cloud, one of Mars's dramatic thunderheads, rolls in from the distant lake. When it hits the forest below the mountain, the rains come, and lightning slashes the sky. Atop the craggy peak, snow swirls, melting against my suit. I catch movement on a peak nearby. I hold off on discharging my weapon when I see it's no Bellona, but a carved beast. I magnify my vision and see the griffin clinging to the edge of a huge nest set into a narrow stone defile atop the peak, watching in wonder as men fly across her valley below. What a world these Golds have built. My men rejoin me on the next peak over, pausing a moment to check the power cells in our star shells. They won't last all day. Mustang's group slams into the ground around us, causing snow to scatter as 400 star-shelled killers add their strength to ours. She bumps fists with me. "Icarus!" A voice crackles in my ear. "Icarus, do you read me?" "Roke, I read. What's what?" "Icarus! Urgent! On! Read me?" His signal breaks up as lightning slashes overhead. Jamming devices from both sides already molest the airwaves. Da... Ed... Me... in Aegea. Roke? Roke! I know the plan for the battle above, but the tone of his voice worries me. Comms are all scattered, I tell Mustang. Local frequencies are fine. It's the jammers and the storm. Rain splatters over her armor. Severo points up. Gonna have to get your ass above it to hear. Above, a ship is struck by lightning. Her systems fail and she plummets before reactivating, only to collide with a passing Ripwing. Oh, gory hell! I give Ragnar and Jupiter orders to push forward of the mountain range and secure the northern valley for our main force of Grey Legions. While we besiege other cities to divert Bellona attention, to me, Aegea is all that matters. 1,000,000 men will go at her walls. The Stained opens his hand to me in salute, and then jumps off the mountain peak with Jupiter and 100 Obsidian warriors. Mustang and Severo wait below, as I rip up through the lightning-laced clouds with several of my bodyguards. Past the clouds, I float in relative peace, hailing Roke. "Icarus!" he shouts into the comm. "She's here! She's not on Luna or with the main societal fleet. We just found out. Kavex's men found Praetorians on board the Warchild. She's here! She came in secret without her fleet. We caught her!" "Roke, slow down. What are you saying?" "Darrow, the Sovereign is on Mars. Her shuttle is trapped behind the shields on Aegea. She is trapped." "Roke, I already know. She's why I want Aegea." Chapter 39. At the Wall. He doesn't ask how I knew. Later I'll tell him that I let Aja escape from Europa so we could track her back to the Sovereign via my bomb's radiation signature. She's Octavia's personal killer. Of course, she would return to her side. I've told no one but Mustang, the Jackal, and Severo. I couldn't risk it spreading, especially with how Roke's been acting. He hangs up the comm without another word, bitterness evident. The vanguard of my force, Ragnar's men, have made landfall in the valley ahead. I see the fat ships descending, then disappearing into the ground where the Valles Marineris stretches kilometers beneath. We have our blues in space lay fire down on Aegea itself. The deluge heats the shield, causing it to pulse opaque. We'll be coming at her, at ground level, along the bottom of the 100-kilometer-wide canyon from the north and south, just through the 200-meter gap her shields must maintain above soil to avoid creating seismic disturbances. I hop off the mountain peak at the head of my bodyguard. Severo and Mustang accompany me as we jump to another peak, then skip through the lower foothills, taking fire as we go. The Sovereign is the key to this war, the key to fracturing this society so the sons of Ares can rise. With her captured, the society itself will wander in confusion, if it even exists, without Octavia atop its throne. Senators and governors will try to seize power. There will be a dozen local wars, fracturing manpower and cohesion. Beneath me, a world of bounty lounges along the bottom of the vast canyon. Lakes and streams, waist-high grasses, trees blooming with flowers, and Spartan pines growing at odd angles from the kilometers-high canyon walls, despite the steep declivity. Above all this, the great floating mountain Olympus reigns. I glimpse the quiet castles and see deer running in the Vale of Mars. But I see no children along the great rivers, no boys and girls in armor. Only memories and muddied earth. The students have already been collected. How strange that must have been, fighting for their lives with medieval weapons, only to be scooped up by dropships as invaders came from space. We meet with Jupiter and Ragnar on one of floating Olympus's white spires. There are dead men in the halls on the slopes. They used it as a base, Jupiter says cheerily. Your Stained disagreed with their presumptuousness. I like the beast. Our men secure the section of the Valles Marineris set aside for the Institute, far east of Aegea in the upper arm of the Grand Canyon. I watch out the window as hundreds of friendly dropships descend on the staging ground, depositing more than 300,000 men in 30 minutes. A gold runs out of each lower ramp, always the first onto enemy soil. No resistance, I say quietly. My starshell helm popped. I look at Mustang uneasily. She wipes blonde hair from her eyes. The longer we're dug in, the harder we are to dislodge. Why are they waiting? Want to cluster us up like a bunch of grapes before stomping, Severo guesses. Atomics? Silly children. Jupiter goes through the pockets of one of the dead men. That's why we have Greys. Let them be stomped. They will lubricate our passage. No atomics, Mustang says. Sensors would have picked them up from 100 clicks away. She looks out over the land. They're waiting because they don't have enough men to contest our passage through the valley. Or we've caught them flat-footed, which is doubtful. Or they deployed too many men to halt Lorne's advance. Or they've created choke points in the valley. Or they marshal them around the citadel. Or there's a trap ahead. Her mind is a machine. There's a trap, she says after a moment. But they are over-relying upon it to stall us while they relocate men and materiel. She snorts in contempt. Static defenses without massive mobile support haven't been relevant since the Maginot Line. But they know we don't want to waste the city or the populace, I say. They know that? Mustang adjusts her datapad, examining the map, which shrinks our flexibility in tactics. Total war is easier, Jupiter grumbles. Let's use the Greys to lubricate our passage, then drop bombs at the walls under the shields. Entry gained. It takes a day to break a city, then 50 years to rebuild, Mustang snaps. You want to sign up to oversee the reconstruction? Do I look like a builder? Jupiter asks. The passage to Aegea is 80 kilometers wide on average, 7-kilometer-high walls on either side, all farming and agriculture for the city. Bellona likely littered the place with mines, if they had time. We didn't exactly tell them we were coming. Did they have time? Mustang motions me to the side. I walk with her away from the rest of my command staff, who roll their eyes at one another. The airy palace halls should remind me of past victory, but all I feel is steep melancholy being here. So many memories. So many lost friends, I think, when I see Greys landing near Minerva Castle, where Pax and I once duelled. It's 80 kilometers to the walls from here, she says. We could make the dash as planned. Just because they didn't contest our landing doesn't mean there's something nefarious afoot. She sees the hesitation in my eyes. We are here for my father just as much as we're here for the Sovereign. We have to move with pace. You're afraid Lorne is going to kill him if he breaks through the southern city walls first, I guess. Aren't you? You know their history. I do. And do you trust Lorne not to finish an old grudge? Lorne isn't a murderer. No. He hurts men who deserve it, like Tactus. My father deserves it as much as any man. So we must hurry, and you must tell the rest of them about the Sovereign. Roke found out. Praetorians on the War Child. We walk back, and I address my small council. You know we come here for Augustus, but there's a second reason we press on Aegea. The Sovereign is here. No shit. Clown mutters. Rotback scratches his head. Gory hell. In the citadel? Pebble asks, excitedly nudging anxious Weed with her knee. In all probability. We traced Aja here. Residual radiation from the bomb we hit Aja with on Europa. The other assaults are designed to draw manpower away from Aegea so that we will have a chance to break through her walls and capture Octavia before her Ashlord arrives with the full might of her armada. And if the Suns have done their part, as Ares promised, we should be able to get into the city without fighting through 100,000 armored men and women. Is Cassius in the city? Severo asks. Mustang nods. We think so. Severo smiles. If you come upon Cassius, do not engage him, I say. Nor Karnas, nor Aja. You'd have us run? Clown asks, insulted. I'd have you live, I say. The prize is the sovereign. Don't be distracted by revenge or pride. If we seize her, we are the new power in the solar system, my friends. The Howlers share wolfish grins. Severo squares his shoulders. So let's stop picking our butts. Couldn't have said it better myself. Friendly Ripwings roar overhead to clear out enemy forces along our path. With all our powers marshaled, we move through the Green Canyon. No creeping column. We go fast. Speeder bikes have more pace than starshells. Those greys and the ones on spiders tear ahead after the Ripwings and heavily armored dropships that will deposit men even closer to the wall. Flashes ahead indicate they've detonated mines, or the mine killers have done their job. No way to tell. The canyon here is narrowing. Verdant canyon walls tower hugely in the distance to either side, colossal and unreal, like the terrain of a greater, larger race than man. I can't see all my force in so vast a place, just the tip of the spear. We come after the fast-moving greys, a skipping column of dreadful knights in starshells of black. The deluge of rain falls even harder. Behind us roll tanks and the infantry columns in their hover skiffs, lightly armored vehicles that can carry 100 men in a flatbed. They'll deposit them a kilometer from the walls. Lorne's attack from the south will be much similar. Drones! Severo shouts through the comm. A cloud of metal rises toward us from a small depot in the canyon wall to the east. The Howlers streak after the threat, their guns ripping holes in the air. Still, drone fire shreds a squad of flying obsidians. They plummet to the ground, bodies unrecognizable. We skim over buildings now. Small towns, resorts, estates, granaries. We find ourselves over a lake. See our shadows as lightning flashes above, silhouetting us. I see the defensive wall now. It falls over the horizon like an iron curtain, 90 kilometers across. At this stage of the canyon, and nearly 200 meters high, it nips the lower edge of the shield. Lakes and rivers don't find their terminus here, but instead run beneath the wall through a thick network of durosteel bars that are strong as ships' hulls. It would take 100 men 10 hours to drill their way through those bars. Most cities do not have walls so massive. They cost too much. Aegea and Corinth are alone in the quality of their fortifications. We could have come through the tunnels that wend through the belly of Mars and connect every city with their mines, but I didn't want to. There are tactics I must save. And there is an example I must set. Assaults like this are not protracted things. I've seen the histories. They are wild and manic. Technology against static objects always wins, so long as the besieger's resolve never runs dry. Once upon a time, castles were nearly impossible to take through direct assault on a capable garrison without the price of Pyrrhic victory. So field armies laid siege and starved defenders into submission. Now, no one has the patience. Aegea is a city of 20 million souls, but how many of those will give a lick who wins today? There's no difference between the rule of the Bellona and the rule of the Augustus. Coppers and silver will care, but the reds, the browns, the pinks will just watch another master take the chains. Now they'll see ships fill the sky, bombs rupture the air, and they'll huddle in their public tenements and fear faceless marauders. Since the dawn of man, the taking of a city has been echoed by the screams of rape, theft, and drunken horror. Peerless Scar do not partake in such savagery. It is not profitable, nor in keeping with their tastes. But if one takes a city by force, it is the belief of the Gulls that the city and all those therein are now property of the conqueror. If you are strong enough, you deserve the spoils. Some spare the spoils. Some give them to the wolves, feeding cities to their obsidian and grey armies as reward for blood spilled. If I can protect this city of Aegea, if I can show them that there is a better breed of man, then just maybe I'll win Aegea's heart. Capture it, protect it, be loved by those in it as I'm loved by my army. But first I must crack her open. All along the vast defensive wall, fire ripples over steel, like tiny flowers fast blooming upon the 90-kilometer-wide sheer grey wall. 2 faint assaults are led to my left and my right. The Ripwings there fire railguns, sliding sideways as they pump munitions at the wall. Return fire from the turrets on the walls causes my eardrums to shiver and hum. I want to clutch Mustang's hand. A nod from her stills the terror in me, but only just. Greys in combat armor rush forward like so many ants. Rocket teams deploy and soon send slithering death into the defenders. It is too much to absorb. Like the space battle above, layers upon layers of activity and counter-activity. Except this has sound. Mines rip holes in my force. Bellona kill squads slip out of the wall 100 meters up, flying out in glory, banners waving, gold glistening. Their shields shimmer as they're lanced by weapon fire. I see an eagle banner amid the Bellona, and ready to set myself against it, thinking it must be Cassius. But Mustang grabs my arm. "The plan," Mustang reminds me, pointing to the river. "We'll all die against that wall. The plan." Hard to remember. Hard to remember all this chaos is a distraction. What matters is the river and the work done in the night by the suns. If they did it. The river slithers under the wall. 100 meters wide and more deep, it already carries corpses toward the city. I dive into the water, feel the tension as the current slows, then speeds my path. Fish scatter before us. Odd not feeling the chill. The howlers move like torpedoes beside me. Then Ragnar is with us, along with his group of obsidians. Jupiter too, all splashing down underwater. Mustang is closest to me. I scan the river ahead, through the murk we kicked up, and find Ares' gift. There. 100 meters deep I see it. If there's one thing Reds can do, it's drill. And the Suns spent the night preparing to give us passage into the city. My men will think some elite lurcher squad was sent here before the Armada. They will not question how the huge grates were cut, or how the sensors meant to detect damage to the grating were fooled. "Once more onto the breach," I murmur, as if Roke, Victra, or Tactus could hear me. I activate my grav boots and move forward. The passage is narrow, as it curls beneath the wall near the bottom of the riverbed. We travel two abreast, so I take the best fighter with me, Ragnar, as we move first through the underwater passage. My comm crackles with news of the battle above. We're losing at the wall. Ragnar and I clear the tunnel together. I half expected a Bellona ambush, but none comes. The Suns did their job well. We wait on the opposite side of the wall, still submerged, 100 meters down at the bottom of the riverbed. The rest of my cadre join Ragnar and me, Mustang, Severo, and the remaining Howlers. 50 more golds and 3 times that many obsidians and greys. I speak into my comm when we're all gathered at the bottom of the river. You know your orders. Severo bumps armored fists with me. Mustang does the same. Ragnar salutes with his fist balled and against his heart. Jupiter yawns into his calm. Clown, Pebble, and Weed rile up the Howlers, stirring silt at the bottom of the river. The seconds tick by. My razor is looped around my arm. Pulse fist in my left hand. Feel the thump of my heart and the chill of the pendant on my chest. Hear the crackle of chaos outside. My Helldiver hands ball. My eyes close. Severo sends up a probe to see if the riverbank is safe. I'm to find the Sovereign. Ragnar is to open the gates. Mustang is to lower the shield so Rogue can send reinforcements, and we can take the city in one fell swoop. I don't want her to leave me, but I can trust no one else with the task. Trust. I must trust that she will live. Trust that her obsidians will protect her, and that she will protect herself. There's a weight pressing down on my heart, a fear that she will not come back. It feels like she's already falling into darkness. If she dies, she'll die believing a lie. I promise myself I'll tell her if we survive this. She deserves that much. Stay alive. Stay alive. All of you, stay alive. Mustang departs, moving farther downriver, following it for kilometers till she reaches the park near the generators. I watch her go and flounder for something to hold on to, someone to pray to. My father is with me, and so is Io. I feel them in the beating of my heart. I close my eyes. Severo gathers the probe he sent above and tells me that we are clear. Just a girl playing in the mud above us. Fight for each other, I say over the comm to those at my side in the riverbed. Or me. We activate our graph boots and soar through the water, bursting through the surface of the river like inky monsters, our black star shells dripping as we fly up over the riverbank, muddy from rain that fell before the shields were raised to protect the city. Beneath us, a single unarmored brown girl stands, ankle deep in the mud. I stare at her from behind my terrible black helm. She should be hiding with her family, not out in a besieged city. Something is wrong. When she sees us, she snatches from a basket a small globe device. Lightning slashes the sky. Her best dress gathers mud on the hem, turning an even deeper brown. "Shoot her!" Severo snarls. I knock his hand aside. A tree explodes instead. And as I look high above where, on the wall, far out of range of the probe Severo sent up, and far beyond the limits of the EMP globe the girl carries, perch Bellona knights and their obsidian retinue, waiting. The girl presses a button on the globe. And that's when we begin to die. Part 4. Ruin. Rise so high, in mud you lie. Carnus au Bellona. Chapter 40. Mud. The EMP detonates. Sounds like a giant child gasping when pricked by a needle. Our electronics die. Our grav boots sputter. Star shell synapses fail, causing the massive metal suits to be gripped by gravity. We plummet down. Most fall into the mud of the riverbank. I splash into the water, sinking, ears popping, down and down till I lodge into the mud of the river bottom, hitting hard. Legs buckling under the weight of my star shell. Fall on my back. Can't see my men. Only saw shapes moving over the surface of the water as I fell. Now too deep to see anything except how the river darkens with blood. Occasional lightning flashes silhouette fast sinking bodies. I can't move. My star shell is too heavy. I lie like a turtle, half stuck in the mud at the bottom of the river, confused. Fear rides in me. It happens so fast. Can't even look to my left or my right to see who is with me. My comm is dead. If it weren't, I'd probably hear screams, curses. This star shell brought me from space to land. A life raft, a personal castle in the middle of a war. Now it's my coffin. Heart thudding. Want to scream. Hyperventilating. Terror traps itself on my chest, tensing me, making me swallow the air, eating it as though it'll give me power to move. Slow down. Slow down. Think. Two bodies sink near me. Heavy in their armor, they fall fast to join the others in the bottom. No grace in death, spilling blood as they go. When the killers finish with those stuck in the mud of the riverbank, they'll come for us down here. But they don't need to. I slow my breathing. Limited oxygen left in the suit. Recycler offline. Cassius knew my plan. It had to have been him. Or was I betrayed? I told no one but the sons and Severo and Mustang. None of them could have ratted. He just knew. That bloody bastard. If I could surrender, I would. I'd save the lives of those with me. But I don't have a comm. I jerk my body around, trying to push myself off my back. But I'm too lodged in the mud, and my suit is more than 1 ton of metal. I can't shed the weight. Can't get the star shell off. I need the electronics for that. I push up with my arms. Nothing. The mud swallows me. Mustang got away. I think. I hope. Will she know we're down here? I look for Severo, for Ragnar, my howlers. Dark shapes around me. I'm dizzy. Slow the bloody damn breathing. Slow. Think. They won't even bother coming to kill me. I'll die at the bottom of the river, staring up at the surface as one by one my friends fall down to join me. So alone. Severo, Ragnar, Pebble, Weed, Clown. They're dead. Dying. Watching the same thing as me. Or maybe they're on the bank as the Bellona walk among the paralyzed suits of armor, killing at will. I want to cry at my impotence. Stop! Do something! Move! Rise so high, in mud you lie. It echoes in my memory. This is the 3rd time they've left me in the muck and mire to die. I grit my teeth till I feel enamel crumble off as I put all my strength into moving my right arm. Slowly, so slowly, it makes an exodus from the sucking pressure of the mud. But it is all that's freed. I won't be able to get off my back. I'm too sunken in, too heavy in the shell. Then I see it. When the EMP blast detonated, it shut down the electrical synapses, which means the suit froze, but the razor still works. And there it is, like a white python around my arm. It will save your life for the price of a limb. Those are the words they told me when they put the sling blade in my hand as a boy. Salvation is sacrifice. The razor's impulse is chemical. Its switch will respond to me. It will straighten, but around my arm. I have to be fast. Taking a breath, I close my eyes, feeling the toggle against my suit's thumb. I have to be faster than a licking flame, faster than a pit viper. I flick the switch on. The razor tightens as it straightens, slicing through metal like a knife through pudding. Flick the switch off. It stops as it bites through muscle, but not through bone. I yelp at the terrible pain in my forearm. Water rushes through the shredded arm to cool the burning wound. Then I feel terror. Water. I just opened my suit to water. Idiot. Soon it'll fill. I can already feel it slithering up my neck on the inside. In minutes, 2 or 3, I'll drown. I work my bloody forearm free of the shredded metal carapace and slide the slack razor off so it floats like a tentacle. Then I activate it again. It forms into a deadly question mark, and I angle it toward the other gauntlet. My suit's filled with water in the torso now. The air is thin. Each breath brings more stars behind my eyes. A sensation of lightness as blood seeps from the wounds on my arm. I can survive a long time holding my breath, but I hyperventilated, and now I'm sucking in carbon dioxide. But then my other hand is free of the suit gauntlet, bare and pale in the weird dark light. Gentle clouds of blood plume from it. If I were not made a helldiver, I would die in this riverbed. As it is, I skin off my star shell and the armor beneath. It is my dexterity that saves me. I cannot move my head because of the weight of the helmet, cannot see where I cut. My skin and the pain it registers serve as my eyes. Inch by inch, I remove myself from the star shell. Inch by inch, I drag the deadly blade across my body, shedding my blood and the shell into the water, parting the exoskeleton. I'm like a locust, slipping from its dead husk. Very delicately, I remove the helmet, cutting it off at the neck. I hold my breath and just nick my throat. A scratch, so close to the jugular. My legs are the last part of me I free. I sit up, the broken bits of my suit scratching at my skin, and jerk my right leg out of the hewn metal. I'm alive and wounded in the cold, dark river. Helmet off. Holding my breath as spots bloom across my vision. Now I'm able to see the sunken field of men around me at the bottom of the riverbed. I swim over to the largest one and see Ragnar, closed eyes behind his star shell's faceplate. Tears trickle from them. His lungs are large, but there can't be much oxygen left in that suit. He can move better than I could because of his great strength, but no armored man could swim in this water. I did not think he could cry, yet now he weeps silently. Not great dramatic tears. These are different, calm. And when he opens his eyes, I see something else in him. Some dormant part of his soul ignites. He was dead, had given in to his fate. Yet here I float in shredded black tactical cloth, bloody, looking positively deranged, but free of my shell. I am his dark hope. I start cutting, even though my own lungs are screaming. I need him. I can't search for Severo, there's no time, and I cannot surface just to be killed on sight. I operate on him like a proper carver, till he wrenches himself free of his exoskeleton. Others have seen what we're doing, but we cannot help them yet. They must hold on. Ragnar and I kick our way through the rough current toward the surface, lungs starving. Ragnar's pale, tattooed body moves through the water with a grace I can't match. I didn't realize obsidians were such swimmers. Makes sense for one born near the ice flows. We're near the surface when my mind loses to my body. 10 feet from the surface, I inhale water. Darkness. Feel mud between my fingers. Something moves through my chest. Water. I vomit it, hack it out through a rough hand clutched close to my mouth, quieting me. I keep puking through the fingers. Then feel an explosion of pleasure as I gasp finally for air. Beautiful air. Hand still covering my mouth. And for a moment there is nothing. Just the pure orgasm of life into my lungs. The full rush of oxygen on empty, aching organs. And suddenly the sound of distant warfare swells. And the groans of men. We're in a field of corpses. The wall towers high overhead. The river runs fast at our feet. It's been minutes since the EMP, but it seems the day has passed and left us behind. Ragnar dragged me into the mud between 2 dead obsidians. 2 Bologna golds, 6 obsidians and 6 greys walk along the dark riverbank, finishing those who lie helpless. We're lucky the rest have quit the slaughter to return to the fight at the wall. Cassius will have led them away. That means he didn't know it was me here, but he was well aware of the hole made by the sons, at least. For me, he would have stayed. Lucky I didn't carry the banner Clown and Weed made for me. Double lucky I didn't let them wear their wolf cloaks. This mud is a graveyard. My soldiers are half buried. Some try to rise in the heavy, dead armor, only to slip back into the mud or be kicked down by the golds and mercilessly butchered. Most lie quiet, a field of armored beetles leaking red. The greys joke to one another as they go methodically about their task, taking their time on an obsidian stuck on his back, using force pikes to pierce the thick star shell and pin him to the ground like boys tormenting a stranded crab. They finish him eventually with armor-boring bullets called diggers from their rifles. Ragnar gestures to the mud. Half naked, he and I cake ourselves in the dark, heavy stuff. It cools the tracework lacerations on my body and covers the tattoos on his. I gesture to one of the gold helmets and mime our survivor's oxygen running out. Ragnar nods. I pull a razor from the body of a dead gold. I can't tell who, and hand it to Ragnar. It's only ever seen gold hands. No Praetorian, no obsidian, not even one of those with badges from the Sovereign herself has touched this weapon since the Dark Revolt. To touch it means death by starvation. No possibility of reaching Valhalla. Only hunger and cold, and the end. But our enemies will have pulse shields. No other weapon will do. Ragnar drops it like it's made of fire. I shove it back into his trembling hands. They aren't gods. Like shadows pulled from the sticks, we slide forward through the graveyard. Our enemies are not in their fighting bands. Easy targets. I scuttle forward on all fours like some horrible spider, hardly rising from the ground to kill 2 obsidians before they even turn. Ragnar snaps another's neck and cleaves the second in half, the recoil plate peeling away. Rising from my hands, I sprint at the tallest of the obsidians, jump and bury my blade into his body. I land poorly on my wounded arm. I don't even feel the pain. Too much adrenaline. I see the squad of greys turning, so I fall with the obsidian's body and roll into the mud, lying in shadow and filth among the other corpses. Their recoil rifles and pulse weapons would rip me to ribbons without my shield and armor. Ragnar's disappeared too. I don't know where. Time ticks by. How much oxygen could they have left? The Greys hunting us shout something about ghost cloaks. The remaining obsidian groups with the 2 golds. The Greys go through their bodies, finishing my remaining men to flush Ragnar and me out for the golds and obsidian. Leah died like this, down in the mud. I won't. Not again. I rise, not with a scream, not with a howl. Silently. Let the Greys try to see me coming. I am fast, and I'm nearly on them when they open fire. I rip toward them, dodging, weaving like a loosed balloon. No beauty to my movement, just frantic terror. I cannot see the bullets, only feel their closeness. Sense the heat of them ripping past me. Feel the punch as I'm hitting the bicep, shock through my body. The skin tears as the bullet goes through flesh, tendon, muscle, then out the other side, nicking bone. I grunt. And then I'm upon them, and they make no noise at all. They missed their window. 12 enemies fall to Lorne's cravat lessons. 12 men and women. The golds and obsidian come upon me now. The golds use their grav boots. Ragnar rises from the mud and hurls his razor through the air like a spear. The huge obsidian falls into the mud as Ragnar rushes the 2 golds, picking another razor from the ground. I marvel at his power. He grabs one of the golds by the foot as they pass in the air. The pulse shield electrocutes him, sending pain lancing through his body, but he just roars, holding on, with a scream coming not from his throat but his soul. He slams the gold down to the ground like he's chopping wood. He somehow manages to rip the boot off. The lean gold rolls away, shouting, "Stained!" to his friend, who comes back to his aid so they face off with Ragnar together. I run to Ragnar's aid. "Reaper!" One of the golds lets his helmet retract into his armor, revealing the haughty face of a peerless man, confident in his rank, in his heritage, in his place. His face is all joy. Then it contorts as he sees Ragnar's razor. "You give the blade of your ancestors to a beast!" He glares hate at Ragnar, then down at the razor, furious, confused. "Have you no honor?" I choose not to answer. "Know who you face, Andromedus?" The older gold rages. "I am Gaius Aucarthus of Gens Carthii. We built the columns of Venus. We first sailed the gaps between the inner and outer rims and mined the Helsa cluster." "This isn't the Iliad. Ragnar, kill this fool. We need his grav boots." The gold spits. "You send a dog to do your fighting?" "I am a man!" Ragnar roars louder than the screaming engines of a passing ship. Spittle flying, face ragged with rage. Veins rise in his neck. He howls, rushing forward before I can even raise my blade. He picks up the corpse of the fallen obsidian and uses it to deflect their razors. He punches Gaius. No weapon, just his fist. He hits him so hard in the pulse shield that the man falls backward. Then he kills the other, hacking through his defenses with mad fury till he cuts him in half. He kicks the top of the corpse aside and batters down Gaius, who sinks into the dark mud as Ragnar thumps forward and, muscles twitching from having touched the pulse shield, holds the razor to the golden man's throat. "Yield to me and live," Ragnar rumbles. Gaius spits, rising to his knees. "Yield to me as a man yields to another man." "Never!" Gaius's lips curl sourly. He speaks his last words, clear and loud, with spite and courage. All that is good and all that is wicked in these extraordinary people. I am the peerless legate Gaius Aucarthus. I am the sum of humanity. So yield I do not, for a man cannot yield to a dog. Then become dirt. Ragnar pushes the blade home. We ferry our men from the bottom of the river, fast as we can using stolen grav boots, but not fast enough. Sevro is not dead, but he's close. I find him buried head first in the riverbank. He's cursing and spitting when I peel him out with the help of Clown and Pebble. "The dead?" he asks quietly. "My howlers?" "Too many," Clown says thinly. "Did Mustang get through?" They all look at me. "I think so," I say, "but I can't hail her on any comms. We have to hurry either way. If she's alive and she blows the generator so our reinforcements can land, then the shield falls and the Sovereign has a wide window to escape. Right now, she's bottled up." Sevro nods. Little Pebble gives him a hand up. Small Thistle, hardly coming to Ragnar's solar plexus, sees him with a razor in his hand as he frees another obsidian from a dead star shell. "Drop that!" she snaps. Ragnar drops it and looks to me in a strange panic. I motion him to wait. After we go through the suits of those who fell on the riverbank, we know the count, and it is so devastating that Sevro walks away. Weed is dead, Rotback is dead, Harpy died before we hit the ground, and many of the new recruits are dead. Only Thistle, Clown, Screwface and Pebble are left. 11 of the original 50 obsidians remain. Pebble and Clown touch Weed's face, their matching mohawks flat against their heads as the rain soaks us all. Pebble claws at his chest, her small hands hitting his heart as though that will bring him back. Thistle goes to pull her away as Clown uses mud to straighten Weed's matching mohawk in death. Sevro cannot watch. I go stand beside him. "I was wrong about war," he says. "I can't do this without you." After a desperate moment, "Are you with me? Sevro?" He pulls back and wipes snot from his nose, muddying his face. Tears make lines in the mud as he looks up at me, voice cracking like a child's. "Always, Taro. Always." Chapter 41. Achilles. There's no time to mourn. My force decimated, we must divide still further. My army outside the city hurls itself at impregnable walls, expecting help from the inside. They've received none. My legates will be hailing my signal, wondering if I've died. Such a rumor could lose the battle. I send Ragnar with the remnants of the obsidians to open one of the wall's gates for my legates, who wait for us with thousands of greys and obsidians in reserve. "I give you no goals," I tell Ragnar. "Do you understand what that means?" "I do." "This can be a beginning," I say quietly. I bend, picking a discarded razor from the sucking mud. It is a man's duty to choose his own destiny. Choose yours. I extend the razor to him. Ragnar looks back to the obsidians. Their armor is battered from extricating them from the suits, and they're caked in mud. Smaller than he, some lithe and quiet, others huge and shifting foot to foot with eagerness, all with those black eyes and white hair. They armed themselves with weapons taken from the greys and obsidian I killed. Hardly enough to go around, and they'll be little use if they run into goals. Ragnar chooses. He extends a hand. Howlers prepare themselves behind me, Thistle still eyeing him evilly. "I choose to follow you," he says, "and I choose to lead them." I placed the razor in his hand. "Darrow!" Thistle gasps. "What are you doing?" "Shut up," Severo snaps. "He can't do that." Thistle stomps forward and tries to rip the razor out of Ragnar's hand. He doesn't let go. "Give it up, slave! Give me the blade!" She pulls her own razor out. "Give me the blade or I'll cut away the hand that holds it." "Then I will cut you down, Thistle," Severo sneers. "Severo?" Thistle turns back to him, eyes wide. She looks at me, at the other howlers who stand quiet, unsure of what just happened. "Have you gone mad? It's not his right. It's ours. He doesn't deserve it," Severo asks. "Who are you to decide that?" "I'm a gold!" she shrieks. "Clown? Pebble?" Pebble remains silent. Clown tilts his head. "Darrow, what is this?" "It's my army," I say. "You remember the Institute? You remember how I bleed for those who follow me? How I do not take the allegiance of slaves? Why now are you surprised by this? Because it is real?" "It's a slippery slope, is all." Clown looks at the war around us. "Even here." "You're right. It is." I bend and find another razor cast in the mud. I toss this one to another of the obsidians, a nasty-looking woman half my size. She holds it like it's a snake, glancing up at me in fear. They are raised believing we are gods. To be given Thor's hammer, how would I hold it? Severo walks through the corpses and finds several more. He tosses these to the obsidians. "Don't cut yourselves," he says. "I'm counting on you. Go," I tell them. They disappear, sprinting into the swelling darkness toward the back side of the colossal wall. I turn to the howlers. "Is there a problem?" They all shake their heads quickly, except Thistle. "Thistle?" Severo asks. Clown nudges her, and grudgingly she shakes her head. "No problem." There is. She will not follow me after this. Already I feel my friends turning from me, and they know not even a fraction of the truth. That is a problem for another day. We must move fast, but we only have one pair of functional grav boots among us. I give those to Severo. We try to see if he can lift us like I lifted the howlers on Olympus, but as we load onto the boots, they sputter and spark, only able to carry his weight. Damaged somehow in the fighting and the rescue. Bloody damn. So it'll be on foot, and we cannot be slowed. I point to the recoil plate of those lucky enough to have it after the Starshell amputations. "Armor off!" "What?" Thistle sputters. "Armor off, except scarab skin." "Unarmored against Praetorians?" Thistle howls. "Do you want us all to die?" "We need to move fast. If the shield goes down before we get to the Citadel, the Sovereign will slip away. If we do not capture her, she will have a chance to regroup. She will join her Ash Lord. She will summon all of the society, and they will come here with 10 times our number to crush us. We'll win the battle, lose the war." "But if we take her," Severo growls, coming to my side. "We're talking about the Sovereign," Clown says. "She'll have Praetorian Olympic Knights." "And?" Severo asks. "We have us. 6 of us." Clown shrugs sheepishly when we stare at him. "I just thought someone should point it out." "We have 15 kilometers to cover on foot," I say. They nod. "My pace." Then they exchange worried looks and start taking off their armor. If you fall behind, find a place to hide. 1/3 Earthgrav. Bodies in prime shape. This will still be hard, especially with my arm savaged by my own razor. Severo saddles up to me as the Howlers strip away their armor. I can hear their terror in the clinking of weapons and armor moved by shaking hands, see it in the frenzied way they rub mud on their faces to blacken their aspects. They've been with you from the beginning, Darrow. Severo looks around the stormy park, at the distant citadel and blaze of passing ships. We're already half the number that took you from Luna. You might have replaced Pax with Ragnar, but you can't replace them. Or me. I thought you were with me. I'm your conscience. I follow your ass everywhere, so don't be a shithead. Registers. On me, I shout. Armor shed, we set off silently. Only our razors and scarab skin with us. Wearing rubber-soled undershoes instead of grav boots. We go along the river, leaving the wall behind, sprinting through acres of grassy parks and woods that separate the wall from the city as mechanized war rages in the distance. Ships roar past, making the tree branches shudder and leaves fall. Ground trams flicker far to our right, shuttling soldiers to the front. Explosions plume in the distance. Clouds consume the sky beyond the great shield that overlaps the city. Explosions flash inside the clouds. Mustang will be nearing the shield generators now, if she's alive. It is a ragged pace, covering 15 kilometers at a sprint. My side stabs with pain, muscles hunger for oxygen, and my right arm aches from the bloody bullet wound in my bicep and the lacerations that bleed along my forearm and wrist. I took half a pack of stims so I can use the arm. The pain doesn't blind, it focuses, keeps me from thinking of the dead. When we reach the edge of the woods, we do not stop to rest, but sprint onto the commercial district's paved streets, cutting through buildings that tower over a kilometer up into the sky. We run through deserted low districts, the bazaar where winding corridors lead us through rough streets and graffiti-stained walls. The occasional brown or pink or red will scuttle out of our way or peer at us through windows from alleys. Even here, in the center of their reign, I see the graffiti of Io's death. Her hair is ablaze like the wounded fighters that streak across the sky beyond Aegea's transparent shields. Someone pukes behind me. They don't stop. The reek of bile travels with us. Severo flies back to us and lands beside me. Platoon of Greys ahead. Go south 1 block, then cut back to avoid. Then he's gone again. We follow his instructions. Suddenly there's movement in the sky, and we slow to a jog to watch. Pebble takes the opportunity to collapse onto the pavement, chest heaving. High above, but still beneath the shield, a horde of shuttles ferry soldiers from the smaller engagement on the southern wall, where Lorne fights, toward the northern wall, where Ragnar and his Obsidians have gone. Dozens of shuttles full of reserves depart their dock in the hangars and ports that lace the 7-kilometer-high rock wall of the Valles Marinaris to the east and west. Most of the barracks are there, as are the factories where High Reds slave away making armaments and commercial consumer goods. We hide from the craft. Something has happened at the north wall. We take off again. Pebble moans. Thistle gets her up, keeps her in gear. Severo rejoins us minutes later, left arm hanging limp at his side. I eye it. He ignores my concern. Ragnar opened the gory damn gates. His face splits into a smile. 12 of them in the wall's face. Our boys are pouring in, and... He stands there grinning. And what? And Ragnar killed the Wind Knight and almost cut down Cassius. An Olympic? Clown gasps. Cut him down in front of the entire army. The Obsidians in the army are going absolutely manic. Then Severo is off and we push on. A squad of grey policemen waylay us. We take cover as their gunfire pocks the sidewalks, and then divert to an alleyway to avoid them. 4 kilometers until we reach our destination. Coughing and gasping, we stumble into the exterior of the Citadel's grounds. We hide in the trees there like some ragged pack of castaway demons. Through the thin copse of woods and past a high wall, the Citadel stands, a network of spires, not golden, but white, laced with red and still decorated with the lion statues of Augustus, though Bologna blue and silver banners flap in the breeze overtop a lion weather vane. Their silver eagle seems so proud, till Severo waves down to us from the weather vane and cuts one of the banners free. They didn't expect anyone to penetrate this far. Aside from its beauty, the Citadel is also a fortress, one I don't want to tangle with. We'd go room to room, and, assuming it's not completely empty of soldiers, be overwhelmed, pinned to its expensive red oak walls, and killed on its marble floors. It's not shielded, but a network of bunkers lie far beneath it. I was worried that is where the Sovereign would be kept. If she stayed there, this would turn into a siege. It would be days before we dig her out, if we could at all. So I give her a path of escape. It all falls on Mustang's shoulders. The shield must go down at the proper time. Flush her out. A decorative wall, one that'd usually be nothing more than a hop, skip, and grav boots, bars us from the silent Citadel grounds. All around us is park. Trees, fountains, white squares where golds and silvers would have afternoon tea, now empty. So silent here at the eye of the storm. Severo flies down to join me. "Can you lift us over the wall?" I ask. "Things are almost out of juice," he grumbles. "Let's try." We hug one another and he lifts me into the air, wincing and favouring his left arm. The boots sputter and shiver out sparks. Twice we dip down. Then we're atop the wall. I set down, and Severo dips down again to pick up the next howler. Moments later, his head appears at the top of the wall for a moment, then vanishes as his grav boots spark and whine. With one last mechanical pop, the boots give out, and Severo and the howler fall the 10 meters to the ground. A great boom thunders from across the city. Smoke rises distantly. Mustang did it! Above, the translucent shield that separated this world from the world of ships fails. It wobbles and, distorting the fires in the city and the lightning above like a corrupted mirror, shatters into prismatic mist. Or 1/8 of it shatters. A flood of pent-up water falls down on that section of the city in great grey sheets. "It didn't work!" Pebble cries from the other side of the wall. But it did. One by one, the nexuses that cast the shield overload. It's a chain reaction, as great sheets of water from the storm finally fall on Aegir. Roke, if he's winning, will launch the reinforcements. The city is as good as taken. And even now, the Sovereign will be extracted from the bunkers by her bodyguards to make an escape from the lost planet. But the shuttle pads are still 2 kilometers on the other side of the Citadel grounds. This was all supposed to be different. I should be in my armor, 100 obsidians behind me, a dozen of my best golds. Instead, I lead a pack of my friends into a meat grinder. I need to change the paradigm, but I won't risk them. I glance down the wall at Severo, who immediately recognizes the look in my eyes. "No, Darrow," he says. "Think of your mission." He's begging me, jumping and clawing at the wall as I turn away. "Don't do it, Darrow! Wait! They'll kill you!" I drop over the other side of the wall into the Citadel's gardens. Some men have threads of life so strong that they fray and snap those around them. Enough friends have paid for my war. This one's on me. "Jarrow!" he screams. Horrible. Desperate. "Stop!" I run faster than I have in all my life. The Sovereign will not escape me. I did all this to catch her. Take her. Break the society. Take her, and the stage is set. We will rise. We can win. I jump rows of shrubbery, sprint around fountains, tear through rose bushes. Blood leaks down my arm. I do not feel my body. I fly over the earth, sling blade in hand. There! I round a corner of the citadel. Past a garden of roses lies a courtyard of white, scored black by the engines of personal yachts. 4 lonely ships sit in a landing zone that can hold 100. All the shuttles are black with a giant gold crescent on their broad chassis, but the thickest of them, one with larger engines and a reinforced hull, is the Sovereign's. The others are decoys, nearly as thick, nearly as armoured. In the air, they are indistinguishable. I've been seen on sensors, no doubt. Grey lurchers are coming for me. Obsidian bodyguards have been loosed from some hidden barracks to kill me. They'll only catch me if I stop. And even as I examine the landing pad, I do not break my stride. Oranges bustle around the black shuttles, prepping them to launch. I'm not too late, but the door from the citadel is far closer than I to the ship. They come out, in a rush. I don't see her, just purple capes swirling in the rain and wind. They duck their heads into the gale, look upward at the sky where iron rain entry trails glow behind the storm, making the dark clouds look like steel heating slowly in the forge. My Titans come. The Praetorians hurry, running up a long ramp into the shuttle's belly with the Sovereign. I catch her face as she ducks into the ship's belly. I see Aja among her entourage, and Karnas, and Fitchner, that ugly, traitorous son of a bitch. I run faster, legs numb with exhaustion, lungs aching. All I am, I put into this moment. My life in the mines, the hours suffering with Harmony, the horrors at the Institute, all the love I've earned and lost and still wish to live for, I let burn in me. Half the entourage waits on the pavement, left behind to watch the ship as its lights glow and its engines prime. The decoys mimic its motions. A Bologna Gold turns as I near. His eyes flash wide, and I slash him at the run as he lets out a half scream. More turn. Women, men, warriors, politicos, golds and silvers I recognize from my days at Augustus's side. Their realization of my presence comes in waves. The enemy is supposed to be at the gates, not among them. So they flinch and sing me. And when they gather their wits, I'm already past their armoured hands. I dodge a Grey's outstretched grip, snag a small munitions pouch from his waist. I lash backward, hitting flesh. Shouts, fumbling for razors. Bullets, pulse blasts snap past my head. The shuttle's ramp retracts as it begins to rise. I scream and jump with all the might I've ever had. The hand of my injured right arm grips the ramp's edge. My eyes bug from my head with the strain and pain in my fingers. The ship continues to rise. The roar of the engines fills me, rattling my heart against my ribs. The ramp continues to close. I grunt desperately and jerk myself upward, awkward at the odd angle, but possible in the low gravity. I roll forward into the bay and onto my knees and pant, sling blade against the floor. The sound of the engines slips away as the door shuts and pressurizes. All I hear is my ragged breath and the rumble of the deadly shuttle as it makes its escape. I look up. Chapter 42. Death of a Gold. 6 Praetorians in full armour watch me. Karnas is with them, and Aja, and stocky Fitchner, his eyes widening as he sees me. The sovereign stands in front of her Praetorians, tall, but hardly coming to their shoulders. Bloody damn. I didn't think they'd all still be in the bay. Darrow? Fitchner almost moans. What? Karnas laughs, looking about to see if the others notice how ridiculous a present just fell in their laps. What? Andromedus, where did you come from? It looks like Jove himself just shit you out. I stay on my knees, panting, dripping blood and rain and sweat and mud. We can leverage him as a hostage, Fitchner says quickly as the ship rises in the sky. No, the sovereign answers. Achilles would never have been ransomed, for by being captured he loses what makes him Achilles. She regards me for a cool moment. I spit phlegm on the ground. Aja, cut off his head. Aja paces toward me. Stupid boy. No friends, no army, no hope. I chuckle darkly. Who needs hope when you have a pulse grenade? I hold up the munitions I ripped off the Grey's belt. They recoil. What do you want, Andromedus? The sovereign asks slowly. To prove you are not invincible, land this ship. Octavia smiles and speaks into a comm. Pilot? Roll. The pilot does a barrel roll. Without grav boots, I lose my feet, slamming into the ceiling, then back to the deck, dropping the grenade. My enemies stay rooted in place. Aja kicks the pulse grenade out the open hatch. It explodes far beneath. I look out into the night, where my plan just disappeared. Pride, Octavia smiles. I suppose it makes fools of us all. I take my time, looking back to her, realizing how very stupid I was to think I could control all the variables. And now I've slipped up. You won't escape, I say. You know I will. Why else would you risk jumping on my shuttle? She nods to one of the Olympic Knights, and a strange, high-pitched warble ripples through the air twice before subsiding. A ghost cloak. Impossibly expensive for a whole ship. My friends won't be coming to rescue me. Octavia turns to Fitchner. Rage Knight, have you a nanocam? He nods and produces a ring. Record Aja killing the Reaper. Fitchner blanches. Let me kill him. Karnas begs. My sovereign, let me kill him for my family. It's my right. Your right? She asks, surprised. Your family has lost me Mars. You have no rights. He'd be a better prisoner. Fitchner steps toward the sovereign. Let me talk to him. He's my student. You would have had him serve you once, Octavia. Let him recant and do so again. It will show the greatness of your power, that you can forgive even a little piss-eater like this. The sovereign turns slowly to look at Fitchner, examining him, and he realizes he's made a mistake. Aja, hold. She smiles. I want Fitchner to kill him." The ugly man just gapes. It's one of the first times I've seen him speechless. "Kill your student," the Sovereign says. "Or are you not loyal?" "Of course I'm loyal. I've already proven it." "Then prove it again. Bring me his head." "There has to be another way." "He set your son against you," Octavia says, "and you know I do not keep things near to me that I cannot trust. So, kill him." "Yes, my liege." Fitchner's face pinches in concentration. There's a strange swirling of sadness in his bronze eyes. Is it so horrible seeing his prized student die? Or is it that I'm Severo's friend? Or is it worry for Severo? "Severo lives," I tell him. "He survived the rain." He nods his thanks and touches his razor. Then he stumbles sideways, shoved aside by Karnas. The huge Bellona charges me, mouth curved in hate, huge shoulders shelled in armor that shows the greatness of his family. He bellows my name. He feints high, curves the razor diagonally at me quick as a snake. I side-slip forward, inside most of the swing, and put my razor through his stomach. I let go the blade and circle around behind him as he collapses to his knees. "Rise so high, in mud you lie," I whisper as I pull my blade out of his back by its sharp end and cut off his head. A Praetorian runs at me. I throw my razor at him. It takes him in the chest and he falls to the ground. I take my blade from his chest and stumble back from the watching Praetorians. "Idiots," the Sovereign mutters. "Should I keep recording this?" Fitchner scratches his head. The ship shudders again and banks hard before straightening out. My vision wavers, and I stumble to my knee. Hand on the deck, steady myself. I feel the new warmth spilling down my back and stomach. I'll not kneel, not to her, not to a tyrant. I stand unsteadily. Karnas missed most of me, but not all. Blood sluices from between my neck and left shoulder where his razor found purchase. It cut through my collarbone. My body sags. What a thing. Octavia Owloon's cold eyes survey the wound on my neck. Imagine this boy shaped in my house, Aja. She shakes her head and stares at me with a complete lack of understanding. She notes my other wounds, my blood, my exhaustion, my youth. Yet I did all this. 2 bodies at my feet, a city stormed behind me, more taken all over Mars, my fleet shattering the Bellonas, the society ready to fracture. She doesn't understand, and she never will. But Fitchner seems to. Eyes glassy, hands clenched. You could not shape me, I mumble. Only Reds could. Only family, only love gave me this strength. But the strength fades now. It's then that Aja rushes forward. We exchange 3 moves before she knocks my blade aside and punches me so hard in the chest with her fist that I think I'm dead. She slams me against the ceiling like a rag doll, and when she's done, she rejoins the Sovereign, and I moan and sink into the pain. Bring me his head, Fitchner, the Sovereign commands. Fitchner looks at me helplessly and puts a hand out, nearly touching her. We should film his execution for the HC. Propaganda. Full hanging. Stake death! Fitchner! The Sovereign's eyebrows go up till Fitchner retracts his hand. Enough! Her jaw muscles work as she thinks. I want him gone. No more variables. Now. Save the head for a pike. We'll film that. Fitchner's beady eyes swell with sadness. Born the lowest of the gulls, he rose to the top on merit alone. What a man! To think I ever thought him weak. Here, at the end of things, I know we will win Mars. Augustus will be freed. The war will continue. Gold will weaken. And Red will rebel. Maybe, just maybe, they will rise and find freedom. I've done what Ares asked. I created chaos. The rest will go to other men, women. Io would be pleased. I smile softly and feel the weakness in my legs. I am tired. I'm on my knees. When did I get there again? I care not. How very nice it will be to rest in the Vale while others carry out Io's dream. I just wish I'd seen Mustang before the end. Told her what I am. So, at last, she'd understand. Your boy burned bright. Burned fast. Aja says to Fitchner from the shadows of my vision. Keep the head, but you can cast the body to the soil in the Martian way. Aja reopens the drop ramp. Metal groans. I feel the wind of the Vale on my face. Feel the chill of mist. The scent of rain. I'm going to sleep. Soon I'll wake beside Io. I'll wake in our warm bed, my hands tangled in her hair. I'll wake to love and know that in the world before, I did my best. I'll miss you though, Mustang. More than I've admitted until now. Fog and shadow are my vision. For a moment, the smell of rust makes me think I'm in the mine. Am I asleep? I hear metal boots. A man walking through the fog. I can't see his face, but something stirs in me. Father? No, not father. I squint. Uncle Nerol? No, it's Fitchner, boyo. His voice jerks me violently back into the hold of the ship, like a fishhook tearing silk a direction it doesn't wish to go. Oh, I'm glad it's you, I say quietly, finding enough strength to lift my heavy head a bit more to look him in his eyes. Tears fill them. He coughs out a laugh. The wind whistles behind me. Not the Vale. Just Mars. Not mist. Just the clouds. The ramp's down so they can push my body out. I told Arcos I was never meant to have grey hair. My head dips. I spit out some blood in my mouth. I'm nauseous and fading. Tell Mustang, Io, I love them. I yawn so deeply. You bloody damn fool, he says in a low whisper, shaking his head. I had it under control. I didn't. I blink through the fog. What? It is me, he says. It's always been me, boyo. The fog disappears. I look up at him. I look up at Ares as he dons his Rage Knight helmet and shoots his pulse fist back at the Praetorians, sending them scattering. He tosses back a sonic grenade. "Fichtner!" the Sovereign roars. "Traitor!" An explosion. Something hits my chest and I'm falling, tumbling. Flying? Sense cold. Ragged wind biting me. Stomach in my throat, spinning. Then a rigid arm onto mine. Rising. Wind whips past my ears. But there's another sound before the darkness swallows me. Fichtner, Ares, terrorist lord of the underworld, howls like a wolf as he carries me to safe harbor. Chapter 43. The Sea. I wake to the smells of the sea. Brine, seaweed, carried on a brisk autumn wind. Gulls cry. One banks and perches on the white stone sill of the open window. It cocks its head at me and flies away into the morning sunshine. Clouds move distantly across the horizon, promising rain, even as early morning dew drips down the open skylight. She stirs at my side, a slender body atop the sheets, coiled around my own damaged form. She's clothed, I'm shirtless. Fresh skin grafts mark my body. Glossy things, pink and tender to the touch. Mustang stirs once more, her movement bringing me into my own body, making me feel the aches and the pains, and the comfort of her closeness. I let my eyelids drift shut, and I sigh deeply, allowing myself to sink into the soft pleasures of being human. Her breath against my neck, the drumbeat of another heart against my rib cage. Her golden hair tickles my nose as cool wind blows strands into my face. The morning air is young, vital. I breathe it deep, slipping back into sleep. Memories of metal shatter the peace. Screams echo in the black. Friends die. My eyes burst open for the light, desperate to remind me where I am, telling me I'm safe, I'm warm. There's no metal here, only cotton sheets, a bed, a warm girl. Yet the memories are so close. How did I survive? I fell from the sky with Fichtner. Ares. A truth that's always been, but seems so new I cannot even grasp it. I woke to a yellow's tools inside my chest, restarting my heart. Then I woke again to a carver's scalpel against my skin. Agony and nausea, my bedmates. Tides of vision ebbing in, flowing out. Visitors coming and going. I prefer waking to this. I'm afraid to close my eyes again. Afraid of what I'll see, what I'll wake to find. As a red child, I shared my small cot with Kieran. Every morning, I'd wake before him and lie there quietly, letting my parents' hushed voices seep under the flimsy door as they started their day. I'd hear Father's shuffling feet, the throat-clearing sound he'd make every morning as he washed sleep from his face. Mother would make him coffee, grinding the cubes she'd trade to the greys for pit viper eggs or spools of silk stolen from the Webbery. I wish it was the sound that woke me at the same time every morning. The grinding, the smell. I wish I could say it was how my body knew to return from sleep. But it wasn't the smell of coffee
or mother's tea. It wasn't the morning sigh of water running through pipes, or the arthritic creak of rope ladders as the men and women from Lycos Township's night shift made their way home from the mines and Webury. It wasn't the weary murmur of those of the day shift making their way to work from home. What woke me was the dread of a closing door. Each morning, it would end the same. First, the clay dishes would clink into the metal sink. Then Father's plastic chair would scrape the stone floor. They would stand together at the door, whispering. A silence. I always imagined it was the moment they shared a long kiss. Then, at last, it'd be the goodbye. The front door opened, creaking on rusted hinges. And finally, despite all my prayers, it'd close. I lean close to Mustang and kiss her forehead, harder than I meant to. She wakes delicately like a cat stretching itself out of a summer nap. Her eyes don't open, but she nuzzles into my side. "You're awake," she murmurs. Her lashes flutter, and she bolts upright away from me. "Sorry, must have fallen asleep." She looks to the chair she'd been sitting in. On the bed. "It's fine. Stay. Please." I'd forgotten we're supposed to be cold to each other. "How long has it been?" "Since the assault. A week." She brushes loose strands of hair from her eyes. "I'm glad you've come back to us." "Who did we lose?" I ask carefully. "Lose?" Her hands fidget awkwardly as she lists the casualties. A moment of silence stretches long, the numbers crushing me in my bed. I remember to breathe. The Sovereign escaped, but not without a nasty wound, courtesy of Fitchner. "Your father?" I ask. "You don't know?" She smiles awkwardly and sighs a bit too casually, trying to loosen her own tension. She scoots closer on the bed, still taking care not to touch me. "It's going to be tedious catching you up." "I'm sure you'll manage." "Father is alive. When the shields fell, several Goals already inside the Citadel led a Lurcher squad to rescue him. Turns out my brother has a long reach, so when the Olympic Knights came to take him with Octavia, they left empty-handed. The HC channels are calling Roke Nelson Reincarnate. He captured more than 80% of the Bologna fleet." Her tone darkens. "Which means, as leader of the engagement, he has claim to at least 30% of the ships, the rest going to the House Augustus." "Meaning he has more than I do, technically." "The pundits are wondering how long his loyalty will last, now that the Jackal is playing his games." I interrupt with a laugh. "He never stops." "I don't think Roke will take up arms against me," I say. "Do you?" She shrugs. "Power creates opportunities. I told you to mend things with him." "Roke is our ally. He always will be. You know him." "He's been here as much as Severo." She smiles slowly. "Fell asleep here last night. I shooed him away earlier, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I pretended he wasn't a potential threat to us." "Us," I note. "Your job?" I ask. "Which is, I've appointed myself your chief politico." "Have you now?" "I have. The game of court can be a nasty, duplicitous business. You're much too earnest for it. Like a lamb thinking it an honor to be invited to a banquet thrown in its honor by wolves. And what if it's you I need to be protected from? Well, she arches her left eyebrow. Then I suppose you've already lost. I laugh and ask about Severo. She pretends to look around. He's not asleep at the foot of the bed? I think he's off with his father. I only returned from visiting Kavax in orbit last night, but Theodora says Severo departed shortly after dinner with Fitchner. Thought he hated the man. He does. What's changed? I shrug and wonder how long Severo has known about his father's true identity. Seems impossible he was as blind as I. Was someone lying to me for a change? And Lorne? I ask. He's with that harpy, Victra. What's wrong with Victra? Aside from the fact that she flirts with everything that moves, nothing. Wait, she flirts with you? Tell me more about that. Shut it. Mustang swats at me, but her smile falls just as quick, and she pulls her hand back. Lorne's taken Victra under his wing. Seems he's comfortable allying his family with the Julii. Victra's mother has agreed to the pact. 3 of the most powerful houses on Mars united under my family. A triumvirate against the Sovereign. The governors of the gas giants are on their way to Aegea for a summit. So too are the reformers. You were right. We take Mars, we have a chance against Octavia. It isn't just a battle any longer. It's a civil war. And not a pointless one, it seems. Father is making talk of giving the reformers a chance at the table. This means something. I remember my conversation with the man. And you believe him? I do, Darrow. She smiles hopefully. For the first time in a long time, I really do. I am not so sure. What about Cassius? She guesses quietly. His father was killed by the Telemanuses, and he fought Ragnar on the wall. All his brothers and sisters are reported dead, but he and his mother are missing. I note her quiet. Are you worried he's dead? He is our enemy, she says flatly. His welfare isn't my concern. She examines my eyes closely. Are you worried? I don't know. I consider. Gory hell, you're so tender sometimes. Do you regret cutting off his arm too? I regret killing Julian. We're all stained by the past. Mustang considers. You forget I had to kill someone in the passage too. Every peerless guard you've ever met, Lorne, Severo, Pebble, Tactus, Octavia, Daxo, we all started there. Often I think there's too much to regret. Is she talking about us? Am I a regret? I want to hate Cassius, I say slowly. I really do. Even thinking of him makes me want to crush something, break a window, or preferably his ugly, smug face. Ugly? She asks skeptically. So pretty he's ugly. Mustang laughs at that. But it's hard to keep the hate going, isn't it? She asks. I nod. Hate is what made Cassius's family throw themselves against Augustus's. Look what that brought them. I pity him, wherever he is. Earlier, I told you not to trust my brother, Mustang says, redirecting the conversation. I meant it. I know you continued your alliance with him. His companies are making you seem like a god. But it has to end. You owe him nothing. Be cordial. Be polite. Don't disrespect him in public. But no more meetings. No more promises. Cut him off. You don't need him anymore. You have me. This girl. Would that I could introduce her to Mother, to Kieran, and Lyanna. They'd like her fire. My throat tightens slowly. Io would like her too. I don't have you, I say. Darrow. Something strange twists inside me, like a tight spring of emotion finally allowed to uncoil. When I was on the bottom of the river, I knew I wouldn't see you again. She hesitates, wanting to reach for me, but resisting because of all we've said before. You know you don't have my leave to die, she jokes instead. Anyway, Severin the Howlers would never forgive you if you tried. None of them would. You've so many friends, Darrow. So many who'd run through fire for you. So many who have been burned. Shuddering, I take a long breath and close my eyes, trying not to let the guilt swallow me. The tears come quietly, trickling out of the corners of my eyes. Darrow, don't cry, Mustang whispers, reaching for me now. She scoots closer, holding me. It's all right. It's all over. We're safe. The sobs come, racking my chest. She's wrong. It's not over. All I see behind my eyelids is a world of war. There is no future for me, for us. Yet how many times have I already been pieced back together? How much longer can all these stitches hold? In the end, will there even be pieces left of me? I can't stop crying. Can't even catch my breath. Heart thundering, hands shaking. It all comes out of me. Mustang, barely half my weight, holds me with her gentle arms till I'm exhausted and can do nothing but sink back into the bed. In time, my heart slows, finding rhythm to match hers. We sit that way for what must be an hour. Eventually, she kisses my shoulder, my neck, lips pausing along the jugular as it pulses. I adjust my hands to move her away, but she pushes them to the side and cups my face with a hand. Let me in. I let my hands fall to the bed. Her mouth crafts a warm path to mine. There we share the taste of my tears as her top lip slides between my own and her tongue warms the inside of my mouth. Her hand slides up my neck, nails grazing the skin, till she finds purchase in my hair, tugging slightly at the tangle. Shivers lance my body. Gone is any semblance of resistance. All the guilt that kept me from betraying Io with Mustang is swept away in the chaos inside me. All the guilt I have for knowing she is a gold and I am a red vanishes. I'm a man, and she's the woman I want. My hands find Mustang, pulling her body onto mine, shadowing the length of her legs to the swell of her waist. Long suppressed hunger wakes in me, filling me with heat, aching for her. All of her. Forget my restraint. Forget my sadness. This is all I need. I won't run. Not this time. Not when I know how close I came to never seeing her again. I peel apart her clothing with slow force. Under my hands, the fabric is like wet paper. Her skin is smooth, hot marble warmed in the sun. Muscles coil and tense underneath as she arches her back. Hers is a body made for movement, mocking, coiling around mine. I trace my fingers along the curve of her lower back. She pushes into me, pulsing with breath, hips grinding me into the bed. It may have been a week to her, but for me it was minutes, seconds ago, that I kneeled against cold steel warmed by my own blood, waiting for men to cut off my head. This is a moment I thought I would never have again, as I dug Eo's grave with my own trembling hands. A moment with a woman I want and love. And what is the bloody damn point of surviving in this cold world if I run from the only warmth it has to offer? Chapter 44. The Poet. I walk slowly down the stone hall with Mustang. At the windows, guards patrol the estate. They're here to keep us as much as protect us. Rain falls lightly. Laughter drifts out an open door with the smells of coffee and bacon. "What do you mean, I can't be funny?" Roke asks, offended. "Just that," Daxo says smoothly. "I'm sure you can try, but you're too scholastic." "Fine then. Who was the first carpenter?" "Is this a joke?" Daxo asks. "It's intended to be." "Jesus of Nazareth?" Daxo guesses. "It is a history joke, yes?" "Noah?" Pebble tries. Mustang and I pause outside the door, smiling to each other. "Jesus of Nazareth?" Roke laughs. "You can do better than that." "If I knew I'd be mocked for guessing, I wouldn't have guessed." "Pack said you were the smart one," Thistle says. "Disappointing, Daxo. Disappointing." "Well, in comparison, he probably..." Clown begins before Pebble smacks him upside the head. "Ow! Don't talk shit about Pax," Pebble snaps. "Big man was a sweetie." "Does no one care about the answer?" Roke asks melodically. Fine, I understand. You all think I'm a bore." "We're dying to know," Thistle snaps. "Do tell." "Who was the world's first carpenter?" Roke asks again. "You don't have to start all over," Pebble moans. "Well, it works best that way." Roke sighs. "Eve." "Eve?" Daxo asks. "Because," Roke leads, "she made Adam's banana stand." A collective moan. "That's just embarrassing," Pebble says with a sigh. "Never thought I'd miss Tactus." Then a high-pitched, whining laugh springs out of Daxo, just like Pax. "Eve? Eve, he said. Banana stand, ah!" It's like the giants have little ridiculous elves inside them, just waiting to spring out and cackle. Just takes a lot of provocation. "I think he broke Daxo. Does anyone smell that?" Clown asks. "I smell bacon," Daxo tries. There's a crunch as he bites into a piece. "No," Clown says. Smells like a suicidal madman recently risen from the dead after conquering a planet and abandoning his friends to get himself cut to gory ribbons like a slagging fool. Daxo sniffs. That's a particular scent. Oh, Darrow dear, Clan calls. Are you lurking behind the door? Mustang pushes me out awkwardly. You eavesdropping pixie. Daxo glides to his feet and pulls me into a surprisingly gentle hug. The golden angels on his bald head glitter in the morning sun. Glad to see you, my friend. They all greet me in turn. More hugs than I've ever received from ghouls. Rogue hugs me mechanically, a perfunctory gesture. There is still mending to be done. I gorge myself on breakfast as my friends banter. We spend the day on the property, whiling away time in conversation and games. It's been so long since I've had either that I've nearly forgotten how to do nothing. Mustang has to kiss my ear and tell me to relax 3 times before it really sticks. We're in the library, listening to music, when she sees Roke out the window on the lawn. She nudges me. Go. I find Roke watching a pair of deer eat from a feeder underneath an old elm. He doesn't turn to look at me as I sidle up next to him. It smells like fresh cut grass. The sea somewhere over the hill. It makes sense this is where Mustang grew up, I say. It's wild and tranquil all at once. My home was meant to be in the city, Roke says, though I snuck off to the country with my tutors whenever Mother was away, which was often. She seemed to think there was nothing out here worthwhile, that the business of cities was more important than this. But this is why we fight, isn't it? For land, I ask. For peace, in whatever way we find it. He turns to me. Isn't that why you fight? Some of us weren't born with peace, I say, gesturing to the deer and the land. I didn't have this growing up. Anything I have now, or will have in the future, I have to earn. But you're right. It's why I fight, so I can have this for me and the people I care for. His eyes search my face. Fair enough. I want to apologize to you, Rogue. Again? Since the academy, I've kept you at arm's length. I've taken you for granted. I shouldn't have done that. Not when you've always been so kind to me. He doesn't meet my gaze. I didn't mind that it was always about you, Darrow. That was what burned Tactus, but not me. I'm not in love with you like Mustang. I don't worship you like Severo or the Howlers. I was a true friend. I was someone who saw your light and your dark, and accepted both without judgment, without agenda. And what did you do to me? You used me like a man uses a horse. I'm better than that. Quinn was better than that. Are you better than this friendship? I ask quietly, afraid of the answer. I think I'm better than you, he says. I step back, wounded. He watches a deer nibble at the grain in the feeder. I've sat by the bedsides of 3 friends this year. Quinn, Tactus, and you. Each time I knew I would have gladly switched places with any of you. Would you wish the same? I'd give my life to bring them back, I say, knowing it is a lie. Much as I love these goals, I have greater responsibilities. Until this is over, it's not my life to give. He turns from the deer to watch me, eyes warm and sad and carrying so much more weight than they ever should. He's different from me, from Cassius. We called him brother, and he was one better than either of us deserved. Have you ever wondered why they put me in House Mars? I'm not the typical draft. Most would probably put me in Apollo or Juno. Quinn always had that competition in her blood. But you... Yes, I've wondered. Darrow! I turn to see Severo standing behind us in uniform. It's urgent. Not now, Severo. Reap, I'm not shitting you, he says. I look back to Roke. Go, he says, and walks toward the deer, pulling berries from his pocket. Roke, I call to him plaintively. Friendships take minutes to make, moments to break, years to repair, he says, turning to glance over his shoulder. We'll talk again soon. I watch him go, feeling a small bit of hope warm me. I turn to Severo and clap his back. Good to see you. Sorry about... Piss off! I'm not a whining little bitch like a poet. It's Ares. Your friends, the red, the pink, and the violet, have gotten themselves captured. By whom? Who do you think? The Jackal! Chapter 45. Gifts. My ship lands in the early morning snowfall of Attica, a southern mountain city set on 7 peaks. Jagged buildings of steel and glass christen the peaks like icy thorn crowns, now dusted with fresh powder. The red morning sun rises over the mountain range to the east. Bridges link the 7 peaks, and the city's lesser wards spill around the roots of the mountains. My shuttle flies over them. Plows melt paths through the snow with pulsing orange blades. Soon, mid-color land cars will flow along the avenues, and high-color shuttles will ferry silvers and golds to their offices on the mountain peaks. Remote and renowned for its banking, Attica is a prime seat of power. It belongs now to the Jackal. Under heavy guard by Ripwings, I land on a platform surrounded by evergreens. Several lurchers wait there in white tactical gear. A lone Gold stands with them. Victra embraces me with a hug, a white fur pelt pulled tight about her shoulders. Jade earrings clatter in the breeze as the Greys inspect the outside of my ship. Victra, I say, holding her back to look at her. She grins devilishly and kisses my cheek, grabbing my butt as she does. I jump in surprise. She laughs merrily. Just making sure the pieces are in order. You had us worried, darling. Roke kept me apprised while I was with Lorne. Brokering another alliance, I hear. Who would have thought? Victra au Julii, the peacemaker. The Greys notify me that they have orders to search my ship. Ragnar, I call. He steps out of the ship's confines, near twice the size of the largest Grey. Let the mice search the ship. They're looking for... The Grey spares a glance at Ragnar. Swallows. Bombs, Dominus. Victra escorts me into the Jackal's new home, a fortress citadel atop the highest of Attica's peaks. The city stretches far beneath us. Trees line the path from the landing pad to the citadel. Adrius took the place soon as the last Bellona ship retreated. Came in with 1,000 lurchers and displaced the Bologna allies who owned the place. Took all they had. Emptied their bank accounts. Full-on theft. But that's war. She nods to the west. Wonderful slopes just a few clicks out. We'll take a few days when this all settles down. You bring Virginia. I'll find myself a man. Nearly my own height, she looks sideways at me. You do ski, don't you? I snort out a laugh. Never had the time. We find the Jackal in his living room. Walls and floor are glass. Fire swirls under the floor, licking up in columns near the window. Several minimalist chairs of steel and leather sit on fur rugs. The Jackal is hunched over a holo display, speaking quickly to someone. He motions us to take a seat. On the holo, I glimpse Harmony in a dark room, surrounded by greys. One is hunched over her, doing something with some device I can't quite see. We sit by the flames, but a chill goes through me that no fire can dispel. The Jackal finishes, giving a data strip to Sun Hua before she leaves. He joins us, rubbing the back of his neck. So many moving parts. He winces. Hell, organizing the food shipments alone takes 100 coppers. And those odious little shits will spend all day bickering about whether or not a ship should have granola or muesli in its galley. Both is an option. Both? How difficult is that, really? It's like they enjoy the spreadsheets and busy work. Mind-boggling. I keep telling him he should delegate more efficiently. Victor says, so they've been talking too. I'm behind. I hate delegating, the Jackal replies. He scratches his head. At least with numbers and particulars. You two can take all the gory planets you like. Just leave me my bureaucracy, please. Kind of you, I laugh. Just keep me away from food requisition orders. I lean forward. I hear the fleet will be ready to depart for the core in 2 weeks. By the by, wonderful new home you have. I like it. He sighs. Father is furious I took it for myself, of course. He wanted to give it as a present to one of the governors of the gas giants. I think you've earned it, I say. That and more. Exactly. The Jackal makes a tired motion with his lone hand. I came here as a boy to ski with Mother. I always looked up here and said it'd be mine. Father said you can't have everything you want. And you asked, why not? Victra says. She's already heard the story. Why not? The Jackal repeats the words fondly. So, if Father wants it back, he'll have to make his own food purchase orders. We all know it isn't food purchase orders that occupy his time. Not solely. I accept a cup of tea from a pink. A small spread of breakfast is placed in front of me. I'm 7 hours behind this time zone, but I can't let on how nervous I am. The Jackal watches me spear a melon with my fork. Who knows what he thinks behind those dirty gold eyes? So, Darrow, healed and mended in time for the great battle. Mending, I say. No thanks to your media. The HC shows all say I've become immortal since Karnas opened me up. It's all part of the game, Mike Goodman. Perception, deception, media. He slaps his hand on his thigh, though his eyes don't share the mirth. Give me the word, and I can go public with your improved vitality. We'll schedule a press conference. Dress you in armor. My violets are building you a proper suit of your own. they've been conspiring with Greens to give you a marvel of form and tech.
You know I hate the cameras.
Oh, stop whining. They're why we have half our allies, and why the Sovereign's scrambling like a spider on ice. Her coalition is stressed.
We'll do it today, then, I say.
I look out the window, remembering Rogue's words.
I wanted a moment of peace, but...
They join me in looking at the falling snow and the distant city beneath.
I suppose we've yet to earn that. Which brings me to why I called this meeting.
I admit I've been curious, the Jackal says.
He's been dying to know, Victra corrects.
I nod to Ragnar, who followed Victra and me into the room. He comes forward with 2 boxes from my ship. I wanted to give you both gifts. Our alliance has had an interesting beginning, but I want you both to know how committed I am not only to it, but to each of you. I hope you take this to be a sign of my trust.
Always trust a stained bearing gifts,
Victra chuckles, looking up at Ragnar.
Gory hell, go over there. You're like a tree blocking out the light, Ragnar.
Ragnar, wait outside, I say. The Jackal doesn't even look at Ragnar. Physical power bores him. Snapping her fingers so I bring my attention back to her, Victra unwraps her box to find a small crystal bottle I had Theodora commission from the carvers on the Pax before the siege of Mars.
Petrichor,
I say, as she opens the bottle. The room fills with the smell of stone before rain. She thanks me with a scarred hand on my forearm, holding the bottle close to her chest. No one remembers that sort of thing. Thank you, Darrow. She sits there for a moment before rising quickly and kissing me on the lips. I would have preferred the cheek.
My turn.
The Jackal unwraps his box with his lone hand, tearing through the paper with a grin on his face. He opens the leather box beneath and is quiet for a long moment.
Darrow, you shouldn't...
He's cut short as a high-pitched alarm screams out of the walls. A grey lurcher bursts into the room, weapon drawn. 4 others accompany her.
Dominus, we have a breach in the lower level. We have to escort you to a safer room.
Who? The Jackal rasps. Victra and I draw our razors. The grey is about to answer when the alarms are cut short and replaced by a rising, humorless laughter over the speakers. It echoes through the room, even as the lighting of the place blacks out. We hurry to the door. A small metal spider clinks onto the window. The glass melts. My vision and hearing vanish, replaced by a swarming, high-pitched keening. I stumble, stunned by the flash grenade. Dark shapes fly into the room. Blinking, I glimpse cacodemon masks, eyes glowing red out of terrible visages. The suns have come. They shoot the greys and kick us to the ground. Ragnar storms in from the hall and catches 3 stun-fist blasts to his chest. He goes down like a felled tree. One masked intruder bends over the Jackal. As my hearing returns, I make out that he's screaming for the code to the facility's mainframe. He shoves the muzzle of his scorcher into the Jackal's mouth till the Jackal gives it up. "Some gold," rasps a distorted voice. Behind the mask, I know Severo would love nothing more than to pull the trigger, and for a moment I think he's going to. But he waits for me as he's supposed to, and on cue, I rise sluggishly, shaking off the results of the flash grenade, and grab one of the intruder's weapons, taking it for myself. I fire at them. They fire at me, each of us missing on purpose. Then they are gone, back out the window. The greys lie dead on the ground. Victra bleeds from a shallow head wound and rises to her feet. The jackal tries to stand, blood dripping from his nose. Wordlessly, we try the doors to the room. They're locked. The Sons have control of the mainframe now. The jackal leans his head against the door. Then he rears back and slams it into the metal again, till blood pours down his face. I have to pull him away before he splits his skull. He laughs darkly for a moment before shaking himself. "Twice," he sneers. "Twice they violate me." An animalistic shudder goes through his body. "I was breaking them. Another day, maybe 2, and they would have cracked." "Who?" Victra asks. He doesn't answer. I press the question. "Who, Adrius? Who the hell was that?" "Terrorists. Came for captured Sons," he says impatiently. "One was the pink bitch who tried to kill us on Luna, Darrow. It wasn't Pliny, after all, it was the Sons. Another was one of Ares' right hands. They call her Harmony. A violet was with them, making them an army of carved soldiers." "You had captured Sons of Ares here? When were you going to tell us this?" Victra snarls, standing from checking for the pulse of a dead grey. "I wasn't. Not until I knew who Ares was." "What else are you keeping from us?" I say. "This is a partnership." I kick over a table. "Why the gory hell do you have me, if not to protect you from things like this?" "My fault," he says. "My fault." He swallows the blood in his mouth and walks toward the empty window bank, gripping my shoulder as he passes. Wind howls in. "You did protect me. Yet again. Thank you." I scowl and brood in fine actorly fashion. "They couldn't have been Reds," I say bitterly. "Couldn't have been Sons. Sons never could have done that. Not to me, not to Ragnar." I help the stained from the floor. "They were too organized. They had grav boots." "You underestimate them, my friend," the jackal says. "They can pull triggers too. And they would have pulled them with their muzzles against our heads if you hadn't stopped them." "How the gory damn did they get past your security?" Victra asks. "Were there tracking devices? Signal jammers? Grav boot signatures?" "I don't know," the jackal says. "Because the Sons held on to my hull, wearing ghost cloaks like little barnacles." "Who else has come and gone?" I ask. He looks around, as I hoped he might. He calls up his men on a comm at his desk. After a moment, he looks back up to us. "Sun Hua," he whispers. "Her men are dead, and she's gone like the wind. She survived the last attack, too." Then he laughs. "She betrayed me." And when he sees the money transferred to Sun Hua's accounts, he'll find all the corroborating evidence he needs to pin the blame on his chief of security. Only thing is, Sun Hua is loyal as a dog and dead as a doornail in the cargo hold of the shuttle that now tears away from the Jackal's winter citadel, carrying Fitchner, Severo, and my once captured friends. I come beside the Jackal as Victra tries the door again. Together we watch the ship disappear beyond the mountains, and I say in a low, menacing voice, "We will kill the rats. Together. I promise. All of them." "After the Sovereign," he says, patting my back. "After the Sovereign." Chapter 46. Brotherhood. I hug Dancer so hard his back cracks. He taps me in panic. I apologise and separate, feeling large as a Telemanus next to him. Outside the garage-turned makeshift office, the Sons of Ares warehouse rattles with industry. They brought me in through the side door and had me wait for Dancer among old engines and rusted airlons. Dancer pulls back from me and looks up, rusty eyes glittering with tears. Startling to think that I once considered him a handsome man. He's in his 40s, old for a red, hair shot with grey, face creased by age and hardship. His right arm still hangs limp, his foot still drags, and his smile still stretches wide enough, bearing uneven, imperfect teeth. "My boy," he says, gripping my shoulder with his left hand. It's stronger than all the rest of him put together. He smells like tobacco. Nails are yellow. "My bloody damn beautiful little bastard of a boy. You look so bloody grand." He laughs and laughs again, shaking his head. "There are no words. I'm sorry I couldn't reach you. Sorry I let Harmony use you like that. There are so many things, Darrow." "Stop." I clap the back of his neck. "We're brothers. No need for apologies. We're bound by blood and past. But please don't let it happen again." He nods. "How's my family? Do you know?" "Alive," he says. "Still in the mines." I know. But that's the safest place for them with this war abound. No one wants to blow up Mars's industry. Register." He waves me to a seat. "Don't know many Gauls, but that Severos a nasty little shit. When I delivered his father's instructions to him out on the rim, I thought he was going to cut me from gob to pucker." He lights a burner, winks at me. "Never met anyone like him." "He's loyal as they come," I say. "Like you." "No, I mean, he can swear better than any bloody damn red." "Severos swears." I smile. Guess you get used to it. Though he does like saying bloody a hell of a lot now. "It's a fine word. Rolls off the tongue. Done some research." He puffs up his chest. "Been with us since the first ancestors, you know. The first Gauls, the ones with normal eyes and gold uniforms, took most of the early recruits from the poor bastards from the Irish Isles after the radiation from London turned the Isles into a wasteland. The Gauls took the highly skilled migratory workforce and recruited them to be the first pioneers. Their slang just stuck around, jumbled up a bit. History's fascinating, isn't she?" "Harmony's been making up her own history," I say. "That's right. I'm dead." He shakes his head and lights another burner, flicking the other onto the floor. I pick it up and put it in the wastebasket. "She went her own way about a year after you left. We discovered several senators were going to be vacationing on the Gorgon Sea, so we showed up to bug their villa to see if we couldn't get any secrets. We didn't, just lots of depraved shit. And that was that, we thought. But not for Harmony. On the last night she walked in and killed the senators and their guests. Then she left us. So there was never a lurcher squad that raided your headquarters?" He shakes his head. "They came because of her. Killed about 40 sons. But she'd already left for Luna. Ares saved us. Came in hard with a mixed pack of obsidians and greys. Laid waste to those lurchers, then slipped away before reinforcements came. It's lucky he killed them at all. No way they wouldn't know he was a Gold after that. Had our first face-to-face that day. Man's bloody damn scary." Not the word I'd choose. Though maybe it's accurate considering how well he fooled me. "It doesn't bother you that he's a Gold?" "It doesn't bother him that we're Reds."
Ares would die for the cause, Darrow. Shit, he started it.
You know why he did? I shake my head.
It's his story.
Dancer traces the pit viper bites on his neck.
A man has the right to tell his own story, but his isn't a happy one. Sad as yours, sad as mine. Strip a man of what he loves, and what's left? Just hate, just anger. But he was the first to know there could be something more. He found me, he found you. Who the bloody damn are we to question him?
The door opens suddenly. We both turn and Mickey limps in. He looks half dead, thin as a reed, paler than before. Without a word, he hobbles over to me and kisses me full on the mouth, his affection desperate and true. Then he starts weeping like a child. Dancer and I don't know what to do, so I just wrap my arms around him and let him cry. He whispers, "Thank you," to me a dozen times. What did they do to him? Never mind. I know the things the Greys are trained in to get information. He says he told them nothing. Still, I have to discover what the Jackal learned from this, what deductions he's made from finding Mickey's lab. I look over Mickey's head to see Fitchner standing there, smiling sadly. After a long moment, Mickey pulls back. "I tried to warn you, when you came to us on Luna," he says apologetically. "Wanted to say to run, but she would have killed me if I said any more. I was afraid you would believe her over me." "I would have believed you, Mickey." "You would have?" He sniffles. "I knew you'd come for me. I said my darling boy was too kind to forget about Mickey. But she spat on me. Said I was a slaver." He hangs his head, sniffing and so vulnerable. Drained and nearly mad from what must have been done to him in the Jackal's torture chambers. "She was right. I am wicked. I hurt the girls and boys. I sold them even when I loved them. Of course she was right. Why would you come? Why would you do anything for wicked little Mickey?" "Because you're my friend." I bring his hands to my lips, kissing them gently as he looks up at me with hopeful eyes. "Weird as you are, wicked as you were, I know you want to be better. You want to live for more. We all do. And there's not a place they could take one of my friends that I would ever abandon them." It feels good to speak the truth. "Thank you, my prince," he says quietly. He draws himself up after that, strong enough to turn and walk out of the office. Fitchner closes the door. "Well, that was emotional." I nod. This is the man I'd rather be. Not constantly on guard. Not lying through my teeth. I suppose I didn't even know how much affection I felt for Mickey till now. It's not because he helped make me. It's that he's always loved me so much. Even if it was a strange sort of love, it was real. And I do believe he wants to be a man he thinks I would respect. Just like I want to be a man Io and Mustang would respect. And that's the good sort of love. "We need to talk, Fitchner," I say. We didn't have a chance earlier. Severo came to me with Dancer's plan. Call a meeting, attach the Sons to my ship, let them infiltrate the building. All I did was suggest Sun Hua as the scapegoat and let them know Victra was not to be harmed. "I leave you two to it," Dancer says, pushing back his metal chair. No, I want you to stay, I say. I've too many secrets from too many people. I won't have any more between the three of us.
Learn to count, shithead,
Severo says, coming around a rusted engine block. The cheap metal door to the outside slams behind him. Smells like autumn, even in Aegea's oil-stained manufacturing district. He hops onto the rusted chassis of an old fighter and sits with his legs dangling.
Hey, look, it's all pricks for once. Let's tell sexist jokes.
Chuckling, I turn to Fitchner. So, you're Ares.
Man comes out of a coma and he's a genius,
Fitchner barks. He claps his hands, but his eyes stay deadly serious.
Most call me Bronzy. Students call me Proctor. Some call me Rage Knight. The Sovereign calls me traitor. My son calls me shithead. You are a shithead,
Severo chimes in.
My wife called me Fitchner, but the Golds made me Ares.
Before now, I would not know what that meant. He is gold. How could the Golds do anything to him? But now I've peeked behind the curtain. Why didn't you tell me who you were from the start?
And put my life in the hands of a teenager's acting ability? He cackles. I think not. If you were found out and they tortured you, bad news. I had alternate plans, other irons in the fire. You just happen to be my favorite, but we mustn't be biased.
Who was your wife? I ask, already suspecting the answer.
Full or short story? He asks.
Full.
I was liaising for a terraforming company on Triton.
He begins gruffly.
I didn't have a glamorous job, like you. No raises, no armor, just construction management. Contract was leased by a Silver. I was running one of the last Lovelock engines on their North Pole when an eruption from one of that moon's damn geysers caused an earthquake. Cracked the ice crust. Spilled the whole engine into the subterranean sea. 3,000 souls drowned. They fished me out of the sea, and I spent the next months recovering in the Arctic hospital. I was in the high colour wing. We had the good food, better showers, newer beds, but the low colours had the window that looked at the northern lights. And she had the bed beside that window.
He looks up at Severo.
She was the most beautiful woman I've ever met. And she was pretty to look at, too. She lost a leg in the accident, and they weren't going to give her a new one. They could. It's simple bionics. Not cost-effective, said the coppers. Shittiest colour ever made, I swear on.
Severo clears his throat.
We know.
Fitchner throws a piece of trash at Severo and continues.
When I left, I took her with me. I'd saved up money enough to leave Triton. Couldn't live in the core, too expensive. So I chose Mars. We lived just outside New Thebes for a year. We wanted a child more than anything, but our DNA wasn't compatible. So we went to a carver to see if we couldn't make some magic. We did. Cost me almost everything I owned. But 9 months later, this little goblin squirmed out.
Severo waves from his perch as he examines the trash to see if it isn't edible.
2 years later, the Board of Quality Control busted the carver for some work he did on some obsidian gladiator, and he ratted us out fast-like for a reduced sentence. They came to our home when I was away with Severo. Found my wife, took her in for questioning. Their doctors saw her fallopian tubes had been modified so that she would be compatible to sire a gold child. Then they disposed of her. Says so, right in the records. Disposed. Gassed her with Achilles 9. put her in an oven, pumped her ash into the sea. They didn't even give her a name, just a number. Not because she was a thief or a murderer or had violated any man's or woman's rights, but because she was a red who dared love a gold. My selfish love killed her. It wasn't like your wife, Darrow. I didn't watch mine die. I didn't see gold come into my world and ruin it. Instead, I felt the coldness of the system swallow the only thing I've lived for. A copper pressing buttons, filling out a spreadsheet. A brown twisting a knob to release gas. They killed my wife, but they won't ever think so. She's not a memory in their mind. She's a statistic. It's as if she never existed. Some ghost I loved but no one else ever saw. That's what society does. Spread the blame so there's no villain. So it's futile to even begin to find a villain. To find justice. It's just machinery. Processes. And it rumbles on. Inexorable till a whole generation rises that will throw themselves on the gears. What was her name? Her name? Why does it matter? He asks warily. Because I want to remember her. Bryn, Severo says from above. My mother's name was Bryn. She was 22 when they killed her. Only a year older than I am now. Bryn. I repeat the word and see Fitchner rock slightly on his feet, a shortness of breath. So, you're half red, I say to Severo. Severo nods. Found out a couple of days ago. Weird as shit, righto? Weird as shit. You'll make a good ruster. I like to think I'm an endangered species. Dancer rolls a match through his fingers. We all are. You knew about Titus, I say to Fitchner. But Dancer didn't. Don't blame him for that. I thought you'd be brothers at the Institute. A natural affection for your own race. But he went dark, and there was no way to reel him in. I met with him, Jammer, Ghost Cloak, like I met with you, but his mind broke under the strain. I didn't want to see you break. I did break. I look over at Severo, Dancer. I just had friends to piece me back together. Why didn't you tell Titus and me about each other? Then his mistakes would have been yours, and yours would have been his. In a storm, you don't tie two boats together. They'll drag each other down. He clears his throat. I always knew a gold couldn't lead this rebellion. It has to be from the bottom up, boyo. Red is about family. More than any other colour. It's about love amid all the horror of our world. If red rises, they have a chance to bind the worlds together. Mid-colours won't. Pinks, browns can't. Obsidians have failed before, and if they succeeded alone, they'd break the worlds instead of freeing them. So what's the plan? I ask. I squabbed up your position next to the Sovereign. You're hard to manipulate, Darrow, so I'll just cut to it. Augustus is going to adopt you. You're not surprised. It would make sense. He wants to tie my fate to his family. Probably make me marry Mustang. It'll fracture my alliance with the Jackal if I become an heir, though. Does the Jackal care about that? Severo asks. Seems like he's abandoned hope of ever gaining approval. Bloody bastard's building his own empire. I'll have to see, I say. Fitchner continues. Dispose of the Jackal, or make him part of the plan, it doesn't matter. Augustus will adopt you as his heir, and he will use you as a praetor in his armada. If you defeat the sovereign, he won't settle for being king of Mars. He'll want to be sovereign himself. Help him be. And a year into his reign, Sevro will kill him and pin it on a rival, maybe the Jackal. My turn to rock on my feet. You want me to inherit the Empire, I guess. The entire society. I gawk at him. At Dancer. How can they look so serious? Yes, Fitchner says. After he dies, all will look to the strongest. Be the strongest. Win the game of succession, and you can be sovereign just as you were Primus. Just as you are Praetor. It's all games. Except this time, we're helping you cheat. We will feed you information, guard you against assassination attempts. With me on your side, you'll have a spy network even the Jackal and Sovereign cannot rival. We will bribe who we need to bribe, and kill who we need to kill. I sit reflectively, looking at my hands. I thought the lies were nearly over. I want to declare what I am. I want to declare war. We can't yet. You know that. I do, but I don't want to leave these people. I won't be in the dark again. We will communicate, we will plan. No more grey areas, do you understand? I can't be alone like before. Say yes, Fitchner, Sevro says, or I'm not going either. We'll communicate every day if you need. I can't come with you. There's a ghost war being fought that I have to manage. But in my stead, I'll send some of my best agents. You'll have a cabal you can trust. Spies, assassins, courtesans, hackers, all with perfect covers. All willing to die to break the chains. You are no longer alone. Relief fills me. But there's something I know I can't do. I have to go back. Yes, they'll be wondering where you are, Fitchner agrees. No, I say. I have to go home. Home? Dancer asks. To Lycos? Why? Fitchner asks. What's left for you there? My family. It's been 4 years. I need to see them before this begins. I look each man in the eyes, each so scarred and so wounded in his own way. You have to understand that. Things are about to break apart in ways we can't predict. We pretend we know what we're doing, pushing these goals to war, planning our own, like we can control it. But we can't. We're just mortals opening Pandora's box. And before everything turns upside down, I need to remember what I'm fighting for. I need to know it's worth it. You want their blessing? Dancer says. Her blessing. He knows my heart better than Fitchner. If I'm to let Augustus adopt me, then I must go home first. You can't tell them what you are. They won't understand. Fitchner steps forward, suddenly cautious of my temper. You know that. How much easier would this have all been if you and I had conspired the whole way through? I say. Lies breed lies. We have to trust. I look at Sevro. I'm taking her to Lycos. Her? Dancer asks. Mustang, Sevro murmurs. No! Fitchner almost yells. Absolutely not. No, it's not worth the risk. You're set up now. She's in love with you.
Don't lose that leverage because of a guilty conscience. And what if I love her too? Shit! Fitchner curses. Shit! You're serious? I thought this was part of your gory damn game. Shit, boyo, you'll ruin everything. Gory damn idiot. Shit! This is everything, I say. She loves me. I won't use her anymore. I won't leverage her. If I can't trust her, gold can't change, and Titus and Harmony were right. Hell, the society is right. You and I know that it's not about our colour, it's about our hearts. Now let's put that to the test. And if you're wrong, if she rejects you for them... I don't have an answer. Severo hops down from his perch. Then I put a bullet in her head. Chapter 47. Free. The pot is a piece of shit. A 300-metre deep nest of metal and concrete, humid with the stink of swill and cleaning agent. Once it seemed to tower above Lycos's common, like some lofty castle. But as my ship descends, it's just a dull metal blister in the southern Martian taiga, far removed from the grand cities where men marshal for the great effort against Octavia Aulun. The Greys inside aren't fit to get paid doing anything but intimidate Reds. To think I once considered the Greys, like Ugly Dan, crack troops. Sad to see how weak and petty the demons of my youth really were. As though I come from some hollow fantasy past. They did not know my ship was coming. They don't know why I'm here. Nor must I tell them. They just scatter like horseflies as I stalk down my ship's ramp onto the engine-blackened landing pad. Obsidian bodyguards flowing out before me, Ragnar towering behind as I stalk through the metal-grated halls. Any of these Greys will know how to get where I need to go, but I'm looking for a familiar face. Dan, I ask one of the brown janitors. Where is he? I burst into one of their common rooms where a dozen Greys play cards and smoke cigars. A woman notices me, turning her attention from an HC where several talking heads, a silver, a violet, and 2 greens, debate the political ramifications of Mars's conquest over a montage of my exploits. Her cigar falls out of her mouth. The man sitting at her side slaps the cigar as it falls on his pant leg and catches the fabric. Carly, you dumb meat sheath! He flings himself back from the table. God damn! The hell is your... Ugly Dan swivels to see me for the first time in 4 years. I can feel the hairs on his skin rise as the spring of discipline hidden in his slothful body snaps to attention. There's no recognition in his eyes, no fear, just obedience. This gives me no catharsis. Dan should have an impudent sneer on his lips, a nasty hyena cast to his aspect. But he doesn't. He's tame, obedient, face pocked from childhood acne. The greasy hair Lauren and I teased him from behind his back, now gone. A crater of baldness has replaced it, fringed with shoots of withered grey. He's as scary as a wet dog. This is the man I let kill Io. How could I not have stopped him? Was I ever so weak? The Bubble Garden, I say to Dan, voice filling the metal common room. Take me there. I've already turned on a heel. Ragnar pats his thigh. Come, dog. It's been 4 years since I last stood here. Stars twinkle in the grey above as night pulls on its hood. The garden is smaller than I remember, less filled with colour, with sounds. I suppose that's to be expected, being where I've been, seeing what I've seen. There's more trash, more signs of greys using the place for screwing and drinking. I tow an empty beer can with my shoe. A candy bar wrapper marks the place where Io and I last lay together. I remember it, a bed of soft grass. But there are weeds now. Maybe there were weeds then, and I just didn't notice them. The flowers are wilted, paltry things. I touch one with my finger and feel a sadness pull at me as I peer up through the bubble roof to see stars shooting across the sky. I snort. Once they might have been stars. I thought them such when I was younger. But now I know they are warships that prepare for an assault on Luna. I don't know what I expected. No magic remains here. Should have left this place perfect in memory. I wonder if Io is safer there, safe from my eyes. If I saw her now, if I came back, would I be so in love? Would she seem so perfect? I walk through the garden. It really is barely larger than my suites on the Pax. I'm thicker than the trees I walk under. The grass balds near the base of them, where the roots rear through the ground. I find the place I came for. Hemanthus flowers live atop Io's grave, dozens. It would seem a miracle if I did not remember the flower bud I set in the grave with her. She's not there any longer, I know that. The Greys would have dug her up and strung her from the common to rot after they hanged me. There's a dark irony I'm only just realizing. I came here to ask for her blessing, but she's not here. She's fled this cage for the veil. So I sit cross-legged, waiting for the sun to set, where once I waited for it to rise. When it does, the day's waning light fills the bubble garden with a bloody hue. And then the sun surrenders to the horizon, and night draws its star-pierced shroud over Mars. I laugh at myself. Ragnar slips from his place at the door. "I'm fine," I say without turning to him. "She'd laugh at me for coming here." "Laughter is a gift." "Sometimes." I stand and dust my pants, giving the place one last look. The garden isn't as perfect as it was in memory, and neither was she. She was impatient. She could be spiteful for small reasons. But she was a girl, not even 17. And she gave the most she could, did the best she could with what she had. That's why I will always love her. And it's why I know whether or not she would give her blessing for what I go to do. My heart can't stay here in this cage she herself has fled. It must move on. Chapter 48. The Magistrate. Mine Magistrate Timony Aupuginus waits for me, flanked with a coterie of grey mine guards, now wearing their best and brightest uniforms. One carries a platter of cheese, dates, and Puginus's best, and perhaps only, caviar. Ugly Dan is gone. "Lord Andromedus, is it not?" Puginus croons with that supercilious inflection uppity copper's favour. He is fatter, his hair thinner, and he sweats like a pig in heat as he fans open his heavily ringed fingers to favour me with a queer bow popular in the HC political dramas. "I was examining the ore compression facilities." Probably a whorehouse in nearby Yorkton, at the edge of the Tyger. "When news of your visit came to me, I hurried back as best I could, but still I beg your forgiveness. I wonder, though, may I be so bold as to ask the purpose of your visit?" So he can sell the information to men like Pliny. Coppers rarely mean all that they say. "An inspection is not due for—" "In polite society, it is considered rude not to introduce yourself, copper." I talk like a peerless, not the pixies he so eagerly emulates. "My apologies," he stammers in alarm, sweeping into a bow so deep I fear he might touch his nose to the floor, were it not for the cushion of his substantial gut. "I am Mine Magistrate Timony Aupuginus, your humble servant, and may I say, if it is not too bold," he is still bowing, "your aspect is grander than I had indeed expected. Not to say that I did not expect you to be broad and tall. The Arch-Governor is only the best of the best in his employ, naturally, but the HC does you the barest justice." "You may stop bowing." He straightens self-consciously and peers behind me into the garden, fiendishly seeking the reason someone like me came unannounced to his mine. "As I know you've no doubt heard from others, the mine magistrates were overjoyed to hear the planet had been liberated from Bellona control. War, those men may know, but mining? Pah, amateurs." They don't know war either, apparently. Swallowing, he glances again to my razor, and then to the garden. "A beautiful space, is it not?" he asks. "It reminds me of my time on the Pyrrhus River. The tulip blossoms there. Oh, the colour! Nothing like it, as I'm sure you know. And the trees, aren't they so very like the birches that stretch along the steps of the Olympus Mons? I stayed there at the Chateau Le Breu." He makes a strange, expansive motion with his hands. I know, but sometimes one must treat oneself. In fact, it is where I discover the most unique Soto Genere cheese." He smiles proudly. "They called me Marco Polo, my friends, because I relish travel. It's the culture I seek. Refined company, as you could no doubt guess, is the damnedest thing to find around here." I don't know how long he would continue trying to impress me, if I didn't look at his men's best uniforms, then at his best rings, and frown. "Is something the matter?" he asks. "You're right," I say. His beady eyes scurry back and forth between his best greys, searching for signs of the inequity I noticed. It disgusts me how desperate he is to please me. This man stole from my family. He had me whipped, watched Io be killed, hanged my father. He's not wicked. He's just pathetic in his greed. "I am right about what?" he asks, blinking at me. that it is impossible to find refined company in places like this. My eyes fall so heavily on him, I fear he might burst out crying. Seeing him, seeing Dan, does nothing but fill me with a distant strangeness. I wanted them to be terrible, hideous monsters, but they aren't. They are petty men who ruin lives and don't even notice. How many others are there like them? In a panic, Paginas waves to the cheese plate. Sotto Cenere, my liege. It's an Italian import with notes of licorice, winks of nutmeg, a dash of coriander, a sprinkling of cloves, and a playful but mysterious bit of cinnamon and fennel coated onto the rind. I'm sure you'll find it to your... I did not come here for cheese. No, of course not. He looks around nervously. If I may beg to ask, what did you come here for, my liege? I begin walking. Paginas hurries to keep up. Ragnar. I nod to the Titan, who pulls a small datapad from his pocket. Took Pebble less than an hour to teach him to use it. Your output of helium-3 has decreased by 14% over the last quarter. Your projections show an expected shortfall of 13,500 kilos for the current fiscal quarter. Praetor Andromedus wishes you to explain. Paginas doesn't know what to do. He looks back and forth between me, the obsidian, and the datapad. He stammers a response. We have had issues with the populace. Graffiti, illegal pamphlets. He addresses me. You know we were the nucleus of the Persephone movement. Ragnar taps him heavily on the shoulder. Praetor Andromedus is busy. Paginas wheels about. In a nightmare he doesn't understand and cannot escape. I forgot what I was... You were making excuses. Making excuses? Making excuses? How dare you? He squares his shoulders. There's a current of rebellion running through Mars. Not a mine has been untouched by dissent. My mine is hardly the exception. There have been killings, sabotage, and not just from the sons of Ares, from the miners themselves. Paginas turns to me again, desperately sensing his demise is fast coming, feet struggling to keep up with our long strides. My liege, I've gone above and beyond in following the proper method of quelling dissent as laid out in Section 3, subsection A of the Department of Energy's Guide to Mine Management. I have docked their rations, cracked down on enforcement of legal violations, and discredited leading thought-makers by luring them into liaisons of homosexuality. I have even introduced the recommended scenarios from On Diffusing Rebellion. Over the past 6 years, I've introduced plague and cure, rebellion and suppression, natural disaster, pit viper migration, and even considered the extraplanetary government upheaval package. Panting, he waves imploringly for me to stop. No man would have done better than I. Your position is not in jeopardy, I say. He shudders with relief. Suddenly his head snaps back. You wouldn't. He leans forward. You're considering quarantine, aren't you? Why shouldn't I quarantine this mine? I continue on down the corridor till we reach the landing pad where my ship waits. There I stop. As you said, its populace has failed to respond favorably to strategies endorsed by the Department of Energy and the Board of Quality Control. Why not pump the air full of Achilles 9 gas and replace the unruly Reds with clans from compliant mines nearer the equator? No! He actually grabs me. Ragnar doesn't even bother threatening the fat man. "Choose your words carefully," I say. "My liege, don't do it." Tears sparkle in his greedy, panicked eyes. "My mine's profits may have decreased, but it is still viable, still functional, a model of how to weather a storm." "You are its savior," I say, mocking him. "The Reds here are good miners, the best in all the world. That is why they're wild. But they've calmed now. I've increased their rations of alcohol and increased pheromone circulation in the air units. They're breeding like rabbits. I've also had my gamma plants tamper with their machinery and maps. They think the mines are drying up. They'll walk on pins and needles, fearing they won't make quota. Then we'll fix the machines, and they'll be filled with fresh purpose. I can even tell them that terraforming is complete, and migration will begin in 10 years, and that Earth has begun sending immigrants. There are still so many options before we must accede to quarantine." I watch the man as he sputters to an end, slumping down, lifeless as a wet shirt on a hanger. Is this all for his own vanity, or does he really care for Reds? This was a test to see. Now I can't tell. He might actually care in some strange way. Another monster from my past made human by society's lash. Your mine is safe, for now. Maintain your workforce. Increase rations beginning tonight. I want happy workers and flush coffers. In my ship you will find provisions, food and libations. Throw the Reds a feast." "My liege? A feast? Why?" "Because I said so." I sit alone in the viewing room, watching the celebration unfold through the glass beneath my feet. Thousands of Reds drink and eat as the young dance around the gallows to The Ballad of Old Man Hickory. The tables are filled with foods these Reds have never tasted, drinks they've never downed. And though they laugh, though they dance, I cannot find any joy myself. They live in horror, but it's one they know. It's one they can find refuge from. Will there be any refuge left when the sons of Ares reveal the great lie? It will shatter their way of life. They will be lost in the greatness of the worlds, and they'll be polluted by them, like I am. I recognize nearly all of them. Boys I played with, now grown. Girls I once kissed, now with children. Nieces, nephews, even my brother Kieran. I wipe the tears from my eyes, lest someone see. A boy sweeps a girl into a dance after kissing her cheek. I'll never be like that boy again. My innocence is lost. And Reds will never accept me as one of their own, no matter what future I bring them. I'm not a conquering hero. I'm a necessary evil. I have no place here, but I cannot leave. There are things that must be said, secrets that must be revealed. Still trying to create a cult? She asks from the door. I turn to see Mustang leaning against the metal frame, hair in a ponytail, high-collared Politico uniform open informally at the neck. I suppose I should commission statues next, yes? I ask. Ragnar is scaring the backcountry greys. Good. You're so mean to greys, she laughs. Something you don't like about them? She runs a hand through my hair as she comes to sit on the arm of my chair.
They're too obedient.
Ah, so that's why you like me. She digs her fingernails lightly into my scalp, teasing. Statues are a bad idea. Too easy to deface. Vandals could give you a mustache or breasts at their leisure. Risky proposition, breasts.
Could be worse.
Well, there's nothing worse than a mustache. Daxo is trying to grow, and I think it's meant to be ironic. I'm not sure. Mustang laughs lightly as she settles in on the metal chair next to me. His sisters will sort that out. She looks around at the mine and the can. Place is disgusting. I wrote a piece of legislation that the reformers plan to put through after all this. It'll gut the Department of Energy, restructure the Board of Quality Control. She looks around the pot. Change the way this meat shop is run. You see the supply stores in this place? Food enough for 7 years, yet they keep maxing out their requisition orders. I took a look at their files. The mine magistrate's skimming off the top, likely reselling the supplies on the black market. Lying copper thought we wouldn't notice. Probably because some gold or silver told them they'd greased the right palms to make sure no one ever quibbled. All while he has a malnourished population. Corruption everywhere. She wrinkles her nose and flicks a piece of flaking paint from her chair. Why are we here? She asks. Did something happen with my brother?
This is the mine where the girl sang the forbidden song,
I say after a moment. Her eyes open wider as she scans the crowd beneath. These poor people. She watches me, waiting expectantly for what I have to say. But there are no words left, only something to show. I take her hand and stand. Come with me. Chapter 49. Why We Sing. I've never felt fear like this. Lycos is dark at night. Lights all turned down so the Reds don't go mad from eternal day. Somewhere the night shifts weave silks, mine soil. But here in this wide tunnel, there is no motion, no sound except the murmur of HCs showing old terraforming hollows and the hum of distant machines. It's cool here, yet I sweat. Mustang is silent beside me. She has not spoken since we descended in our grav boots to the commons floor, ghost cloaks making us nearly invisible to the lingering drunks slumped over tables and sleeping soundly on the gallows steps. I hear the tension in her silence and wonder what she thinks. My heart runs wild in my chest, so loud Mustang has to hear it as we enter Lambda Township, where I grew from boy to man. The place is smaller, the ceiling lower. Rope bridges and pulley systems like children's toys. The HC that once glowed with Octavia Auloon's face is an ancient relic, pixels missing. Mustang peers around, cloak deactivated. Her eyes dance from bridge to home, like she's seeing something wonderful. It didn't occur to me a gold would ever find interest in a simple place like this. I climbed the stone steps to the bridge that leads to my old home, just like I did as a boy. Only my limbs are too large now. I forgot I had grav boots. Mustang doesn't use hers either. She follows behind and dusts off her hands as she makes the landing where the thin metal door to my old family home has been cut into the wall. "Darrow," she says so quietly, "how do you know where you're going?" My hands tremble. "You told me to let you in." I look down at her. "I did, but..." "How far do you want to go?" I know she feels what's coming. I wonder how long she's felt it. The strangeness of me, the odd mannerisms, the distant soul. She looks at her hands, stained red from the dust of the stone stairs. "All the way." I hand her a holocube. "If you mean that, press play and come in when you've finished watching. If you leave, I understand." "Darrow?" I kiss her one last time, hard. She clutches at my hair, sensing that when we part, something will be different. I find myself pulling back. My hand cups her jaw. Her eyes, closed, begin to flutter open as I step away and turn to the door. I push it open. I have to duck to enter. The home is cramped, quiet. The first floor is the same as I remember. The small metal table has not changed, nor have the plastic chairs, the small sink, the drying clay dishes, or mother's prized tea kettle that heats on the stove. A new rug covers the floor. It's the work of a novice. Different boots sit where father used to place his, at the base of the stairs, where I used to set mine. Wait. Those are mine. But tattered and worn more than they'd been in my day. Were my feet really so small? Silence guards the house. All sleep except her. The tea kettle hisses as the water reaches a boil. Soon it begins its breathy murmur. Feet scrape over the stone stairs. I almost run out of the room, but terror roots me to the spot as she comes closer. Closer till she's in the room with me, pausing at that last stair, foot suspended, forgotten. Her eyes find mine. They never leave, never look at the rest of my golden form. I panic as she says nothing. A breath. 3. 10. She doesn't know me. I'm a killer in her house. I shouldn't have come here. She doesn't recognize me. I'm a lost gold poking his head in out of curiosity. I can leave. Run away now. My mother never has to know what her son has become. Then she finishes her step and comes toward me, gliding. It's been 4 years. She looks 20 older. Lips thin, skin loose and webbed with lines, hair worked through with sooty grey, hands tough as oak and gnarled as ginger roots. When her right hand reaches for my face, I have to kneel. Her eyes still have not left mine. Now they let out tears. The tea kettle screams on the stove. She brings her other hand to my face, but it's unable to open and touch like the other. It remains twisted and clenched. like my heart. "It's you," she says softly, as though I will disappear like a night vision if she says the word too loudly. "It's you." Her voice is different, slurred. "You know me," I manage desperately. "How could I not?" Her smile is twisted, left eyelid sluggish. Life has been less kind to her than to me. She's had a stroke. It breaks me to see her body fail her, to know I wasn't here for her, to know her heart was broken. "I would know you anywhere." She kisses my forehead. "My boy, you're my Darrow." The tears leave warm paths down my cheeks. I let them linger. "Mother." Still on my knees, I throw my arms around her and let the silent tears come. We say nothing for the longest time. Her scent is of grease, rust, and the musty tang of Hemanthus. Her lips kiss my hair, as they used to. Her hands scratch my back as though she remembers it just as broad as it is now, just as strong. "I have to take the kettle off," she says, "before someone wakes and sees you like—" "Of course." "You have to let go of me." "Sorry." I do, laughing at myself. "How?" she asks me, standing there looking at the sigils on my hands, shaking her head. "How could this be? Your accent, everything." I was carved. Uncle Nero saved me. I can explain. She shakes her head, trembling so slightly, she must think I can't see it. The kettle shrieks louder. "Take a seat." She turns her back to me and takes the kettle off the stove. She sets out another mug, one from the high shelf. I remember it was my father's. Dust covers the moulded clay. She pauses, saying nothing as she cradles it close, slipping into a moment not meant for me, where she remembers those mornings when they would ready for the day together. With a long breath, she drops the loose-leaf tea into the pot and pours hot water after. "Would you like anything else? We have those biscuits you liked." "No, thank you." "And I took my portion from the feast tonight. It's delicate gold food." "Did you do that?" "I'm not a gold." "There are beans, too, fresh from Leora's garden. You remember her?" I spare a look at my datapad. Mustang is gone, heading back to the ship after she watched the holocube. I feared this. I read a message from Severo. "Stop her?" he asks. Two choices. Let Severo and Ragnar catch her, and contain her till I can speak with her, or trust her to make her own decisions. But if I trust her, she could leave, tell her father what I am, and it could all end. Yet she may just need time. I've given her so much to digest. If Ragnar and Severo capture her prematurely, it may set her against me. Or they may act on their own and kill her. Cursing silently, I type a quick reply. I remember everyone, I say to my mother, looking back up. I'm still me. She pauses at that, still facing the stove. When she turns, a lopsided smile crosses her stroke-ravaged face. Her hand fumbles one of the mugs, but swiftly she recovers. Got something against the chairs? She asks sharply, noticing I saw the clumsiness of her hand. Other way around, I'm afraid. I hold up the chair. It's better suited for a gold child than a peerless Skard who stands just over 7 feet and weighs as much as any 3 Reds put together. She chuckles that dark chuckle of hers, the one that, as a child, always made me think she'd done something particularly sinister. Gracefully, she folds her legs and sits on the ground. I follow, feeling gangly and clumsy here. She sets the steaming cups between us. You don't seem terribly surprised to see me, I say. You talk funny now. She pauses so long I wonder if she'll continue. Nerol told me you were alive. Failed to say you'd gone and dipped yourself gold, though. She sips her tea. I bet you've got questions. I laugh. I thought you'd have more. I would, but I know my son. She eyes my sigils. I'm more patient. Go on now. Nerol. Is he dead? Aye, he's dead. The breath goes out of me. How long? 2 years ago. She chuckles. Fell down a mine shaft with Lauren. Never found the bodies. Why the hell are you laughing? Your father's brother was always the black sheep of the bunch. She sips her tea. It's still too hot for me. Suppose it makes sense he'd be as hard to kill as a cockroach. So I'll believe he's dead when I see him in the Vale. Shifty bugger. She speaks slowly, like most Reds. The lisp from the stroke is faint, but always there. I think he left this place and took Lauren with him. The way she says it makes me know she understands there's more beyond the mines. Perhaps she doesn't know the whole truth, but she knows a part. Maybe my uncle and cousin aren't dead. Maybe they left to be with the sons. What of Kieran, Lyanna, Dio? Your sister is remarried. Lives with her husband in Gamma Township in the house of his family. Gamma? I sneer. You let her... I stop as soon as I see the fresh twist in my mother's mouth. I might wear the trappings of a gold, but I better shut the hell up about her daughter. She's got 2 girls that look more like you than her or any Gamma I've ever seen. And Kieran's well. She smiles to herself. You'd be right proud of him. Not the snivelling child you might remember, squabbling up his chores and talking in his sleep. Man of the house. Head talk for the crew after Nerol slipped down. Cora, his wife, died in childbirth, though. He took another a few months back. My poor brother. And what of Dio? Io's parents? Her father is dead. Killed himself not long after you tried the same. My head sags. So many deaths. She touches my knee. It's the way of it. Doesn't make it right. It was a hard time after you and Dio left us. But Dio's well. Fact, she's upstairs. Upstairs? What do you... Did she marry Kieran? Aye. And she's pregnant. I'm hoping for a girl, but with my luck it'll be a boy who wants to dodge pit vipers and steam burns his whole life. If he's got the choice, that is. What do you mean? Things are tough. Changed. Mine isn't given the way it ought. Some of the men are whispering this corner of the world is all used up, and it makes them start fearing. What happens to the miners when there's nothing left to mine? They're hoping the terraforming will catch on before we run through our helium deposits. Nothing will happen to you. I promise I will protect this mine, no matter what. How? I just will. My turn. She eyes me over her tea. Where you been, child? I don't even know where to start. With Io's death, I think. I flinch. My mother was always blunt. Made Kieran cry his way through his childhood. But that bluntness makes calluses out of blisters, so I owe her a reply in kind. I tell her everything, starting with the moment after Io's death and ending with the promise I made to the Arch-Governor. Our tea is long gone when I finish. That's quite a tale, she says. Tale? It's the truth. They won't believe you, the rest of them. You do, though. I'm your mother. She takes my hand and runs her crooked fingers over the sigils that run from the back of my hands up my forearms, smirking when she reaches the metal wings embedded on the outside of my forearms. I never liked Io, she says quietly. I twist my head up to look at her. Not for you. She could be manipulative. She kept some things from you. I know about the child, I say. I know what she told Dio on the scaffold. Mother scoots closer to me, her hands grasping mine and bringing my knuckles to her lips. She never gave much comfort. She's awkward at it now, but I don't mind. Father loved her for the same reason I do. Everything she does, she means. There's no falseness to her, no deception. So when she tells me she loves me, I know she means it with every part of her. Io was not a cruel girl, you know that, she says, pushing back so she can look into my eyes. She loved you with everything she had, and I loved her for it. But I always feared she'd make you fight her battles, and I always feared how much she loved to fight. That's not quite the Io I remember, but I don't find fault with my mother's words. I can't. All eyes see their own way. But in the end, Mother, Io was right about this, about gold. I'm your mother. I don't care about what's right. I care about you, child. Someone has to fix all this, I say. Someone has to break the chains. And that someone is you. Why is she doubting me? Yes, it is. I'm not being foolish. I can lead us out of here. Out of slavery. To where? To the surface. She speaks of it familiarly, as if she's known the truth of Mars for years, not minutes. Perhaps she has. Where we will do what? All we know is the mines. All we know is how to dig, how to harvest silk. If what you say is true, and there are hundreds of millions of Reds on Mars, how will there be enough homes for us up there? How will there be enough work? Most won't leave the mines even if they know. You'll see. They'll just stay miners, and their children will be miners, and their children's children, except the nobility, will be lost. Do you think about these things? Of course I do. And you have an answer? No. Men. She rubs her right temple. Your father was one to jump without looking. Her expression tells me what she thinks of that. Helldivers all think they provide for the clans. No, the women do. She gestures around. Everything you see, made by a woman. But you know how to shape the world, don't you? Know how it should be. No, I don't, I say. I'm not the one with the answers. Mustang is. Io was. Mother is. No man or woman has all the answers. 1,000, 1,000,000 bright minds will be needed to answer what you've asked me. That's the point of this. What I can do, what I am good at, is tearing down the men and women who would keep those minds shackled. That's why I'm here. It's why I exist. You've changed, she says. I know. I pick dust from the floor and rub it between my palms. The dust looks strange on these hands. Do you think, is it possible to love two people? Before she can answer, feet pad down the stairs. My mother turns to look. Grandma, a small voice says sleepily. Grandma Dunlow isn't in bed. A small child stands on the stairs, nightshirt scraping the floor. One of Kieran's. She's 3, maybe 4, born just after I left. Her face is heart-shaped, red hair thick and rusty as my wife's. Mother looks back to me, worried how she'll explain my presence. But I activated my ghost cloak as soon as I heard the noise. Oh, he probably snuck out to cause trouble, my mother says. I squeeze her hand before sliding back from the room toward the door. My time here is at an end, yet I linger. The little girl gingerly steps down the stairs, one foot after another, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Who were you talking to? I was praying, child. Praying for what? For the soul of a man who loves you very much. Mother touches her nose with a finger. Papa? No, your uncle. Uncle Darrow? But he's dead. Mother picks the girl up in her arms. The dead can always hear us, my love. Why else do you think we sing? We want them to know that even though they're gone, we can still find joy. Cradling my knees, she turns to look at me as she takes the first step up the stairs. That's all they want for us. Chapter 50. The Deep. Mustang is gone. I'd hoped she would come in, but I suspect that was too much to ask. Of course it was. Idiot. I remember thinking this would humanize me in her eyes. Thought meeting my mother would make her weep and realize we're all the same. The guilt falls fast on me. I handed Mustang the hollow of my carving, expecting... Expecting what? For her to come inside? For her, the daughter of the Arch-Governor of Mars, to sit on my floor with my mother and me? I'm a coward for coming here. I'm a coward for letting the hollow speak for me. I didn't want to watch her process learning who I really am. I didn't want to see the betrayal in her eyes. 4 years of deception. 4 years of lying to the girl who has never been able to trust anyone. 4 years and I tell the truth when I'm not even in the bloody damn room. I'm a coward. She's gone. I checked my datapad. The radiation tracker Severo insisted on sticking her with before she came to see me in the Potts observation room says she is 300 kilometers away and moving fast. Severo's ship pursues, awaiting my orders. Ragnar and Severo both hail me. I don't answer their calls. They'll want me to give the order to shoot her down. I won't. I can't. Neither understands. Without Mustang, what is the point to all this? I wander from the township, down and down into the old mine, trying to forget the present by finding the past. There, I stand alone listening to the call of the deep mines. Wind wails its way through the earth, mournful in its song. My eyes are closed to the black, heels planted in the loose soil, head looking down the maw of darkness that stretches deep into the bowels of my world. This is how we tested our bravery as youths, standing, waiting in the deep hollows our ancestors dug in the times before. I turn my left arm to see the inside of the forearm where the datapad rests. Hesitating, I hail Mustangs. It chimes directly behind me. I freeze. Then a Scorcher battery pack whines as it activates, and warm yellow light blossoms behind me, illuminating a swath of the huge tunnel. Hands where I can see them! Her voice is so cold I hardly recognize it, till it echoes back to me from the tunnel walls. Slowly, I raise my hands. Turn! I turn. Her eyes glow against the lamplight like an owl's. She's 10 meters away, higher than I, feet planted on the sloping, loose soil. In one hand she holds a light, in the other a Scorcher, one that's pointed at my head, finger against the trigger. Her knuckles are all white. Her face is an impassive mask, and behind it, 2 eyes filled with fathomless sadness. Severo was right. She'll shoot you in the head, you bloody damn fool! Severo sneered at me in the shuttle. Sometimes I think he joined my little crusade so he could have an excuse to curse like a red. Ragnar stayed silent when I told them my plan. Then why'd you back me up with your father? I asked him. Because that's what we do. She has to make her own choice. And she'll choose you over her race? You did. Oh, come off it. I'm not a bloody queen of the golds, am I? He held his hand high. She's been up here her whole life. Air is nice and sweet. He lowered his hand. I've been kicking shit since I was born tiny and butt-faced to my lard of a father. Your girl, there isn't a chip on her shoulder. She may spout pretties when the world isn't hard, but when facing the masses who would steal her palace, trample her gardens, It'll be a different girl you see then. You're a red, she says now to me. I thought you left. The tracker left. She flexes her jaw. Severo was sneaky. Didn't even notice him doing it. But you'd never tell me something like this without an insurance policy. I ditched the clothes and the shuttle. Why did you come back? No. She cuts the air with a gesture. You answer my questions now, Darrow. Is that even your name? My mother named me after her father. And you're a red. I was born in the house you stood outside. It was 16 years before I saw Sky, so yes, I'm a red. I see. She hesitates. And my father killed your wife? Yes. He ordered Eo's death. When you sang the song to me in the cave, all this was going through your mind? This place, the carving, the plan, was all inside you, all in your memory. This whole other world, this whole other person. She shakes her head, not wanting me to answer that. Then what happened? Eo's husband was hanged? You were hanged? How did you escape? Do you know why they hanged me? She waits for me to explain. When a red is hanged for crimes of treason, the body may not be buried. It is to decay and rot in front of all, as a reminder of what comes of dissent. I jab a thumb at my chest. I buried my wife, so they hanged me too. Only my uncle fed me Himanthus oil. It slows the heart to make you appear dead. He cut me down after, gave me to the sons. And they... She holds up the hollow cube, her face pale in its glow. Did this to you? I was paler than a blue, a head shorter than Severo, weaker than a grey, knew less of the world than a pink learning art in the garden. So they took what was best in me, in my people, and melded it to what was best in yours. But it's impossible. The Board of Quality Control has tests, she says, breaking her cool line of inquiry. Lie detectors, DNA analysis, background checks. She laughs in realization. That's why you came from the family Andromedas, born to gold parents who fled debts to try to strike at rich asteroid mining. Their ship was lost as they returned after the mines had been bought by Quicksilver. So Sons of Ares destroyed their ship, altered the records, and purchased the mines so they could write your story. Perhaps. I hadn't put much thought into how Dancer did it. My friends are resourceful. How did you even survive the carving? She mutters. It's against physiology. What the carver did to you. No one could survive that. The sigils are connected to the central nervous system, and the implant in your frontal lobe can't be removed without rendering you catatonic. My carver was a unique talent. He managed to find a way to remove 2 implants, though another carver did the second. 2? There's 2 of you? Severo? She guesses. Is that why you've always been so close? No. It was Titus. Titus? The Butcher? You were in league with him? Never. I didn't know who he was until after I defeated you.
Ares thought we would work together, but Titus was a monster. The goals made him that way. And that excuses what he did? Don't act like you know what we went through, I snap. I know, Darrow. I don't avert my eyes. I know the policies. I know the conditions your people suffer, but that doesn't excuse the murders, the rapes, the torture he committed. It's what we suffer every day. Titus did what he did out of hate, out of a misguided hope of revenge. In another life, I could have been him. Mustang searches my eyes. And why weren't you in this life? My wife. I look up at her. And you. Don't say that. Voice thick with regret. She takes a step back, shaking her head. You don't have the right to say that. Why not? You always wondered what ran beneath the surface of me. Know the deep current. Darrow. Titus had pain, but that's all he had. I had something more. Eo's dream of a world where our children could be free. But I would have lost it if I never met you. I take a step forward. You kept me from becoming a monster, can't you see? I gesture, trying to encompass my desperation. I was surrounded by the people who had enslaved mine for hundreds of years. I thought all Golds cruel, selfish murderers. I would have caved to revenge. But then you came, and you showed me there was kindness in them. Rogue, Severo, Quinn, Pax, and the Howlers proved it too. Proved what, exactly? That this isn't about my people against yours. You aren't gold. We aren't red. We're people, Mustang. Each of us can change. Each of us can be what we like. For hundreds of years, they've tried to tell us otherwise. They've tried to break us. But they can't. You are that proof. You're not your father's daughter. I see the love in you. I see the joy, the kindness, the impatience, the flaws. They're in me. They were in my wife. They're in all of us because we are human. Your father would have us forget that. Society would have us live by its rules. I take another step toward her. You told me I gave you hope that we could live for more after we won the Institute our way. Then you said I turned my back on that idea when I accepted your father's patronage and went to the academy, but I never turned my back, not for one moment. Another step. You will destroy my family, Darrow. It is possible. They are my family, she shouts, face collapsing into grief. My father hanged your wife. He hanged her. How can you even look at me? She shudders out a breath. What do you want, Darrow? Tell me. Do you want me to help you kill them? Do you want me to help you destroy my people? I don't want that. You don't know what you want. I don't want genocide. You do, she says. And why not? After what we've done to your people? After what my father did to you? She unbuttons another catch on her jacket, as if it will help her breathe through this. The gun shakes in her hand. Finger tenses on the trigger. How can I live with this? If I don't pull the trigger, millions will die. If you pull it, you accept that billions should live as slaves. Imagine all those unborn. If it is not me, someone else will rise. 10 years from now, 50, 1,000, we will break the chains no matter the cost. You cannot stop us. We are the tide. All you can do is pray it is not someone like Titus who rises in my place. She levels the scorcher at my right eyeball.
Pull the trigger and you die.
Ragnar speaks like the darkness itself. Ragnar, no! I snap. I can't even see him in the shadows of the tunnel. Stop! Do not hurt her! He must not have pursued the tracking signal, as I told him to. How long has he listened? Stay back! Mustang shuffles sideways, so her back is to the wall. Does he know too? Do you know what he is, Ragnar?
The Reaper trusts me.
Mustang tosses her light on the ground and pulls free her razor. He isn't here to kill you, Mustang. What else does a Stained do? I hold my hands up. Ragnar isn't going to do anything, are you, Ragnar? No answer. I swallow hard. Everything is unwinding. Ragnar, listen to me.
You must not die, Reaper. You are too important for the people. Lady Augustus, you have 10 breaths left.
Ragnar, please, I beg. Trust me, please.
9. I trusted you at the river, my brother. You are not always right. That is the cost of mortality.
The voice comes from above, somewhere near the ceiling of the mine this time. He's not wrong. He put his trust in me during our siege of Aegea, and I led them into a trap. Luck preserved me. Laughing bitterly, Mustang coils her muscles to strike. See, Darrow? You start this war, it'll be beasts like him who finish it and take their revenge. 7. This isn't about revenge. I try to calm myself. It's about justice. It's about love against an empire built on greed, on cruelty. Remember the Institute. We freed those we were meant to take as slaves. We put our trust in them. That is the lesson. Trust. 5. Darrow, she pleads. How can you be so foolish? Her mind is made up. 4. It's never foolish to hope. I strip off my razor, my data pad, and toss them to the ground as I go to my knees. But if you can't change, no one can. So shoot me dead and let the worlds be as they may. 3. You think too much of me, Darrow?
2.
Let's skip the foreplay, Ragnar. Mustang twirls her razor. Its horrible hum fills the tunnel. Come at me, dog, and show Darrow what your kind lives for. The silence stretches long. 1. Mustang growls, stomping out her own lamp. No light, no color but darkness. The silence is deeper than the tunnel. It meanders through the heart of Mars, stretching forever, echoing to places only the lost have ever been. Ragnar shatters it with his voice.
I live for my sisters.
There is no scorcher flash, no scream of the razor, no movement. Just the echoing of the words down and down with the fragments of silence.
I live for my brother.
A light blossoms from Ragnar. He steps forward like some wayward pilgrim, white light glowing along the knuckles of his armor. I see no weapons. Mustang tenses, confused.
I am, and always have been, son to the people of the Valkyrie Spires. Born free to Alia Snow Sparrow on the wild pole of Mars, north of the Dragon Spine, south of the fallen city.
He walks past Mustang, arms at his side.
44 scars have I earned for gold since the slavers of the Weeping Sun came from the stars to take my family to the Chain Islands. 7 scars from others of my kind when they placed me in the Nagoge where I was trained. He kneels at my side. 1 from my mother, 5 from the talons of the monster who guards Witch Pass, 6 from the woman who taught me to love, 1 from my first master, 15 from men and beasts I fought in an arena for the pleasure of the Ash Lord and his guests. 9 I earned for the Reaper. The ground sighs under the weight of his knees. For gold, I have buried 3 sisters, 1 brother, 2 fathers. He pauses in sadness. But for them, I have never earned a scar. Through his armor's pale light, his black eyes burn like witch flames. Now, I live for more. Ragnar closes his eyes, putting himself at the mercy of a gold. Having faith, like I have faith. Like Io had faith in me. Like Severo and Dancer and all the rest. My eyes meet Mustang's, perhaps for the last time. And I imagine I feel the same as did my ancestors, the first pioneers to Mars, as they looked back across the darkness to Earth. In her, I had a home. I had love. And then I poisoned her to me. I know this was always destined to be our end. But still I hope like a desperate child. What do you live for? I ask. Chapter 51. Golden Sun. Today is my triumph. The day is crisp. Sky robin's egg blue, stars peeking through the atmosphere. I stand, dripping in gold, purple sash across my chest, head naked, and waiting for the laurel wreath at the end of the procession. By the end of the day, I will be given a triumph mask, created by violets in honor of my victory. My chariot rumbles under me. Wooden wheels pulled over pavement, over rose petals, over hemanthus blossoms, over 100,000 flowers thrown from the open windows of the skyscrapers that stand sentinel to either side of the Grand Avenue. Hands flourish in the air, arms reach out, faces peer down, beaming smiles. So many colors. They're on the street too, surrounding the parade route, cheering for the things that went before me, the wonderful floats, the fire breathers, the dancers, the griffins and drakes and zebra cores, the few remaining Bologna prisoners. The heads of Imperator Bologna and his brothers and sisters adorn pikes. For all Augustus's personal austerity, he knows the importance of grandeur. Rip wings zip overhead, storks buzz through the air. But he knows the importance of brutality too. Flies buzz about their heads, and they nip at the 4 white horses that pull my chariot from the Grand Boulevard into the white-stoned field of Mars that stretches before the Citadel's grounds. I wave to the crowd, holding up my sling blade. Mania grips them. Fathers hold up their children, pointing to me and telling them that they'll be able to tell their own children that they saw my triumph in person. They throw fig leaves and cheer wildly, climbing the field's martial statues and marble obelisks to see me better. You are but a mortal, Roke whispers in my ear, riding his horse alongside the chariot, as per tradition. And a Horfart, Severo calls from the other side. Yes, Roke agrees solemnly. That too. I wish Mustang were here to ride with me. Her quiet strength would make all these eyes easier to bear, all these cheers more pleasant to stomach. Reds applaud in the crowd. They scream and cheer and laugh, perfect victims of the society's entertainment divisions. They believe the lie of glorious war and glorious golds. Millions will have relived the hollow experience of my fall in the iron rain, at least until the EMP knocked my camera out. But Fitchner kept the footage of my slaying of Karnas. The parade is a dream, a false thing conjured. I flow through it, knowing how little it means. My friends are behind me, at my side. All those I'd call lieutenants. They grin at me. They love me. And I lead them to a hopeful ruin. It all seemed worth it once. But after we take the war to Luna, what then? More lies, more deaths, more impossible schemes. And what will Mustang do? She has not returned to Aegea since she turned and walked away from me in the mines. Fitchner is beside himself with worry. She is an axe above my head. At any moment she could sign my death. She might already have. Perhaps this is some grand ruse. Perhaps her father already knows. The Jackal noted her absence from the Citadel when he came last night for the Triumph. I told him we had a fight about their father. Not surprising, he said with a sigh. Just don't let the man come between you two, as he came between her and me as children. He clapped my shoulder familiarly and poured us both enough drinks to give me the dull headache that now pulses behind my left eye. I swear to myself I'll never drink again. Victra rides beside Roke and Lorne, languidly looking around, soaking in the sunshine and festivities. She's brought her mother into the Augustus fold, along with Antonia, who apparently aided in taking Thessalonica from Bellona hands. It's hard to keep track of what side they're on, but Victra, for her part, has been as loyal as anyone. She blows me a kiss. The Howlers trot behind her, half their original number, though the Telemanuses have promised to bring them fresh recruits. Behind these lieutenants are the dozens of praetors and legates who led the army, and behind them walk thousands upon thousands of greys who, with embarrassing affection, sing ribald songs at my expense. Behind them come legions of obsidians. It's a furiously grand affair, not only for me, but because it signifies the beginning of a new era, a solar system led by Mars, not Luna. Fitchner is not here. He should be. I look for him at the top of the colossal white stairs that lead to the Citadel grounds. The Arch-Governor and his entourage stand there with dozens of our allies, and a skeletal, bald white who holds my laurel crown. Leaving my chariot behind, I ascend the stairs, flanked by my lieutenants. Silence claims the plaza. My purple cape catches in the wind behind me. The city smells of roses and horse manure. Augustus steps forward. An iron rain was called, he proclaims. And the call was answered, I reply. Amplified words echoing like thunder over the city. A great roar rises from all who fell in the rain. The white steps forward, face haggard from her many years of giving sentence to criminals. Milky eyes lost in past histories blink with gentle care. Son of Mars, her voice warbles dreamily. Today you wear purple as did the Etruscan kings of old. You join them in history. You join the men who broke the empire of the rising sun, the women who dashed the Atlantic Alliance into the sea. You are a conqueror. Accept this laurel as our proclamation of your glory." She sets it upon my head. Severo snorts beside me. The white continues, winding flowery paths with her words, taking the better part of the afternoon, so that it's dusk when her words begin to run their course. I've come to understand why all this spectacle exists, why all these speeches and monuments. Tradition is the crown of the tyrant. I eye all the goals in their badges and sigils and standards, all worn to legitimize corrupt reign and to alienate the people, make them feel they watch a species beyond their comprehension. The jackal seems to read my thoughts, for he rolls his eyes at the farce. The closing words come soon after. "Per aspera," the white warbles, body shaking from effort. Augustus raises his hand, and the crystal obelisk commissioned for the siege of Mars rises from its place on the field via gravlifts in its base. Groaning into place, it floats there 50 meters above the ground, and will continue to float until another triumph claims its place. Then it will join those others on the ground. Towering tombstones for the million fallen. "Ad Astra!" the crowd roars. I remain on the steps as the festival swings into motion below on the field of Mars. The gulls disperse onto Citadel grounds, heading for our private feast. Augustus watches from my side. Behind us, the bronze sun sets on his city, stretching our shadows over the low colors below. "Walk with me," he commands. We walk, surrounded by bodyguards. Unease spreads through me as I see them cluster tight about us. He's spoken to his daughter. He knows. Of course he knows. I have my razor, no grav boots, just ceremonial armor. How many of the obsidians could I kill before I'm overwhelmed? Not many. Then I realize where he's taking me, and I nearly laugh at myself for being foolish. The throne room burns with sunlight. Ceiling all of glass, marble columns stretching 100 meters high. The expanse buzzes with noise. Iron saws, hammers, and the delicate thrum of 7 iron scalpels on a lump of onyx twice my height. "Out!" Augustus demands. The violets slide from their perches on the onyx and disperse with the orange masons and red laborers. Augustus's bodyguards leave us as well. Our boots click against the floor. Lonely sounds for such a room. So he's not going to kill me, after all. "They're making you a throne," I say, going to touch the onyx. I breathe out the tension. A lion's paw takes shape near the base of the throne. To the left, its tail curls around the other side. "You have broken the law, Dara," he says behind me. "You gave obsidians razors, the weapon of our ancestors in the hands of the only color to ever rise against us." "Is that all?" I ask in relief. "I did what I needed to do. An Olympic knight was killed by your bodyguard. This is public. If Ragnar didn't take the wall, we would have lost, and you, my liege, would be in chains or executed. You'd know better than I. Ragnar had my warrant. My father taught me it is weak to ask others what they think of you, he says, clasping his hands behind his back. But I must. Do you think I am a cold monster? I turn to examine him. Without a doubt. Honesty. He looks up at the ceiling. You'd think it would echo differently than all the other horse shit. What I am, Darrow, is a necessity. I am the force that corrects those who err. Tell me, why do you give an obsidian a razor? Why do you urge low colors to rise up? Why do you let a blue run your ship when she should merely take orders and fly it? Because they can do things I cannot. He nods, as if I've proven his point. And that is why I exist. I know that blues can command fleets. I know obsidians can use technology, lead men. That the quickest orange could, if given a proper chance, be a fine pilot. Reds could be soldiers, or musicians, or accountants. Some few, very few, silvers could write novels, I wager. But I know what it would cost us. Order is paramount to our survival. Humanity came out of hell, Darrow. Gold did not rise out of chance. We rose out of necessity. Out of chaos, born from a species that devoured its planet instead of investing in the future. Pleasure over all, damn the consequences. The brightest minds enslaved to an economy that demanded toys instead of space exploration, or technologies that could revolutionize our race. They created robots, neutering the work ethic of mankind, creating generations of entitled locusts. Countries hoarded their resources, suspicious of one another. There grew to be 20 different factions with nuclear weapons. 20, each ruled by greed or zealotry. So when we conquered mankind, it wasn't for greed. It wasn't for glory. It was to save our race. It was to still the chaos, to create order, to sharpen mankind to one purpose, ensuring our future. The colors are the spine of that aim. Allow the hierarchies to shift and the order begins to crumble. Mankind will not aspire to be great. Men will aspire to be great. Goals aspire to be great, and we force the colors to war, I say, taking a perch on the black lion's paw. Augustus has not moved from his place at the center of the floor. Yet there are men like me. He replies so sincerely, I nearly believe him. I do not truly fight because I want to be king or emperor, or whatever word you slap above my name in the history texts. The universe does not notice us, Darrow. There is no supreme being waiting to end existence when the last man breathes his final breath. Man will end. That is the fact accepted but never discussed. And the universe will continue without care. I will not let that happen, because I believe in man. I would have us continue forever. I would shepherd us out of the solar system into alien ones, seek new life. We are barely in our infancy as a species, but I would make man the immutable fixture in the universe, not just some passing bacteria that flashes and fades with no one to remember. That is why I know there is a proper way to live. Why I believe your young ideas so dangerous. His mind is vast, worlds beyond my own, and perhaps for the first time I really understand how this man can do what he does. There is no morality to him, no goodness. no evil intent when he killed Io. He believes he is beyond morality. His aspirations are so grand that he has become inhuman in his desperate desire to preserve humanity. How strange to look at the rigid, cold feature he casts, and how all these wild dreams burn inside his head and heart. What about all you said? What about the things you've done? I ask, thinking of his first wife, whose mouth he stuffed with grapes. You take advice from creatures like Pliny. You bomb innocent civilians who haven't broken any laws. You embrace a civil war. And you say you're trying to save humanity. I do what I need to do to protect the greater good. To defend himself. To benefit himself. To protect mankind, I echo. Yes. 18 billion draw breath across this empire. How many would you kill to protect mankind? 1 billion? 10? The number doesn't change the necessity. 15 billion? I ask. Red, gold, every part of me is shocked. Someone must make these choices, he says. The rest of our race grows sicker by the day. The pixies chase pleasure instead of achievement, while the peerless have grown so hungry for power that our sovereign is a woman who cut off the head of her own father in order to take his throne. They must be ruled. By you. By us. His unblinking gaze does not waver. By us, he repeats. I treated you poorly because I feared your brashness, your impudence. But I promised I would make amends, and so I will. Because you have shown the capacity for growth, for learning. Become my heir. Not a praetor. I have enough lords of war. What I need, what I want, is a son. You have a son. I have a parasite that wants my power. That's all. He has no use for it. No plan once he gains it. He simply hungers as our society has taught him to hunger. His face shows a flicker of intrigue. Yet, remarkably, this was his idea. You have his blessing. I don't doubt I have his blessing. Knowing my ally, I merely wonder what it's going to cost me. He's a businessman. He'll want return on his investment. Especially this investment. He should have told me. What about Virginia? You don't need your heir to be male. But I want it to be. And I want you for her. A husband fitting her mind. You're using me, I say suddenly, seeing through his scheme. I tie her to you, especially if we marry. We both know you don't want reform. Even now, reformers from across the society flock to Mars to rally behind the man who said he would give them the Senate when he defeats Lune and her allies. The reformers are cancer, he says. But you're promising them that you will... Promises were necessary to gain their support. When we have defeated Octavia, I will put the reformers in prison or execute them for treason. Mustang will never forgive you. She believes you're changing. Whatever conversation you had with her, whatever you promised her, you gave her hope in you. Maybe she won't forgive either of us. You will make her understand once you're part of the family, Darrow. By then, I suspect you'll be married, and she won't abandon you even if she hates me. Our family will stay strong, as we must,
but you must always be mine, answering to me, not my children. He takes a step toward me. Octavia steers humanity to slow decline. The reformers, like the sons of Ares, would slam us into the ground at 1,000 kilometers a second. We must protect our species. Help me. He is a noble man, doing what he thinks best for humanity. Damn him. We never asked to bow. Who is he to say reds and browns toiling to death is for the greater good? Who is he to say pink children being harvested for rape, obsidians and greys for battle, is a necessity? How can he sit there and say that he alone knows what is best for me, for my family? It is not his right. Just as it was not his right to come into my world and take Io. And if he thinks might makes it his right, then it's my bloody damn right to cut off his head right now. Instead, I stand and cross the distance between us. Kneeling, I take his hand and kiss his bloody damn ring. As you will it, my liege. His hard lips curl into a predatory smile. Call me father. Try not to look so damn pleased with yourself, Lorne says to me. We stand amid the white-pathed gardens of the citadel. A breeze stirs the bells that hang in the trees. It's a simple affair, not like the gross spectacle of Luna. Small tables sit beneath ivy-covered boughs. Pink attendants clear them of the feast. On green grass and white paths, peerless stand laughing and impressing one another while cradling flutes of champagne. You can sense the jackal's hand in the planning. He's a tastefully modest creature. More dignitaries came to the dinner than to the ceremony, so there are many Augustus and I had to greet. They came to us in a line based upon hierarchy, of course. I soon grew tired of glad-handing and sought Lorne near the base of a thin white tree. His arms are crossed, face all stormy and scowling at the champagne in his hand. He tosses it into a shrub. I hate this sort of thing too, I say. Soon as I get my mask, Augustus wants me to cozy up to some of the Moon Lords. Then it's bed for me. With that Mustang here, there's no real joy to be had. Alone, it seems. Where's your girl? He squints around. Been looking high and low. Don't know. Has everyone noticed? Ah, he grunts. Lovers quarrel. Well, I won't pour advice in your ear except to say, swallow your pride. She's a gem if you can keep her. If. I'm glad you came, I say, even if your advice is shit. He laughs gruffly and nods to the jackal who speaks with Roke and several politicos from Ganymede. Your friend made it possible. Augustus somehow forgot to invite me, even though my men won him a planet. Manners are so conditional these days. Speaking of, how long do you think I have to stay before it's not rude to leave? It's not even 9. Aren't you presenting the mask in a few minutes? I was, but it's tedious statecraft. I asked your friend Roke to do it, if that's fine with you. Actually, he asked me. Same difference. No, that's better, actually. It'll be good for Roke to be included as much as possible. There's mending that needs doing. Public displays of friendship are a good place to start. Lorne props his back against the tree. My old bones creak at night. I'm going to check on security so I don't have to talk to any of these slippery people. He watches the Ripwing pass high overhead. Let someone else do that. A pink hands Lorne the tumbler of whiskey I ordered, his favourite label. He sniffs, subdued. I only get to see you in armour. Act the proper mentor and stay with me. We have 2 bottles of the Lagavulin for you. Back to your old tricks. 2 bottles for an extra 2 hours of training. Wasn't that the deal? Should have charged more. Ha! He limps off with his whiskey to play tag with his grandchildren in the trees. I watch the pink who delivered his drink slip back into the crowd. Her movement vaguely familiar. A woman loops her arm in mine. I turn excitedly only to find Victra. She doesn't notice my disappointment. I do hope the Violets put lions instead of a Pegasus on your mask. She laughs at my expression. Yes, the rumor is already aflight. Darrow our Augustus. She shivers playfully. The women will come running. I roll my eyes. Oh, shut up. Make me. She slides her hand along my low back. It's a shame you already settled down. Nodding to a group of young peerless from the gas giants, she leans close. But does it mean you can't play? Do you just enjoy trying to make me blush? She pulls the laurel wreath from my head and places it on her own, curtsying foolishly. You found me out. Where is your little Mustang anyway? Why is everyone so damn curious? Darrow? Roke joins us, holding an ivory box large enough for the Triumph mask. He's sleek in a black Praetor's uniform, hair slicked back. I believe we're supposed to gather for the mask presentation. Do you know where? I'm a bit confused about this whole affair. Victra frowns. Citadel's staff is still discombobulated. The Bellona had the place for a month. Adrius had to comb through the pinks for spies, especially after what happened in Attica. He's got his men everywhere tonight. Oh, hell, it's starting. She sets my laurel wreath back on my head and pulls me toward the clearing where the girls assemble. Severo cuts across my path, stopping us. Darrow, he says quickly. Then, looking to Victra, move along. She scrunches her face and leaves. You like her, I tease. I can tell. He ignores me. He's still not here. Fitchner, you call his datapad? Isn't going through. The bastard said he was coming. So, if he isn't here, something important must be happening. I should check. Check. I grab his arm. But call Ragnar, and be careful. I'm always careful. It's strange watching him leave. Like watching my shadow depart, and realizing its destiny may be separate from mine. Perhaps, in the end, he's more important than I. Truly a child of 2 worlds. I follow the crowd through the trees. Little lanterns make homes in the branches, bathing the clearing in a warm white glow. There are no whites present. No formalities here. It's as understated as the Triumph was grand. The crowd parts for me. I walk onto the white cobblestones where Lorne sits with his grandchildren on the edge of a dolphin fountain. Augustus motions me to stand by him near a statue of a blind maiden holding a scale and a sword. It drowns in ivy. The jackal joins us. I hear we're going to be brothers, I tell him. Well, who says you can't choose family?
He glances distractedly at his datapad. Better you than that bastard Cassius. Something the matter? I ask. More gory damn requisition orders. He looks up from his datapad. Sorry. All's prime on Mars, my goodman. Just wish my sister were here. You still wouldn't know where she is, would you? I shake my head. With each mention, Mustang grows a little more distant. I held out hope she'd appear, make a grand entrance, and I'd know all was well. But some fantasies don't come true. Your pardon, my goodman, Augustus announces, cutting through the murmur of conversation. Thank you. He clears his throat and extends a welcome to Mars's many guests, tipping his head to the arch-governess of Triton. Though our glasses sparkle and bellies are full, this night will not last. He peers through his guests, voice firm and dry in the damp air. Fireflies glow among the trees. We know that this is only the beginning. War will require much from us, but let us not be so hasty as to pass over a victory such as the one we saw just a few weeks ago. A triumph of will, loyalty, strength. All that grandeur of the parade was for them. Quiet moments like these are for us. He taps his facial scar once. Where we, despite our differences, can nod our heads and raise our glasses to a unique accomplishment of will. It was not done alone, but the reign was called by one man. So, Darrow Au Andromedus, we salute you. Hail Reaper! Lorne calls, mocking me only slightly. The glasses rise through the clearing as voices murmur agreement, and they drink. It feels so hollow, looking to my left and seeing the jackal instead of Mustang. To smile feels so false, knowing all this will soon crumble. Victra seems to sense my mood, and so she winks, tilting her glass to me. Augustus motions Roke, who comes forward with the large ivory box cradled in his arms. He sets the box in my hands and puts one of his atop, so I can't yet open it. You and I have seen much together. His voice is calm and even. The night I first met you, you were on the floor of Mars Castle, looking at the blood on your hands. Do you remember what I said? His other hand touches my right wrist, the tenderness something out of the past, when our hands had fewer calluses, fewer scars. Of course. If you are thrown into the deep and do not swim, you will drown. So keep swimming, I recite. I'd never forget. How far we've come. His eyes survey my face, taking note of its lines, its imperfections. I tilt my head, wondering what he's looking for. I would have paid 100 times what your contract was worth to protect you. I know, Roke. I would have died for you 1,000 times more, because you were my friend. Were. Something in his voice makes me look around. Over his shoulder, I see Victra whispering something humorous to Antonia and their skeletal mother. Lorne serves his grandchildren little plates of cake brought by a short pink. But it's after the server turns that I freeze inside. He turns haughtily, ruthlessly, unlike any pink ever born, breaking character only for half a second. I know that turn. I know that man. It's Vixus. It has to be. My eyes dart to the pink who brought me Lorne's whiskey. Lilith! The Jackal's girl, who wore bones in her hair, who allied with the Bellona. They're dressed as pinks. Golds with flesh masks. Contacts. Wolves playing lambs. I pull back from Roke, about to shout, when I feel his grip tighten, and I realize he was saying goodbye. A needle from his ring pricks my wrist, gentle, like the kiss he now plants on my cheek. And thus go liars, with a bloody damn kiss. One word shatters 1,000 lies. Face colder than the marble statue behind us, Roke draws back and opens the ivory box's lid. With the gentle creak of silver hinges, my world ends. Augustus gasps in horror at what's inside the box, and a foot away, the Jackal, eyes full of long, dormant hate, smiles at me and cocks his head back like an animal to loose a manic, a mocking howl. A signal of the end. Victra reaches for her razor. Antonia steps back, pulls a scorcher from a waiter's tray and fires 2 rounds into Victra's spine. 2 more into her mother's neck before any can move. "Arcos!" Augustus screams, whipping out his razor. "To arms!" "Howlers to me!" Lorne roars, pushing back his grandchildren. "Protect the Reaper!" Too late. Even as Lorne stands, Lilith pulls a pulse dagger from under her tray and sweeps it across his throat from behind. Lorne shoves his hand between throat and blade. 4 fingers fall to the ground. He angles his body, strains against her, grasping her wrist with his bloody arm. Blade humming, grunting, intimate horror as chaos reigns across the clearing. The poison spreads in me. I slump to the ground, box in my lap, back against the blind statue. Paralyzed. The Jackal glides through the midst of this melee, a reptile over ice. He watches stabbing and butchery, and finds Lorne still struggling with Lilith as she tries to cut his throat. Lorne's managed to take a shard of broken glass from the ground, and is reaching to stab Lilith's leg, when the Jackal bends, examines Lorne for a moment, and slowly puts a blade into his belly. "They were wrong. Your side isn't made of stone." Lorne's face pinches with fear as the Jackal pulls the blade up the old man's body. My Razor Master's eyes jump to me, to his grandchildren. He tries to stand, tries one last ounce of fury, tries to say something, but his body has quit him. He will never see his island again, never pet his griffin, never hear his grandchildren laugh or see Lysander, the grandson I promised him. I did this to him. I brought him back from that separate peace he so wanted, but knew he never deserved. And soon his eyes gaze at nothing, and the Jackal retrieves his blade, and Lilith finishes her work with a slow, sawing motion. I loose a long moan. It's all I can manage. Drool slithers down my throat. Victra crawls toward me, blood leaking from her. Amid all this, Roke stands, a statue, apart. Pulse weapons warble in the distance. Thunder rips the sky as dark shapes descend, cracking the sound barrier. They come from a stealthed ship. Something snuck in. Where are the patrols? Obsidians and Praetorians land in the midst of the clearing, thumping down on the stone. They pursue those who fled the killing ground for the gardens, hunting them down with quiet economy. Antonia directs the slaughter, finishing heirs, clipping bloodlines half a millennium old, taking hostages, Lilith is laughing with Vixus. They peel away electronic flesh masks and shake free their golden hair. Behind them, Aja lands in splendor, her armor flashing in the lantern light. She surveys the carnage, face dark and content. I hardly notice her, because an old friend lands at her side. Cassius. "Virginia?" he asks. "Missing, I fear," the jackal says. "Warned?" Angered. Lovers spat. Victra manages to crawl to my ankle. A slick of blood shadows her path from where she was shot to the place where she now curls. Red on her lips. I can't feel her touch. "I didn't know," she whispers. "Darrow, I didn't know." Aja bends over Lorne's body, taking his razor from his waist and closing her mentor's eyes forever. He never even drew the weapon. Cassius comes close, stopping at my feet, where he goes to a knee and watches me. "Can he move, poet?" he asks Roke. "No, but he can hear." "You killed my family, Darrow. All of them. Me, Julian, that's one thing. But the children? How could you?" I don't know what he's talking about. "I'll find Severo. I'll find Mustang. There will be no mercy." He touches the enameled hilt of his razor with his new arm. "You can't kill him," Roke says from behind him. "You know what he is." Roke puts a hand on Cassius's shoulder. "Cassius, the Sovereign's orders were clear." "Dissection," Cassius murmurs. He watches me, and it seems that there was never a time when this man called me brother. Never a hope we could ever have been what we are now. Roughly, he takes my hand. I think for a moment he is shaking it. But instead he steals the ring I earned, the iron wolf I killed his brother to possess. My finger is naked without it. He rises from his bent knee to tower over me, more a beautiful vulture than an eagle. Julian, Leah, Pax, Quinn, Weed, Harpy, Rotback, Tactus, Lorne, Victra, they deserved better than to die for a slave. With that, he leaves me with Roke. The world is silent except for sobbing and the sound of sirens. At my side, Victra watches Cassius leave, her life leaking from her. Those clever eyes of hers look up at me, lost. "We must hurry," Aja drawls in the center of the massacre. "They know we're here. Bring your father and let us go." The jackal nods. "A moment, if you please." Several meters away, Augustus lies pinned to the ground by 3 waiters. They hoist him up as the jackal approaches, stepping over Lorne's desecrated body. "Is the mask not as you like, Darrow?" he calls to me. "I made it just for you after you revealed your true self to me in Attica." The jackal turns to his father. "What do you think, father? Was this a ploy worthy of your name?" "You monster!" Augustus spits in his face. "What have you done?" "So you're not proud?" The jackal wipes the spit away and looks at it. "Damn." "Stop this.
My son, you've ruined us. Adrias, Aja says impatiently. We must go. The jackal steps forward. So, now you call me son. He clucks his tongue scoldingly and straightens his father's jacket. Was I your son when you put me on a rock for the elements to claim me? 3 days. I was a baby. The board didn't even want an exposure, but you thought I was so weak, and Claudius so strong. Was he strong when I had Carnus put him in the ground? His father's lips tremble. What? I paid Carnus Abelona 7 million credits and 6 pinks to sully Claudius's girl. I knew Claudius's honor would lead him into the ring. Funny thing is, it was your money. I asked you for it so I could invest in my future. And I did. He frowns. Father, did you really think a 10-year-old cares about the silver market? You should have paid better attention. You killed Claudius? Augustus's voice breaks under the strain, and he sags into the arms of those holding him, shaking from sadness. You killed my boy. This would break Mustang's heart. I am your boy, the jackal sneers. I was a good son. I worshipped you. I feared you. I obeyed you. I learned what you wished me to learn. I went where you wished me to go. I did only as your will commanded, yet I was not enough. Augustus shakes his head, drawing back his rage as the Praetorians cuff his hands together with magnetic shackles. His eyes rise to look at the monster he created. I should have strangled you in your crib. Come now, father. You are not my son. Adrias flinches. With those few words, Augustus releases something, and the small part of Adrias that held out hope to be loved disappears. He shakes off his humanity, leaving only the jackal. Then farewell, hope, and with hope, farewell fear, farewell remorse. All good to me is lost. He whispers to some distant, fading part of himself as he lazily lifts the scorcher to his father's forehead. Evil, be thou my good. Stop! Aja steps forward. Adrias, in the name of the sovereign... The jackal shoots his father in the head. Eo's killer drops to the ground, and I feel hollowness spread over my heart. Death begets death, begets death. This is what Dancer warned me about. This is why Mustang said not to trust her brother. This is why my friends will die. Why I will die. Because I cannot match this evil. Who can? You dumb little snake! Aja shouts. The Sovereign needed him to talk down the outer rim. Gory, damn it! She looks to the sky as flame trails blaze across the dark. Someone's coming in hard from the upper atmosphere. Pulse weapon fire flashes across Citadel grounds as Praetorians encounter Augustus's and Lorne's first responders. I gave you this prize, the jackal says, nodding to me. Do not whine now. He references his datapad and points at the flame trails. The Telemanuses are coming. Unless you want to play with them, I suggest we leave. Cassius agrees. Lorne and Augustus are dead. This army will wither. Aja orders her Praetorians to their shuttle. They come to pick me from the ground. Victra's hand on my leg slackens. Her eyes have closed. "Rogue," I murmur through the thickness of the poison. "Brother." "No. No," he says. Not a monster. Still himself. Still quiet and tranquil, if dreadful in his sadness. "You are a son of red. I, a son of gold. That world where we are brothers is lost." But he comes close, bending, reaching with delicate hands to angle the ivory box in my lap toward my face. "And in this world, the power of gold will never wane." I look into the box, and my heart shatters. All that has been, all that was to be, crashes down. Eo's dream falls into darkness. Wherever you are, Sevro, Mustang, Ragnar, do not come back to this world. There's too much pain, too much sorrow to ever mend it. I look into the box and see Fitchner's head staring back at me, eyeless, mouth stuffed with grapes. Ares, the one hope we had, the one man who picked me up when I was broken and gave me a chance for something better than revenge, has been butchered. And I know we are undone.
The end.